Test. Test. What's up, y'all? Jeez Louise. What's up, Jason? What's up, Becca? Beckraken? Sarah, Sam? Hello, y'all. Hold on now. I did just wake up about an hour ago, but this is what I look like hours after waking up. This is what my face does. Let me get all situated here, y'all. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good evening. Trump just posted that there's a ceasefire between Iran after they attacked one of our bases, right? Iran and Israel. That's good. That's good. Give me a sec, y'all, while I do something. Boom. Log in, baby. I am on. I am on. Stop it. I'm on. Wow, MAGA's going crazy today, huh? Let's check out the news. Yeah, I'm okay. Guys, the spamming might be annoying, but it's helpful for the algorithm. So ignore it if you don't mind. Also, tap the screen, y'all. Hello.
Hello?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Um, I'm like kind of 50-50, but I do agree with what Trump does, especially in the Iran situation right now.
Okay.
Do you disagree with what he did to Iran?
I think that it's questionable, especially given Trump, and I just don't have very much faith in Trump's ability to do diplomacy. I don't trust that he will do things behind closed doors in the best interest of the United States. So while we may say there's peace for now, yada yada yada, the fact that we're in this mess to begin with because of Trump is silly. So for him to simply clean up his own mess is not something to I think to say it's a huge victory of.
So, did you know that Obama, Clinton, and even Kamala Harris talked about the Iran situation and how they wanted to control Iran?
Hmm. Did you know
Right.
that Obama also signed diplomacy to make a peace deal, got a Nobel Peace Prize for it, got them
Uh-huh.
to join the JCPOA?
And then did you know? I don't know the exact year, but in like somewhere around 1970s, how Iran signed the peace treaty to stop any nuclear power, and they broke that peace treaty.
Uh-huh.
Right.
And the
So
NTP,
wouldn't that be a threat? Yeah,
NPT.
the NPT. Yeah. Wouldn't that be a threat towards the Americans?
Yeah, but they were compliant under the JCPOA.
But they were still, researching nuclear weaponry and threatening us with nuclear weaponry.
Not during the
Regardless.
JCPOA. Not before Trump pulled us out. No.
No,
Or
no, no. They're still researching nuclear weaponry, regardless of if they have nuclear weapons. They were threatening, to use nuclear weaponry, and that leads to world war.
you would have to
Not,
show that. You'd have to show me proof of that during like Trump's presidency for Trump to justify him pulling out.
you can even search up sources on what even Obama, Clinton, even Kamala said
Yeah,
on how
all of
they're.
these, I've already had somebody come and play those sound bites for me. They're not damning at all. It's like, yeah, we have a problem in Iran. We have to fix it. And Obama did it. Obama did it. Have you heard Obama speak? You know the stark
Yeah,
difference between him and Trump? Do you think Trump would be
yeah.
able to broker such a like novel idea between multiple countries, especially after he's fucked everybody over already
I don't think he fucked everyone over. How would you say he fucked everyone over?
with tariffs?
Do you know how tariffs work?
Yeah.
Okay, explain it to me.
Trump puts a tariff on a foreign country. The consumer here pays to buy items
Yep.
from that country.
Okay, and then how many of those countries have backed down?
Back down
All,
on what?
all except China, the tariffs.
What do you mean they've backed down?
Okay, so what Trump did, right? You know how every single country had a large tariff on the U.S. products, and
No,
what
that's
Trump did?
that's a lie that Trump told you, right?
No, there's statistics and there's
Which
sources.
which which country would you bring up that has a large tariff on us?
Honestly, I forgot the source, but you
Yeah,
can easily
okay.
search it up.
All right. So you're
No, but
lying.
once again,
You're just
it's not
confused.
lying.
You are.
No, I mean
Yeah,
just because
did that country with penguins with no government have tariffs on us?
it takes one simple search. But here,
It
so let me explain
does.
to you
So
how
go
tariffs
find one.
work. Okay, give me 1 second then. China, Japan, Vietnam.
Okay, so China had, for instance, 99% of the goods that we traded with China, we had free trade up until Trump put tariffs on it in 2017,
This was in
2018.
2022.
I know. I
This was 2022.
I know.
Yeah.
And Trump put tariffs on them and they retaliated with tariffs. We had mostly free trade. We had something like 12% tariffs with them for like auto for cars, and that's it. And then Trump goes and puts 10% or 25% tariffs on
No, you can't say no.
everything.
You can't say that's it. You can't say that's
Everything.
it. 12% on autos is a big deal, and you can't just say
No, it's
that's
not.
it.
They
No,
can't even drive our cars on their roads. They have no use for our cars. They're too expensive. They make cars far cheaper and far more advanced than us. They have no use for them.
no, no, no. You can't just say that's it and say that that's useless information.
Yes I am. Yes I can. Look, for instance, like these are all things, right? Imagine like a million different things. Okay? And this is auto and it's 12%. Trump does the whole damn thing. Trump does the whole damn thing at 10%. And you're going to say it's the same. No, it's not.
I'm not saying it's the same, but that's still once again you can't say that. You can't just say the phrase "that's it" for a 12% tariffs on autos because
It is
we
these are not
we
these are
rely on
not
we rely on China for a lot of the auto parts here.
okay, that doesn't mean anything when they have tariffs on us though.
But they have tariffs. That does mean what? That's
If
literally what
we're
tariffs are.
buying auto parts from them, how would their tariffs on our auto parts make any difference in that scenario?
Because they have like what a 12% tariffs on us.
How would that make any difference when we buy stuff from them?
Because when we buy stuff from them, we're paying 12% of that in tax,
No,
tariff tax.
dog, who pays the tariffs?
consumers.
Mm-hmm. So when China puts a tariff on us for auto parts, who pays that tax? Us or them?
Us.
No, dude.
No, us consumers are affected by the tariffs. What are
No.
you talking?
No, China. China's consumers pay that tariff, bro.
No, we pay the tariff.
Dude, you are so wrong here. I don't know what to tell you. If a China puts a tariff on American auto, their citizens pay that tax. So for
No,
you
I'm
to
talking
feel
about
upset about
China's
that is
auto.
inherently stupid.
No. I'm talking China's tariff on America. No, like American tariff on China's auto.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so if you want no tariffs on China's auto, tell the president to take them off. Oh, he ran. Whoops. I am tired today. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to like 20K likes. Hello.
Yo.
Your mic sounds real bad. Can you help me out with that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go. Are you
Hey man, what do you got to say about the ceasefire now and the peace talks going right now with Iran and Israel? Finally.
good stuff. Good stuff. Did you know that
Who do you think? Who do you think was the deciding factor? Your daddy, Trump.
nice.
Peace through strength, my boy. Peace through strength.
Nice. Did you know
Yeah,
that did you know that
and
excuse me,
you know what we
excuse
have
me,
to worry
excuse
about?
me,
Do you know what
excuse
we
me.
have to worry about now?
What?
Do you know what we have to worry about now?
What?
What all the Democrats are saying? The sleeper cells that might be here within the United States. Do you
Okay.
know about that?
I know they
Do you know
mentioned
who
it, yeah.
facilitated that? Biden through his open border. Thousands of
Yeah,
Iranians came in through
you
the
can't
border. You fucking idiot.
Bosman, are you running? It's the second runner of the day. If this is going to be all day, this is going to be exhausting. First of all, Biden didn't have an open border, and most countries who send people over here sleeper cells come here legally. Yellow. Yellow.
Hey, how we doing, man?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am not.
Okay. I'm looking for Trump supporters. I appreciate you coming up, though.
Not a problem, man. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
He's clearing up the streets. He's taking all the illegals that Biden had brought in and taking them out.
Okay. What if I told you that Biden deported more people than Trump?
Well, if that's true, then I'd hope it was because Biden's been in office for 4 years and Trump's
I'm talking
only been
about
in
month by month.
month by month.
Yeah.
Biden brought them in and opened the hotels to them and paid them $80,000 a year to stay here illegally.
80,000.
80,000.
Who told you that one? And second of all, if anybody's getting anything from the United States, they're here documented. They're doing something legal. They're usually asylum seekers.
Damn.
Yeah, can you tell me a program that Biden started for undocumented people to get free stuff?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
So you're telling me he didn't bring illegals in, or he didn't open the borders?
No, Biden had a stricter border than Trump.
How is that?
So if Biden returned 50% of the people that tried to come into the border, if he kicked out 50% immediately and Trump only kicked out 47%, the border's definitely not open, and Biden enforced it more heavily than Trump, even with more people coming.
So what makes you not like what makes you like Biden over Trump?
Because Trump has pretty much brainwashed the masses into thinking that the border was open for campaigning for like 4 years straight, just repeating the same line over and over again. And anytime I try to talk somebody into looking at the data, they don't care. And I think that he's also saying a lot of problematic things to get people hyped up about raiding birthday parties, arresting people outside of courthouses, attending their immigration hearings, raiding people's workplaces, chasing people down on farms, sending people to prison with no due process for the rest of their lives. I think it's all very problematic, and I think Trump is a horrible person.
Okay, well that makes sense. But if they're here illegally, then what's the problem of him going and doing that?
Because these people being here illegally just means that you owe us $250, and it doesn't mean you should go to prison for the rest of your life.
But okay, so let me ask you this. If a homeless man walks up to your front porch and asks to come in, are you letting him in? Are you clothing him? Are you bathing him or whatever?
That's private property. Like, I live in Texas, right? So there's a
So do
couple
I.
there's a couple of neighboring states, and I don't lie awake all night wondering who's coming across the border from Oklahoma.
Okay, but what I'm saying is if a homeless man knocks on your door asking to come in, that's no different than an illegal immigrant coming into your country.
That's not true.
It's still the same principle pretty much.
No, it's not. Like, this is private property versus like public, like, land. So if somebody comes here and they come in, they pay for their own place to live, it's totally different, right? That's what they do. And they come and get a job and they work and they contribute taxes. That's different, right? Like, are you mad? Like, would you be mad if a homeless person went and bought the house next door and got a job and fed his family? Would that upset you?
No, because
That's what's
now
happening.
okay, but that's different because he's buying the house. Now, to put it, okay, so an illegal would pretty much be like a homeless man going into the house for free and just living there and taking it.
Can you tell me where these undocumented people are getting free money?
I don't have any resources on that.
Yeah, it's not happening.
That's just what I've seen on the news.
Yeah, the news lies a little bit when they just show you crowds of people in New York living in tents, etc., getting a hotel. Those are all people in the asylum process. And that's what we're doing with the asylum seekers, people who are seeking it legally. And Trump is even undoing those people who are coming here legally. He's undid 230,000 people's legal status so he can kick them out too.
I don't know. I just feel like I mean I don't have a problem with like people coming in like immigration, but I don't believe that. I agree with Trump on the you don't. There's a process you can do to get here. You don't need to come.
You don't agree with that either. That's what they're doing, and Trump's kicking them out too.
No, I agree. I agree with kicking out illegal immigrants. I don't agree with.
Okay, well, Trump's doing both. So you don't agree with Trump. And Biden did it better.
Well, I mean, you can think that. I mean,
That's
that's all
just what the
opinion.
numbers say. That Biden kicked out more people than Trump, month by month.
Who can walk upstairs better
Bruh, sorry, that's my little brother. He's not all there.
Trump just got caught slipping walking upstairs like last week.
Yeah, I saw that. um, but that's really all I have for you. Racist? Somebody called me racist. Oh well, I don't care.
All right, bub.
Anyway, that's all I have for you today. You have a good day, sir.
You too, bub. Oh, chat, we're almost at 20K. Chat, if we don't get to 20K likes, the MAGAs win. Don't let them win. Hold on, let me open up my YouTube chat real quick. I gotta do stuff. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am, but I'm open to hearing what you have to say.
Okay, I think Trump's economic policy sucks.
Say that one more time. I didn't hear it.
I think his economic policy sucks ass.
You think so?
Yeah, do you like
Let me
it?
okay, let me start by saying that I think that he would be a better president than Kamala and Biden, and that's why I would have voted for him. I'm 18. I just turned 18, so I wasn't able to vote for him, but in the future I would be able to. But I just think he would be more capable of being, a better president than Kamala and Biden.
I'm gonna help you out. Do you know instead of a period, like a comma?
Yeah.
Say Kamala. You don't have to say it now, but it's just Kamala. But
Kamala?
I would say somebody who's just a nepo baby who was like a game show host is in nowhere close as qualified as a woman who was a Juris Doctorate, like a lawyer and a prosecutor and attorney general and a senator, and who's been in government for 27 years, who knows, like, if she wanted to implement a law, if she wanted to do something using the federal government, she would know how to do it the right way. I trust her much more than somebody who says things like there were airports in the Revolutionary War, or that says that magnets go poof underwater, or somebody who says that Puerto Rico has its own president, which would have been him. I think Trump is profoundly stupid, and he's also very childish. He's very emotionally immature. I think you can draw him out with a tweet and get him to go on a rampage. There was a time where he tweeted 40 times in one night because somebody upset him. And he tweets all the time at 1 a.m. crying about how a certain portrait of him in the Colorado State Capitol is just not very well done. I think he's just insanely dumb and immature, and I think that goes for most Republicans, and I think that's why they like him.
I understand what you're saying. He doesn't seem like a super great person, but as of a leader, I'd see him not as bad. I just looking at what's going on right now with Iran and all that stuff.
He's the one who got us into this mess. You know that, right?
I mean, the thing is, it's just I feel like Kamala wouldn't have taken any action, or Kamala, sorry, apologies, wouldn't have taken the action that Trump would have to launch those missiles. And now we have a ceasefire, and it's just like I feel like he's more like a lot of the other countries. They fear him, and other countries didn't really fear Biden or Kamala. So
all right,
that's just how
I'll debate you on that. So I think like Putin, what would make Putin scared of Trump today? Like, has Trump ever said anything to Putin that says, hey, you better watch out? Because literally Trump has done nothing but demean the Ukrainian president, Zelensky. He's done nothing but take away their military intel so that Putin could get more free punches on them. He's done nothing but enable Russia to do whatever the fuck they want. And I think he's also done things and have said things to show that he doesn't really know anything about foreign policy or NATO. And he's also done things to hurt our relationship with all of our allies. So I think Putin and China and all of these other countries just kind of drool at the idea of Trump being president because he's such a poor leader, because he hires people who are profoundly unqualified and people he doesn't even agree with. He's such a bad leader that he did 95% turnover in his last administration, and he's already had one turnover in this one in the first 100 days. He's had people sharing military top secret information through unofficial channels through Signal chat. I just don't feel like any of them take their job seriously, and they're not afraid of him. I feel like they laugh at him behind closed doors. We have instances where Trump has left summits early because they were laughing at him. We have an instance where Justin Trudeau and a few other world leaders, Macron, were laughing at Trump because he's so inadequate. So I think it's just a big farce that people are like, he's such a good leader. Even though just recently, his own people said that Iran doesn't even have enough nuclear capabilities to be a threat. And then he goes, well, yes, they do. And I don't agree with him. Like his own director of national intelligence said this.
I understand that a lot of other world leaders may not, like him, and they may not respect him, but I do feel that they fear him because he's always talking about and he's always saying, we got the biggest military, and we're not afraid to do something about it. And I mean, he wasn't when he did that stuff with Iran, and now they're calling a ceasefire, and I just don't see Kamala and Biden doing that. And I just do think that a lot of the other world leaders were very, they feared him. Then they may not like him or respect him, but they do fear him.
I don't think they fear. I feel like they would be able to say, hey, Trump, you look real handsome today. And you're such a great leader. And he would go, ooh, and he would be schmoozed, and they would get whatever they want out of him. And I feel like that's possibly what's going on right now. I feel like none of this would have happened if Kamala was in office. She would have been able to stop Bibi Netanyahu from doing his initial strike in Iran, and she would have held him accountable and said, "Hey, we're going to cut off funding." Instead, Trump is the man who's like, "I'm going to give you all the funding in the world. Do whatever you want. I'm your guy." And then they did it, and then we had to back them up. And mind you, we would have never been in this situation if Trump didn't pull us out of the Iran nuclear deal, and we would have been able to monitor their enriched uranium in the first place. But he pulled us out because he's such a baby-headed bitch that he didn't like what Obama did. He didn't like that Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize for what he did, and he pulled us out.
Okay. I hear you. And maybe even China. I mean, he's had a lot of meetings with a lot of world leaders, especially Putin, and he's kind of just...
Putin doesn't even show up to meetings when it comes to Trump. He doesn't care.
Maybe not recently, but
also when Trump won presidency, Putin aired 2 hours of naked pictures of Trump's wife on Russian state television.
That's very interesting. But anyways, I also I kind of want to talk about a little bit about I saw you had a guy in here earlier about the immigration, like this the whole system and everything, and like I just kind of want to get like coming from like a Democrat, like what your thoughts are on like ICE and like all that everything that's going on right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is political theater. If you ask Trump, 21 million extra people are in the country per his like Truth Social post recently. And if you ask the Department of Homeland Security or Customs Border Protection how many people are here, and it's roughly like 1.5 million more people than when Trump was in office, which is negligible. We're a country of 350 million people, and we're talking about 12 million people. It's like less than 2%. Foaming at the mouth, angry at these people. I feel like it causes a lot of social divide and stochastic terrorism. And we've seen a lot of domestic right-wing terrorism just skyrocket since Trump has picked up a microphone and said that Mexico is not sending their best; they're sending their.
Mm-hmm. The way that I see it is that it's a lot. Correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of other countries and places you go to, they have the same. You can't just like go in without documentation and be like, yeah, I'm gonna just come here and stay here and do whatever. And I understand it has nothing to do with race for me personally. I don't know how Trump views it, but if I owned, like land, I wouldn't want people coming on to my land that I don't know who they are without documentation and being like, yeah, you can stay here. And I understand there's a lot of people that are like, they come here because they'll have better lives and they have families and stuff. But there are also a lot of people that come here illegally, and they are gang members, and they are just people who aren't going to help our country whatsoever. And
It's not true. First of all, again, you can't keep comparing this to private property. They come and they get their own place to stay. They always do. The majority of them, they're 80% more likely to be entrepreneurs. They come and they mow lawns, and they contribute to our economy, and they pay taxes. They paid $97 billion in taxes last year. So again, this is a farce for this to be like something you keep bringing up. It's not true. It's not true. It's just like saying, I don't like, you could say the same thing about U.S. citizens coming into Texas from Oklahoma. I don't know who these people are. Would you let them into your house? Like, it's worthless to say.
Well, yes, but what do you have to say about the ones that come in and they're just, they're just gang members? Like the people who come in and they're not helping our country at all. Because there are so many people who do, they come in and they do help our country, but then there are some that don't, and they have guns and they're just doing a bunch of illegal crap.
If any of them have guns, they're from America. So Mexico, for instance, the guns are illegal. Every gun in Mexico, mostly, is because we let them into their country, because our guns are in their country causing murders. So if they have guns, they're our guns.
Yeah, I'm just saying they come in and they do shit that they're obviously not supposed to be doing.
Okay, that's a lie too. So like last year, 29 people were murdered by undocumented migrants, which is absurdly low. Out of 12 million people, 29 were murdered. And
can you direct me to that statistic?
Yeah.
Because personally, I don't believe that, but if you have it and it's somewhere for me to look at, then I will. Again, I'm open to.
Okay, this is, you just Google alien crime statistics, CBP. Click the first link. Here it is. This is from cbp.gov. And you scroll down and you go to homicide manslaughter. Last year, 29 people. The year before, 29. The year before, 62, 60. And then when Trump started this whole thing, it was 3 people. When Trump said build a wall, 3 people were murdered. That's it. You know how sad that is?
So, are you saying that? So what are you saying for before Trump started?
When Trump started saying build a wall and he started demonizing these people, only 3 murders had happened that were done by undocumented migrants. And what you'll read in chat is that there should be none. And I would say that one person murdered by a U.S. citizen is just as worthy of being protected than somebody murdered by an undocumented citizen. So if we're going to go spend hundreds of billions of dollars to do this and also shrink our economy and fuck up our economy at the same time, We should allocate that money to save far more lives. 17,000 people were murdered last year. 40,000 were killed by guns. 48,000 died in car wrecks. 29 is laughable. For anybody to actually, if Trump came out and said, "Oh, 29 whole people were killed," like nobody would care. They'd be like, "What?" But that's the truth. It's only 29, and yeah, I think he's just a disgusting person for getting this so twisted for everybody.
Mhm. Well, I understand. I see that. What do you have to say about all the other crimes and stuff that they come and commit,
It's laughably
like
less too.
robbery and like all that stuff?
They are 1/3 less likely to commit violent crime, 1/4 less likely to commit
It
property
still
crime.
happens though.
Yeah, I know, but so like if there was an island of these 12 million people and they had the crime rates that they did isolated to that island, it would be the safest, most crime-free island on planet Earth. That's what I say. I say if we let far more of them into the country, crime rates would plummet even more. The more people that we have in the country that don't commit crime, the better.
Hmm. But wouldn't you rather like not have those kinds of people in our country?
What do you mean those kinds of people, like safer people?
Like no, like the kinds of people who are like the gang members.
There's no, being in a gang, first of all, is not illegal, right? You can't just arrest somebody for being in a gang. They have to
No,
do a
I
crime.
understand that, but what they do in the gang is illegal.
So
most of the time.
again, the harshest outcome from being in a gang was 29 murders last year.
But there are other stuff that happens like robbery and
it's
like
far less.
assault.
If you say they're inherently more likely to be in part of a gang, that's wrong too. It's wrong. There are some, but that doesn't mean that most of them are not even close. And by the way, like MS-13, the people that Trump says are terrorists, that was a gang that started here in the United States in LA in 1980. It's not someone that came over as part of a gang.
But why won't they just come? Well, it's like they can come here legally and have lives or have visas, but they don't.
They can't, because it's impossible. It's impossible to do it the legal way because of Republicans. The Republicans have shot down every instance of Democrats trying to give them a legal pathway to do this the right way and to streamline this, because they think we're trying to get them here to vote. That's the propaganda they feed y'all. So they will never have a good way to come. And if you're sitting there with your family, let's say, do you have a sister?
I do, yes.
Okay. What if you were in a country and your sister was being threatened of being raped, your mom was being threatened of being raped, they're looking at your other little brother to join their gang, and people are dying all around you all the time? Would you say, guys, I really want to go to the country next door, or I want to go to the United States, but it's just so illegal, they're going to give me a $250 fine. Would that stop you?
It's just, I understand, but you cannot help everyone. You cannot just tell the whole world like, yeah, you got problems, you come over here. Now, we can help our people and we can help as many people as we can, but it's like it's so hard to like.
It's not even hard. It's so small. It's such a small number. We're in population decline. Even if we accepted every person who came to our gates last 4 years, we'd still be in population decline. We could use more.
It's like if there's stuff going on in analogy.
We're the richest country on earth by far.
I understand that. It's like we can't just take everyone and be like, yeah, everybody can come over here. Like we have to like keep our country.
What if I showed you that there was a study that showed you the effects of migration and that it was good from our own Congressional Budget Office? This is from the Congressional Budget Office. And here's the summary. This is what I always point to people. The surge in migration is going to cause our GDP to increase by $1.3 trillion, or 3.2% in 2034, and $8.9 trillion over the 2024-2034 period. It's literally helping our economy grow. And these people are like, I hate that. Let's spend money and make that go away. It's fucking dumb. So, like, imagine a city.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry. Keep going. Sorry.
So
I
imagine a
lost you for a
city
second.
that has a bunch of tourism every year. 200,000 people surge that city, and it's this huge economic boom every year. And more people come and they buy more things from Walmart. They buy more things from the tourist shops. They come and rent Airbnbs, and all of the people of this city, they get so much money because these people come and uh, they buy things. That's what happens when people migrate to America. They come, they get a job, and they come and buy shit, and they create a demand and create a spark in the economy wherever they migrate. That's what happens.
Okay. I just want to ask you because I don't really know. But if I were to go to, I don't know the answer to this. I'm just asking if you know. But if I were to go to um, the UK or Italy or France or Germany, and I were to walk in, would they just let me stay there?
Um, I'm sure they have similar laws to us. So for you to strawman and say like, someone is letting them through, and that they just need to mind the law. Nobody's debating that. Like I argue to give them all mass amnesty and do all that. But yeah, if you go to Germany, like for instance, if I went to Canada right now, considering the job that I do and Trump being so hostile towards the media, I could probably claim asylum. And the asylum
Mhm.
laws here are that if you cross the border, even through a port of entry or not, you can claim asylum after up to 1 year. You can go and say, hey, I'm here for asylum. I ran for my life. And that's legal. And I'm sure that's
Mhm.
the case in many of the other countries that are westernized, Germany and all those other countries in Europe. That is the case. You can cross most of those borders without anybody checking your passport in Europe. It's just a giant continent where you can just kind of roam around. So yes, it's a little easier actually. You can go get healthcare. You can go get free healthcare if you like stopped in Denmark and like, hey, I broke my leg. Can you fix this? And they say, yep, you're good. Good to go.
Okay. Um, I was recently in Europe and I had to bring my passport
Yeah, to
pretty
get
much.
in.
Oh, to I was driving all around, so pretty much anywhere I went, I had to
Did
have
they
had my
stop you
passport.
after you crossed every border?
Most of them,
Yeah.
not all, most of them.
Yeah. So,
Okay. All right. Well, it was a good talk. I learned a lot of stuff today, so thank you.
no problem, dude. Thanks for
Yeah.
being cool. Thanks for being chill.
Yeah.
All right, dude.
All right.
Guys, we're at 82,000 likes. Give me a follow if you enjoy these debates. If you're on YouTube and you don't suck at life, hit the thumbs up. One stopped him for it, and he'll say most. Nah, I mean, eh. Hello?
Hello, you get me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm not a Trump supporter, but like, are you like in the current state of the world? I believe he is a better president than Kamala would have been
Okay.
in the
Why so?
in a, because in the like in the Iranian war, like with Israel and Iran. If Kamala was the president, who would respect her as a jihadist regime who is known for not respecting women, who women cannot go out with showing their face, can't go out without their husband. Why would they respect a woman president?
Because she's standing behind the biggest military and the largest, most richest country in the world.
Still, I still don't believe they would get the same respect as
It would be a
Trump would.
disadvantage for them. So like
What do you?
they would just underestimate her all the time, and she would outperform them.
I don't. It's not. And they say misogyny. I believe personally, Kamala is a great president. I do believe she's better than Trump, but it's a thing in the world. Like women are not respected as in the United States. They are not respected as much in other parts of the world, right?
Yeah,
How
I
do you
don't
feel about that?
like look at Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico. She fucking kills it.
How,
She's a PhD.
how is Mex-
She's
how is Mexico
fantastic.
doing?
They're
How
doing
is
great.
Mexico doing?
They're doing great.
I don't. It doesn't look really great. They're overran by cartels and they're sneaking over into our border.
Yeah,
That's
but
another thing. I don't.
their country's a mess because of us.
What did we do to Mexico?
Where do you think they get all their guns?
What did we do directly to Mexico though?
Where do you think they get all their guns?
That don't mean we destroyed Mexico. That is their
We're
own
letting our guns go
government.
over the border. We can't keep control of our own shit.
If Mexico brought guns to us, could we blame that on Mexico and be like, and just let our whole country get ran down because
Yes,
Mexico
if
brought
Mexico
guns to the
had
United States?
if Mexico had bazookas, and all of a sudden there's a bunch of bazookas in America, we could blame Mexico. Yes.
So if you feel like Mexico, we have ruined Mexico by bringing guns over the border, how do you feel about people from Mexico coming over our border and coming into our country?
They're doing we have nothing but positive metrics to show for that.
Positive metrics like the cartel, like people are dying. I'm not saying Mexican people, I like immigration. It should be easier, but there should not be an open border policy. Like not
Nobody's
anybody
open
should
the
just
border. Can you
But
tell me what Biden's open border policy was?
there was no open border, but people have flooded from Mexico. There was no protection of the border.
There was a protection of the border. Biden enforced the border more than Trump.
There was like they were bringing people from Haiti, all people from all different nationalities, just to America. I
Yeah,
believe
that's fine. They were doing it the legal way.
I believe honestly, yes, immigration is a good thing. America was built on stolen land, but you cannot just allow people to just come in. We still need to
Nobody was
protect
doing
our
that.
national. That
Nobody
is
was
the
doing
whole
that. Can you
point.
tell me what Biden's policy was that was just like letting people
That is
in?
what is the whole. I understand the protest about ICE, but the whole protest about ICE is that we are on stolen land. Everybody belongs here. All that. I understand ICE has gone around about it the wrong way by going into people's restaurants and invading people's personal space, but that is still national security. People do not just let
Can
countries
you
do not just
again?
let anybody in there.
I want to reverse the like. You said there was a problem with Haitians coming through, and all these other
It's not
people. Those came the legal process, right? We like checked out who they were. It wasn't just an open border. We said, "Hey, who are you? You need help?
and when
Come here."
and, and when the Haitians came, what were they doing?
Working, saving the economy of Springfield,
They were
Illinois.
car crashes skyrocketed. People were eating cats on the street.
That's
That
not
is
true.
There's not true. They have on police record of this lady ripping a cat head off.
Yeah, that
She
wasn't
ripped the cat.
Haitian. That was a U.S. citizen.
That was not a U.S. citizen.
She was a legal citizen. Yes, she was here legally. Yes, and she was on acid. She was on drugs.
Where was she from?
Here.
Okay. How do you feel about the us nuking Iran? I'm not nuking Iran, but dropping the bombs on Iran.
I think that we wouldn't have to worry about this in the first place if Trump wasn't such an idiot and ripped up the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal.
But do you not believe that both Democrat and Republican are both under Israeli payload? Funding?
I think Trump more so than anybody. Trump said that he would let them like hurry up and finish the job in regards to Palestine. I think that Trump, like
Do you
having
know
Bibi
who?
Netanyahu at his house, his personal home, when he's not even president, shows that he's just in cahoots with Bibi.
But the number one person to receive money from APEC is Joe Biden. So
That's not true.
that's not true.
No,
You
he
should do
received
your
like
research.
25 million, and Trump's got like way more. I think 250.
Hell no. Hell no. Joe Biden has the most. 25 million from a foreign aid is insane anyway. That is not even
Wait
registered
until
as
you
the
hear
foreign
about
aid.
Trump's $400 million jet. You'll shit yourself.
$400 million jet, that don't matter. There's a foreign aid that's not labeled as a foreign aid.
Why doesn't that matter?
a $400 jet or the
400
national security,
million.
a $400 million jet versus our national security being invaded by Israel, and every person in the government having an APEC person and bribing the government to lobby Israel's wants is way worse than a $400 million jet. Fuck that jet. No offense. Wait, my
I
fault.
still
I'm
don't
sorry.
think you're going to be able to beat $400 million.
What does that have to do that with Israel lobbying their interests through our government? The whole Middle East wars have started because of Israel. Us attacking Iraq, Israel.
And
All
you'd
these
think
things.
Trump would be like more harsh and more heavy-handed when it comes to Israel, but he's not. He lets them do whatever the fuck they want.
I believe their boat is under Israel. It's not a political thing. It's a all at once. They all are under the same foreign aid, APEC. So they're all being lobbied by APEC. I don't think Trump is I'm not a Trump supporter. Like, I voted for Kamala, but I do believe they're both under Israel. Like, it's the same people in the background.
Yeah, I think for you to just both sides this is silly. Trump has $270 million from America PAC, which is they have the same. They have the same. What's it called? They have the same ideals as APAC.
American PAC, is that American?
Save
Is
America.
that American?
Save America.
Is that American? Is it American though?
Just because America's in the name doesn't mean it's all American.
But is it APEC is a foreign aid? If APEC is going to be in
APAC
the
is not
government,
a foreign aid. It's a PAC.
it's a lobby for Israel. They are from Israel. So if you are going to be all in the government bribing, paying money to, if anybody's getting,
They're pro.
if
They're
anybody's,
pro-Israel. So they're pro-Israel, and he's got around $270 million from them, and then some other sources list totals ranging from 260 to 292 towards Trump and other Republican candidates. Let's see how much Biden. How much money did Biden receive from AIPAC last year in his campaign?
I'm not seeing. I'm on my computer, but I'm not seeing the 270 million you were talking about.
Are you using AI?
AI?
Yeah.
No.
Use AI to scrub the internet for these things.
But I'm not even. I'm not trying to be like, I'm not a very hard-headed person. I'm listening to what you're saying. I still believe that America, even though, like, we should help out other people in the country, we still have to put America first. Us hitting Iran was putting America first. We have been bombing the Middle East for 40.
Iran was hitting America first?
No, they wasn't hitting America first. That's what I'm saying. They were creating nuclear.
So we are the aggressors.
Weapons.
We have no.
We
proof
are.
that we have no proof that they were creating nuclear weapons. That's not true.
Yes, they had enriched uranium to 90%, almost the threshold.
That's a lie. It was 60. That's a lie.
Does it?
You got to get your
how is
facts
that
straight,
not-
bro.
It's 90%. They got it to 90%.
No,
I'm
they
telling
did
you.
not. You're making that up. I have talked about this a million times over the last 2 days. It's not 90.
Okay. 60%, 90%. They have nuclear enrichment. Enrich uranium to 60%. That is proof that they're making nuclear weapons right there. Why are you enriching?
Not exactly, no. 60% could also be used for like medical imaging, MRI.
I think they came out and said that they're making nuclear weapons.
No, they did not.
They said they won't stop their enriched uranium.
Listen, did you know that we used to have a deal with them that said, hey, you're not allowed to go over like 13%. We used to have a deal, and then we had inspectors go into their country like once a month, and they checked all of their programs and made sure they weren't doing that. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Trump threw the thing out because Barack Obama's name was on the thing. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. So
But-
you're glazing Trump. You're fucking riding it with cowboy boots on. You're fucking riding it.
not.
Reverse cowgirl for him resolving his own problem.
How is that dick riding? I'm not saying him. I'm saying the American people. Fuck Trump. American people, if they get nuclear weapons, we have been blowing up the Middle East for years. If they get nuclear weapon, the first person they're going to attack is Americans and Israel.
It's almost like we used to do that. We'd had this done. We had this all resolved with diplomacy and not bombs.
All right, Trump ruined that, honestly, but still, the American people, just because Trump threw that out, do not mean we should be like, okay, y'all get nuclear weapons and y'all get to attack Israel.
It's almost as if
and
Trump
the
was
United States.
never involved. We would have been good.
Fuck Trump. You're not like, I don't give a fuck about Trump.
Then why are we giving him a plus? Why are we giving him points? Why are we
I
giving him
believe
points?
He's a bad president, honestly, but he do get a little point for attacking fucking Iran. They was making nuclear weapons.
There's a thing that happens when a country goes to war, and it like gives these people, it gives them like this sense of patriotism and a sense of loyalty to the current president. And I feel like that's what Trump is doing. He is invoking that so that you feel proud to be American. Like, look what our bombs did. Like eagle screech, like, or you got to see past the noise, bro.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying we have been killing their people since George Bush. We have killed their people, and they have raised their kids to hate us. After when was that? After Hamas attacked the Jewish people, they were all celebrating in the Palestine area. I understand Palestine, free Palestine, honestly, but I'm saying Middle Eastern people are not like, they have a sort of aggression to Americans. They have chanted death to America in Iran before we hit them. They have been chanting death to America for years. I'm not saying Trump is
There's
a great
plenty
president.
of countries that do that. Did you know that Putin also used to have $200,000 bounties on American soldiers' heads, and Trump fucking rides his shit too?
That doesn't have. Russia is their own, like, a big ass country that is not overran by a regime, a jihadist religion regime.
No, they're just
That-
insane. They're just completely brainwashed, and they think they're killing Nazis in Ukraine.
Yeah, but we have been coexisting with Russia for
Flanker
40 years. We have
420
been doing
super
business
chatted
with Russia
$5.
for years.
Iran is ours, maybe weeks from finishing the Death Star.
Maybe weeks from finishing the Death Star.
So you think Iran should have nuclear weapons?
No, I think
All right,
that this also could have been done with diplomacy. It could have just been done if we never hired a game show host to be president. I think that would have been better.
All right, but who is president? Trump. It's
Shithead
already
Trump. Somebody who we should not be glazing for somewhat maybe fixing this problem that he started. And also, we don't know if this ceasefire is going to be the end of the collateral damage caused by this, right? So, have you heard of the Strait of Hormuz?
What?
The Strait of Hormuz.
Can you explain?
So the Strait of Hormuz is like this very important waterway that a lot of shipments of oil and a lot of other things come from, like Saudi Arabia and those surrounding countries. 20% of the world's oil come from that strait. Iran controls it. And if they want to, they could cut it off. And they could completely fuck up our economy and the world economy by controlling the oil.
I know what you're talking about. They have 200 years worth of energy just to sustain themselves. Okay, what does that have to do with the point of nuclear weapons?
I'm just saying that there are consequences for handling the way that Trump did, and for y'all to just look at it short-sightedly and be like, look at this peace deal that Trump brokered after being the aggressor.
Trump ripped the deal out. He ripped the deal up. Okay, that still did not stop the oppression we have been putting on the Middle East before Trump. We have been doing that since George Bush. We have been blowing up the Middle.
Another Republican? Damn.
Another Barack Obama.
What did he do?
He fucking killed he killed millions of Iraqis.
Millions? First of all,
Yes.
Trump did 450% increase in drone strikes when he was president. So if you condemn that, Trump's your guy.
Okay, I'm condemning killing killing people should be condemned by all political parties. It's not Trump killed more, so he's worried. He's way worried. It's both bad. Like they're both bad. I don't understand what's the point you're trying to
I
get
know,
at.
I know. For Trump to like in a game of poker, Trump's got a pair, dude. He got a pair, and he stole one of the cards from his neighbor who's playing cards with. Like, I just don't feel like this is the greatest thing ever to celebrate.
It's
Good
not
for
the
him.
greatest.
And for Iran to even say, even though they have a ceasefire with Israel, doesn't mean that they're not doing stuff with sleeper cells right now.
Right. It's not the greatest thing ever to done. It was not great, but it was the right action to do at that time.
Okay, good job.
He's-
Okay, a brainless, like, sure. I don't even want to say that's true, but sure, I'll give it to you. I still, again, Trump, like anybody with half a brain, could have done what Trump did and said, "Hey, we could take out and use the military with so little discretion." And I still say that Trump has the mind of a child, and for glazing Trump for using our military so recklessly is not the win you think it is.
Thanks Trump for awakening sleeper cells here. All right, that's another point. How did the sleeper cells get here?
They came here legally, probably. That's how most of terrorism comes in, like 9/11, done by terrorists who came here legally.
I'm pretty sure there was like 1,000 people, 1,000 Iranian nationalists that came through the Mexican border.
How would you know that?
Because I do my research. I do a little research sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. They came through the border. So I'm not saying the border, but you're arguing about Iranian sleeper cells. But nah, the country is built on immigrants. You have to pick a side. You can't. Okay.
You know what? They
There
would have stayed
is-
asleep, though, right?
They would have stayed asleep. We would have stayed asleep if they had nukes. We would have all been slept. People
No.
So you do not think if Iran had nuclear weapons, what would you think their first thing they would have done?
I don't think they should have been allowed to have nuclear weapons. I think that Trump put us in that position in the first place. And just doing this is just going to set him back a few years. They're going to try again.
Sometimes. Facebook. I don't even got Facebook. What the fuck?
All right, Neron,
you got it. You got it, sir. I'm not like it. It was not in no disrespect to you. It was a simple. I just wanted to, see what you were talking about, and pick your, see what kind of debate and argument you have. Why are you sniffling, bitch? Because I got a fucking code.
Chill. All right.
My
Hey,
fault.
it was good talking to you. I feel like we're
Thank
going a
you.
little bit of circles right now, all right? So I'm going to get to the
Alright.
next one. You have a good night, all right?
You too.
Yeah. Chat, don't forget to follow the stream. I also have a Cash App and Venmo in the bio. If you guys are trying to kick somebody or just support the stream, that's the best way to do it. Also consider becoming a subscriber. It immediately makes you like way awesome as fuck. And you get cool stickers. All right. Guys, also if you're friendly, get out of my box. Yellow.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am.
I can hear myself in the background. Can you help me out with that?
Hold on. Is that better?
Test.
All right, cool.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
I like that he kicks, the men that dress as women out of sports. I like what he's doing for the economy. I like that he's kicking all the aliens out of our country. All these things, that he does. I hate the woke left. I hate that you guys promote all the shit that you do.
Okay, what's that?
That soy boy mentality.
Soy
Don't
boy?
fuck with the victim mentality, the BLM riots, the aliens. Like, why do we just open our border and let all these people into this country? It's just not right.
Okay.
You have to prove yourself to be here, which is why we're America the greatest. I support what he's done with Iran. And
all right, let's talk about some of this stuff.
I'm a true patriot. I'm a Christian, first of all, so don't fuck with that.
Okay. You're a patriot too. All right, let's see if this holds true. Okay, so is a patriot that somebody that loves their country?
Yeah.
Is a patriot that somebody like that would love the founding documents of this country, like the Constitution?
Absolutely. I stand by the Constitution, which is why I didn't vote for Communist Kamala, because, you know, she would have fucked that shit up.
Got it. So what would you have to say about somebody who, I don't know, wrote an executive order to go directly against one of the amendments of the Constitution? Wouldn't they be not a patriot?
It depends on the circumstance. Because I know
what circumstance would that be okay?
No, dude. It depends on the person, because if Biden does, if Biden did something against the Constitution, first of all, it's very anti-American. But Trump has our best interests at heart. I know he does. He's working class people.
So Trump should be able to do it, but not Biden.
Because he has character. He loves his country. We know the Democrats.
Got it. So you're not a patriot. You want a king. You want a dictator.
No, I don't want a dictator, but I want someone in our office who knows what the fuck they're doing that loves his country.
A game show host?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Trump's a game show host.
No, he did a couple TV things, but that doesn't make him any less than you or I.
Got it.
What game show?
The Apprentice.
That's not a game show.
It's a game show.
No, it's not. You're a weak soy boy liberal. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You seem very angry. Do you think that somebody who's more collected is maybe more stronger, or somebody who's more fragile is more strong?
I stand firm on what I believe in.
That's
you
not
serve
what
in
I
the
asked
military?
you.
I served in the military.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
I served in PUBG 12 years.
Fucking soy boy, fucking liberal. Typical shit, bro. Typical shit, dude. I see you fucking every fucking day. Are you gay too?
What if I am?
I bet you like it up the butt.
Does that make you less of a person? Are you homophobic?
Yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it, bro.
Does that make you less of a person? Are you homophobic?
Oh, fuck yeah, that's just no. That goes against my beliefs.
So do you think that somebody who makes fun of people and others people is a bigger person or a stronger person? Do you think somebody who protects those people is a big person or stronger person?
I'm not making fun of nobody.
You just told me that you laughed at somebody for taking it up the butt. Kyle, thank you for the $5. Does this get rid of this guy? Guys, it's $40 to kick somebody. I know it's high, but I just don't want people to abuse it and do it too often. If you enjoy these debates, don't forget to follow. I honestly think that people who behave like that are obviously weaker than someone maybe like me, who stays calm, who's not fragile, whose ego doesn't ride on this superficial big man strong like mentality. Like, I don't walk around everywhere, you're weak, you know. I feel like that's somebody who's deeply insecure. And I'm not gay. I'm just a staunch ally. I love the gay people. I love LGBTQ people. They're some of the fucking dopest people that walk the earth.
Hello, Pickles.
What is this?
I'm Lesko. The MAGA monster.
Oh no, fuck me.
Yeah. Guest was right. It depends on person. One person constitutional, one person no constitutional.
I love that. I love that. You're right. You're right. So depending on who's in office, depending on how much you can get your constituents to be angry, you should be able to do whatever you want.
Yeah. Trump king, Biden president.
Love this. Love this.
This is crazy. What is going on?
What's up, Reed? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Hi, friend.
I can't focus right. This is crazy.
Fellow Trump supporter. Good.
Oh my God. Pickles, I'm curious. Love what you're doing, by the way. I've popped on a few times. I know it's probably weird, reporter, but I think debate is good. I think conversation is good. With everything that's gone on since January, from an economic standpoint, how do you think that's played out from your point of view? What do you think?
I think it's an actual mess, and that the tariffs, for instance, have caused such uncertainty and have not proven to be like a viable option for us to protect our own industry here and to create more domestic production. I think that it's going to make more people. I think it's going to make more people go out of business than anything. I think it's going to slow down our GDP. I think that it's a way for Trump to collect taxes, and he simply has just tricked people into thinking it's great, even though he lies about it and fundamentally either doesn't understand or has tricked y'all into voting for this, and saying that tariffs are a tax on a foreign country.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, I think a lot of people don't understand tariffs.
Tariffs good.
Can be, yes.
All tariffs. Tariff everything.
This is crazy. Yeah, I think the tariff thing. I don't think it plays out so far. Throughout the end of the year, like maybe we thought it would. But I don't think tariffs are bad by in nature. I think the tariffs, in my opinion, still are just leverage for negotiation. I don't think they're long term. I don't think they'll make it past the first quarter next year.
I feel like I feel like I feel like we would know a lot more if Trump actually told us what he was going to do, but he won't.
Yeah, and that's what's frustrating about Trump. And when I say Trump supporter, I voted for Trump. I guess I'm definitely conservative. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily Republican, but yeah, the communication's horrible. The charts that he originally came out with were horrible. Mm-hmm. That's frustrating because half of them were wrong.
Yeah, right. So it kind of drowns my confidence in thinking Trump is actually doing what he says he's going to do, or it makes me believe that he's not very qualified to be doing surgery on our economy if he's making such glaring mistakes when presenting with us with the facts. Wouldn't every world leader look at that and say, we are totally going to take advantage of this, we are going to fuck Trump over as hard as possible because
I don't think so. He's not. I think he's a bad communicator in public. I think one-on-one, Trump's proven that he can communicate. I think he makes dumb errors when at times where he's really not supposed to. I would say genius.
I would say you would have to believe it. Like you would have to like just make that up in your head, right? Like that hopefully behind closed doors he's doing things privately that are more kosher. But I think that the proof's in the pudding in like the 95% turnover in his last administration and people coming out and say how horribly inept he is in every sense of the word. It came out and wrote books about it. So I don't believe that.
Yeah. So what I would say is, do you know what the effective average tariff rate is, just across the world?
The EU's got 3%. I would assume it's somewhere around there.
No, it's 7.
Okay.
That's Bloomberg, but I think what a lot of people don't understand is, we're at 3, and yes, EU is at 3, but average is 7, and yes, we do obviously, we are a country that spends a lot. Obviously, we import a lot, and there's reasons for that. But I think with that chart. What my point is the message was just so misconstrued that when the fact is we're still tariffed more
The
than we
reason
tariff.
the reason I mean, that's not true. That is not true.
It is true.
No, like because we have 10% minimum tariffs on blanket tariffs, by the way. When you say the average tariff is 7%, that means that there could be like a 3% tariff on like one type of item and a 10% tariff on another type of item, and all other tariffs are zero, meaning only 2 industries have tariffs, and Trump has 10% across the board.
Right. Yeah, correct. Currently, again, as a negotiation tool, that's
Trump
not.
says
That's
no matter what happens with negotiations, the 10% is not coming down.
I think that's more of a leverage tool, in my opinion. I don't think there's any way that's viable. I don't think he really intends on following through with that.
So we constantly have to speculate that what Trump says is not true because he's a prolific liar. So why would any country who's negotiating with Trump also believe him, especially after he negotiated the USMCA, the trade deals with Mexico and Canada? Why would anybody expect those deals to be good when Trump broke them immediately when he came into office this time? He signed those deals, and then he went around and tariffed them.
That's a good question. I don't think that we'll ever understand without being in a room with him. But I think, you look at today as of a couple of hours ago. I mean, yesterday, everybody was just basically in sheer panic about, the big 3 being dropped and the bombing of Iran. And, yet here we are already at a ceasefire.
Yeah, I feel like we're giving him way too much credit. He put us in this mess in the first place. And
that's not true. That's not true. This started 20 years ago with Iran.
I know that, first of all, it's like 40. And second of all, we had something that was diplomatic that kept us at bay with Iran. They always hate us, but the the JCPOA and the Iran nuclear deal was a huge step towards peace and maintaining a decent relationship with them and incentivizing them to not build nukes.
But yeah, they were.
How would you say that they were compliant according to everything? They were compliant until Trump pulled out.
It depends on where you get your information. I mean, I think it goes both ways. The fact of the matter is, the world it does. The world wanted that to be done, but nobody had the guts to do it. Matter of fact, Obama and Hillary,
Trump pulled out of the JCPOA against all of the signatories, telling him not to. That's not true.
Listen, the point I'm getting at is we may not be able to fathom how world leaders can trust Trump, negotiate with him. The point is, they do. He does get things done. We're at a ceasefire today with. I mean, what else do you guys? What do you want? I mean, what do Democrats want?
I think that Trump is incredibly ineffective. So, like, for instance,
how there's literally Iran and Israel are at a ceasefire.
Yeah. Someone just said Iran hasn't received the ceasefire proposal. The thing is, Trump does things so belligerently without any sort of thinking past his nose. So, for instance, he's like, I'm going to make Mexico pay for the wall. And then he goes and he calls Mexicans rapists and criminals and says they're vermin and that they're poisoning the blood of the country and the bad genetics, and then expects Mexico to come to the table and do him a solid and pay for the wall. That's fucking dumb. Right?
Yeah.
And he does and then he says he's going to take over Greenland. He's going to take over Greenland, and he's out there trying to manipulate people that live in Greenland and get them on camera and say how much they want to be part of the United States. And then he goes and asks Denmark to send us more eggs because we're in an egg shortage. How fucking dumb could you be?
No, I agree. I mean, that may surprise you, but everything you just said, I agree with. I'll say from my standpoint, this may be different than other people that come on here. Yeah, I'm in the financial industry. I'm in finance. So I really am unbiased when it comes to parties. I just want the market to do good. That means I get paid. That means my clients are happy.
So you're not happy with Trump in that regard?
No, not with, the Mexico, the wall thing, and then the comments, and then the Greenland. Yeah, that shit, it pisses me off too. I mean, there's stuff he says that you don't know where it comes from. I really wish we cut his time down to by 90% on air. I think
if we took away Truth Social, his accounts, or at least monitored them and cut down his airtime down by like 90%, everything would probably be much better. But from my
You
point
just
of view,
want to hear from him less because he says crazy things.
that's I can't believe I'm talking to Ozzy.
Why not wanting a president that doesn't say crazy things?
Well, and what my point is, Pickles, what I'm getting at is, I mean, all that's right, but you can't, like, from somebody who does try to come from, I do have conservative values, but I just couldn't, like, with Trump the way he is, like, with Biden, I didn't, the market did great under Biden, because Biden didn't do anything. He didn't rub anybody wrong. It is true. Biden didn't stick his neck out with anybody. I mean, he essentially was, a laughing stock as far as other countries go. I mean,
That's not true. Like he rallied 50 countries behind Ukraine. They respected the fuck out of Biden.
that's not true, Pickles.
That's objectively true.
It's not. Democrats knew that Biden didn't have enough backbone in her neck, and they tried to get him out when they figured it out that not only that, he was dying.
I think it was Trump that ran a huge campaign for 4 years. He ran a presidential campaign like a fucking weirdo for 4 whole years, convincing the masses that Biden was incompetent, even though we have much more evidence that Trump is. Trump is, like a few weeks ago, every week, he says something that comes so outlandish that a sane person would not have said these things.
Trump has the IQ of a genius.
That's not true.
It is true. How do you say
who?
that's not true? His IQ test. What do you mean? It's not. How do you? What proof do you need?
You think he took an IQ test?
We know he's taken an IQ test.
He is not a genius. Goodness. Do magnets go poof underwater, my friend?
Trump took an IQ test. This was years ago. I'll have to find the article.
He bragged about magnets this. You can literally go to. There's a study they did on the inauguration speeches that each president gave. And they took the vocabulary that you use in your speech, and they see how much it varies and how many words, and they put it on a table with the rest of the presidents. And Obama was up there. He spoke like somewhere, I think it was like junior high school level. Trump speaks at a 5th grade level. He speaks at a 5th grade. He is profoundly stupid. He thinks there are airports in the Revolutionary War. He thinks that we should try nuking hurricanes. He says things like there was a hurricane, wettest one that we've seen from the standpoint of water. He can't connect.
Yeah, but we can't go down that road, Pickles, because we can roll all the clips of Biden staring.
Nobody's claiming Biden is a genius, and you're claiming Trump is.
Trump literally has taken IQ tests.
Okay,
and scored genius level.
I'm sure Trump also has been caught red-handed calling certain magazines, pretending to not be himself, and telling them how rich Trump is. Trump could have very well have just said, "Yeah, I scored really high in an IQ test."
Yeah, neither here nor there. I wasn't necessarily.
I heard he's 230 pounds.
Maybe Oslo. My point being, there's just.
I mean, that's what his doctors say.
After all the lies from the Democratic Party, the way that they did Biden and Kamala, I mean, I don't personally want anybody that has any ties to California running the entire country. California is not a fun place to be.
The 4th largest economy in the world.
It's the most successful. Like, what are your grievances with California?
Talk to people that are from California and have moved and why.
Hi, I'm from California. I live here right now. We're the 4th largest economy in the world. And when Gavin Newsom became governor, we were the 6th largest economy in the world. And then he brought us to be the 5th largest economy. And now we're the 4th largest economy, beating out Japan. California is amazing.
Yeah, I never said anything about the size of California's economy. But
what are some of the bad things about California?
The homelessness.
Okay, let me ask you something. Can I ask you one thing?
Sure.
Name a thing Republicans do that stop homelessness. Go ahead.
Well, I don't think that. Yeah. What I would say is we don't have I guess a way to look at that other than look at states, I guess, that are run by Democrats and Republicans.
Let's do it. Let's look at states, and let's see how they're doing. So, do you see all these red states on this map? These are all states that can't pay their own bills. mostly of these bills, 20% of them paid by California, by the way, but most of these red states are Republican states, and they have, for the last decades, have not been able to float their own state, and all they have to offer y'all are more tax cuts so they can go further into a deficit. And then we have blue states able to float their own budgets year after year because they're responsible.
Did you find that? Did you hear about the study? I can't remember what year it was. I think it was like 2014, maybe. But there was like a study, and it showed that a bunch of states, probably a lot of these red ones, took some of the money they get from the federal government to help with houselessness, and used that money to buy literal bus tickets to send them to California. Do you guys remember? Have you heard of that study, Pickles?
No.
I'll try to find it for you. I'll send you a DM, but that's how some of these, likely the red ones, have dealt with their houseless problem.
And people
Shipping
keep
them-
saying, yeah, California is in a deficit. Being in an $80 billion deficit is laughable when you're a $3.7 trillion economy, and you can pay that off in like half a month. To stay in a deficit is keeping money in the hands of the people. I think it's just fine. Especially since they pay federal taxes to float the rest of the United States.
Also, you know why we have more houseless people, Reed, in California?
The climate?
Because we have more people.
Yeah, that too. Like 40 million?
There are more people in the greater Los Angeles County area than like 3-4 of the least populated states combined.
Yeah. LA County, 9 million people. Kentucky, 500,000.
Am I? Hello?
Yep.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. Yeah, listen, guys, I'm not claiming that California is a horrible place. I'm just, from where I've been one time to San Diego, weather's great. But yeah, it's not what I thought it was. And, I've talked to so many people that I can't relate 3 days there to what the whole state is like. But people are leaving. People are leaving. I mean, nobody wants to be there anymore.
It's not true.
I mean, it is true, Pickles.
So
It
more
is true.
people are leaving Florida to California than California to Florida. Do you know that?
That might be true, but not to Texas or to other states.
So it's just because we've had economic hardships over the last 4 years. And also when you become such a successful business in California, you tend to look around at states that have a lower tax rate and you just move to that state to save millions and millions of dollars. But California is a really good state for you to spur like a new company and to build a new company. They're just fucking bleeding entrepreneurs. They just have so many. That's what happens. So, but when we look at per capita, when there's 40 million people and like 100,000 leave each year, versus like a state with 500,000 people and like 200,000 leave each year, it's different. It's important to look at per capita and the population of the state when you're looking at how many people leave. And I think it's like less than 1% leave California each year. So it's people are generally happy and generally love to live there.
And there's lots of I mean, whenever we talk about California, it's very easy to talk about San Diego and Los Angeles and San Francisco, the very expensive parts of California. But all through the Inland Empire and through the Central Valley, they're very affordable places to live.
Fair enough. Okay, let's say California's a great place. Let's move past that. I mean, do we think Pickles, do you really, was Kamala the answer? I mean, was Kamala
I think
the
she's
Democratic
fantastic.
Party?
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't
you know
buy the
that she
whole.
was-
So, but with the speech thing with Trump, I mean, can we not? I mean, there's so many clips of Kamala talking in circles and like just making zero sense.
I think she was far more coherent. You might have seen some selectively edited clips or something, but I've watched most of her speeches.
Was there a chance
She was
that?
fantastic.
But do you think there's a chance that some of Trump's were too? I mean, we can't trust the media on either side.
I could literally name occasions off the top of my head where Trump is. I mean, is there any context where talking about the late great Hannibal Lecter multiple times makes any sense in a campaign rally?
Yeah, I got to go here shortly, Pickles. I just wanted to hop on, but yeah, I mean, my point is there's so many clips out there of Kamala. Literally, she's hard to follow, and she talks in circles, and she just leaves question marks.
If that
Like,
was
what
a
did
thing for you, if that was something you upset, you'd be running from Trump as fast as you can. But whatever. I appreciate you coming up, Reed.
Yeah. Y'all have a good day.
You too.
Hey, sorry about my roommate earlier, Pickles. Lesko. He got out of his cage.
You're all good. You're good.
He's a MAGA monster, and he's kind of jealous that I've been, using TikTok. So every once in a while, he gets my phone.
You're good. You're good. I appreciate you, Oslo. And chat, if you haven't followed Oslo, go ahead and do that. He's fantastic. He actually makes great content. And we hope to see more of him. Oslo, I'm going to go back down to 1v1, so.
You got it, buddy.
All right. Have a good day, Oslo.
I'm going to go on and get.
All right, go on get. All right. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, stay in the box. If you are not, if you're friendly, get out of my box. Hello? Jeremy? Also, I want to say thank you to a few of these. Phil with the $2. Dim states have more homelessness because they have more programs to support homeless people. Also states with extreme weather. Yeah, that makes sense. And Kayla, thank you for the 5. I'm sorry, that was Kyle. Thank you for the 5 to 0. That was earlier. Chat, to kick somebody, it is $40, which is a lot, but it keeps it to where we don't kick everybody every 5 minutes. Hello.
Yo.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am a Trump supporter.
Hey, what do you like about Trump?
Holy crap, I've never done this before. I've been on so many lives. This is sick. All right, I got a couple things about Trump. First off, let's start off with the Iran-Israel Middle East ceasefire that just happened.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a pretty big deal. I think that everyone was like World War III, Trump, oil price is going to go up. We're going to have boots on the ground back in the Middle East again, blah, 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 blah. That clearly didn't happen. You went in, precision strike, and now we're at peace again in the Middle East.
Yeah, it's not the one you think it is. I would say that Trump created this mess and then resolved it. I don't think he gets any points for that.
What do you mean he did not create a mess, though? He went in, he solved the problem, getting Iran not able to have nuclear weapons, which I think is the biggest deal.
He's the one who allowed them to get them in the first place. And they didn't have nuclear weapons.
That
they
is
only
so
got 60%.
false. No. That is so false. Ever since the Islamic regime has taken over, they've been trying to manufacture and build nukes.
Yeah, and then Obama came in and did diplomacy and said, hey, if you want to be able to trade with the rest of the world, you're going to have to let us come monitor your nuke programs. And they were doing that, and they were complying up until the day Trump pulled us out because he's a baby-headed bitch.
It was
and he
a
hates
terrible
Obama.
deal. It was a terrible deal.
What about the deal was what about the deal was bad?
Obama was giving them billions and billions of dollars, and they were not monitoring what they were doing.
He wasn't giving them billions and billions. How was he giving them billions and billions of dollars?
Obama was giving them money, and Joe Biden sent them a cash of $150 billion on a pallet to Iran.
That's not true.
Yes, it. Okay, I guess it's not. I guess facts aren't true anymore, right?
So Obama just like wrote them a check and gave them money.
He put cash on a pallet and sent it to Iran and gave them money. Yes.
And you said $150 billion.
$150 billion.
Are you sure it's not the fact that Obama just allowed them to trade and took sanctions off?
No, that's not what happened. And why would we do that to an Islamic country that is our enemy?
They were letting us monitor their nuclear programs, and it gave us an assurance.
Then how were they almost getting a nuclear weapon?
Because Trump pulled us out.
This isn't the first time. This is not the first time.
They were compliant up until Trump pulled us out of that program.
No, they were not. That's
There's
so
nobody,
false.
There's nobody that disagrees with this. You're just saying this for the sake of this conversation. You're just making that part up.
I'm not making anything up.
This is not controversial. They were compliant all the way up until 2018 when Trump pulled us out, and he's like, I'm going to get an even better deal. And he put sanctions on them so hard and tried to pressure them into a newer, better deal, and they never folded. They never wanted.
Sanctions are good on a country like Iran.
Okay, again, but if we get them to comply with the nuclear program and take those sanctions off, it's good for everybody in the economy.
Well, now it's pretty easy. He blew them up, and now there's no more nuclear things, and we don't need to be in
for
a
now.
deal with
They're just going to start building them again, right?
I don't think so. Personally, I think
What's going to stop that?
I think the Iranian people are going to rise up and there's going to be a regime change, personally.
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck. I mean, I'm not going, but I think that now would be the time to do that. And I mean, it's very much a fact that the Iranian people are so oppressed, and it's honestly terrible what's going on in that country with their government and the Ayatollah and everything that goes along with that.
Okay, so you're talking about Obama pretty much unfreezing $1.7 billion, not 150. And it was an initial $400 million cash delivery was since January 17th. Tehran agreed to release 4 American prisoners. That might have been... Oh, that wasn't from the Reagan era. The Obama administration had claimed the events were separate, but recently acknowledged the cash was used to leverage until Americans were allowed to leave Iran. Okay, yeah. This was just, from the 1970s. Yeah, it's from Reagan. So, yeah, it was their money.
1970s wasn't Reagan, but anyways.
Well, okay, so it was 80s, but in the 70s, we froze this money under, what's his name, Carter, when they took hostages.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. And we gave it back to them in a sign of good faith to sign the nuclear peace deal. And I don't know about you, but $1.7 billion, that's absolutely nothing. In the grand scheme of things, like in the economy of Iran.
Right. Especially
nothing.
when you're $37 trillion in debt, right?
Yeah, it's literally nothing. What percent of 37? We weren't going to use that money. That wasn't our money. It was just frozen.
My point is in no way, shape, or form should we be in good faith giving a country like Iran money.
We absolutely should if it gets us a literal peace deal that gives you a Nobel Peace Prize. It absolutely is warranted. Yes.
All right, next topic. Let's see. What do you want to talk about? We got border. We got
let's talk
abortion.
about the border.
All right.
What do you know about the border? Tell me everything you know. How did Biden open the border?
He took on the first day. He took 28 of Trump's executive orders and opened up the border.
So
and
literally,
you
guys all sound the same. So you're gonna have to give me more than that. It's just like every president.
Command super chatted $49.99. The ceasefire is completely unconfirmed. Per Reuters, neither Iran's mission nor the Israeli embassy in Washington immediately responded to repeated requests for comment.
Oh, thank you so much for that huge donation.
Did that go straight to you? Do you get that money?
Yeah.
That's actually pretty sick. All right, so for the border, okay.
So you're going to say remain in Mexico. Remain in Mexico.
I'm going to say that, but I'm also going to say 15,000 undocumented immigrants came in every single day.
That's not true either. So that's a huge misunderstanding of how
what do
these
you
things
mean
work.
that's not true?
Okay,
What do you mean
I'll
that's
tell
not
you.
true?
I'll tell you. Okay, so Trump uses these misleading statistics with zero context and zero explanation to tell you guys, oh my God, they're invading us. They're all coming over. So when he says
It's not Trump.
It is Trump and his campaign. So when he says 15,000 per day encounters, what does that mean to you?
That there are 15,000 people coming across and getting encountered by Border Patrol agents and the people that work at the border.
Yeah, and how many of them make it through?
Most of them. That's
not true.
What the Remain in Mexico is. And Biden took that away.
Remain in Mexico only affected asylum seekers. That only affected 70,000 people, by the way.
For all of Biden's term.
Until the Supreme Court declared that, yes, Biden could overturn it because it was unconstitutional.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you believe that it's a privilege to live in America and be an American citizen?
Sure.
You do believe that?
Mm-hmm.
So the at least 10 million people that came across under Joe Biden, under Kamala Harris's border czar and her open border,
This is where you're confused again. You think all 10 million came all the way in, and that's where Trump has propagandized y'all for 4 years.
That's not propaganda. That is a fact.
No, it's not a fact. It's literally not. No, it's not.
Let me get my laptop and look this up because you have a computer as well.
I got you. So I'm going to draw this for you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I literally have to undo some of the misinformation that Trump spent lots of money on telling y'all. But this is the U.S. border, okay? Here's Mexico. Here's U.S. Here's 12 million people. When can we tell them to go home? Can Customs Border Patrol come across the border into Mexico and say, hey, go home?
No, once they get into America, they say that.
And once they step over the border, do you know what that's called? An illegal crossing. So
Correct.
Trump tells you, oh my God, 12 million people illegally crossed into the border and it's out of control. When what happens is Biden has his border patrol say, no, we're sifting through all these people and applying the law. And if half of them don't belong, you don't get in. And that's what happened. Biden expelled 50%. And in Trump's term, Trump only expelled 47%. So Biden was more scrutinizing at the border than Trump, even with more people coming.
That is okay. So this is where you run into this is just false, and it's not Trump's propaganda that he spread. If you talk to Border Patrol agents, if you talk to people who work at the border and are there to experience it, they can tell you that now the border is locked down.
Okay,
People aren't even trying to get across because they know they can't.
That's a false equivalency. Like right now, the border's locked down. No, what laws have changed?
Trump being in office and
so nothing.
What do you mean? What laws have changed?
Yeah, what laws have changed where Border Patrol agents have to do more?
It's not that they have to do more, but people are more scared to come into this country illegally because of Trump's presence.
Trump has talked about sending them to Guantanamo Bay. Trump has actually sent them to a prison in El Salvador where you are there for the rest of your life. And because they committed a $250 fineable offense, they are in prison for the rest of their life with no due process, no judge, no jury, no lawyer phone calls, no family phone calls, no extracurricular activities. They're just there for the rest of their lives in one of the worst prisons on earth. That's why nobody's coming to the border. And that is something that we should shame on every level.
If you do something illegal, I'm not saying you should get something that harsh, but would you agree if you cross this border illegally that you are committing a crime?
Class C misdemeanor, $250 fine. If you're speeding, same thing.
But that's not what most Democrats are saying, though. They are saying that we need to have this border wide open. Anybody can come. Doesn't matter who you are.
Can you tell me a Democrat who says that?
Most of the Democrat Party,
you should be able to find one then, right? Like AOC, does she say that? Can I find a quote?
I'm sure AOC probably says something more insane than what I just said.
You want to find me a clip? You want to find me a clip of anybody that says that?
Let me look it up real quick. My point is the majority of the Democrat Party, they believe in open borders.
No, they don't.
They believe in that. Yes, they do. They 1000% do, or they would not have.
You're talking about libertarians. That's what a libertarian believes in, not a Democrat.
That is not true. Or maybe it is true for libertarians, but
Democrats just believe in giving people a pathway to citizenship. They believe in coming here legally, but that like legally also means.
They don't believe in coming here legally. They don't.
You're just filled with hatred. I don't think that you're accurate on that.
I'm not filled with hatred. I'm filled with this is what's happening in our country. And you want to know the Democrats' big plan? They're going to let these people.
Come
they're
vote.
going to let them flood the country, flood them all.
Come vote.
And like in 2020, when they had all those false fake ballots, all these illegals. Now they're
how many
fake
Democrat. Ballots did we have in 2020? Can you tell me? Because last time I checked, it was like 26 total across the country.
Millions.
Where did they finally find that?
Do you truthfully think Joe Biden, out of all the presidents that we have had, got 81 million votes, the most in the history of this country?
Yes, considering that Trump was so fresh in everybody's mind, and how Trump was such a glaringly bad president back then, and he is now. So I expect it to do the same thing in this next election.
Let's go into that. How is Trump a bad president right now? What is he doing that is making our country bad?
Okay, so Trump ran on coming in and reducing grocery prices day one. He was going to fix the economy day one. He was going to end the wars day one. He didn't do any of that. In fact, he's done things the opposite. So he's started a conflict. He has added tariffs to consumer good prices to make things go up in price, which is it is antithetical to everything he said.
Reciprocal tariffs that will eventually turn around and help the economy and help the middle class.
You sound brain dead and brainwashed. They are not reciprocal in any.
It's just research.
Okay, which country has a tariff as high as 10% on all goods?
Wait, repeat your question.
What country did we put a 10% blanket tariff on that had 10% blanket tariffs on us?
I'm not sure.
There's not one.
Okay,
The only
what are the
reason
percentage?
he repeated, first of all, that he presented y'all with like this chart of all these countries that had like reciprocal or tariffs on us, and he justified these tariffs as reciprocal tariffs because presidents are limited to being able to put tariffs on reciprocal. He's only limited to doing reciprocal tariffs, so he had to come out and say, like, look at all these reciprocal tariffs I'm doing for y'all. And then he showed you all these countries who didn't even have tariffs on us to the same degree, not even close. Like the EU,
Steph S. super chatted
the average.
$10. Hey, Pickles looking good today. Boo. This guy sucks.
Thank you so much.
Looking good, Pickles.
So like the EU and most of the other countries, the average tariff is about 7%, but that still doesn't say they're blanket tariffs. So like if they put a 7% dairy tariff on us and everything else was free trade, meaning like infinite amount of goods are free trade, no tariffs, but just eggs are 7%. 10% blanket tariffs are not a reciprocal tariff. That is way more. It's just a way for him to collect taxes from us.
Would you be in support of Trump putting tariffs on countries that make sure they're equivalent to what they're tariffing us?
No.
No. Why is that? Why should America always have to pay more money, always have to defend, always have to add more GDP, just like in NATO, add more
So
money
Trump does this thing to make you feel, oh, it's time to battle. Oh shit, dude, I'm so sorry. I gotta go do a battle. Yo, you're welcome to come back anytime. I gotta do battle with somebody. I have scheduled at 7 o'clock. Time to battle. All right, chat. Sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. I'll catch you later, Jacob.
No. Yeah, appreciate it. Have a good one.
You too.
God bless.
Chat, we are about to battle. Let's fuck shit up. Y'all, can y'all go to Steve's live and tell him to release his guest? He has to be alone. Let me tell. There we go. Boom. Yeah, we're hanging out with facts today. Steve!
What's up, yo, buddy? What's going on?
Not much. How are you doing?
I've already primed the chat how much you're gonna destroy me, so I've been pumping your tires the entire time.
Give me a break.
I've been pumping your tires.
Guys, we're gonna do a quick battle, and me and Steve are just gonna have a nice little Monday battle today, and I don't know, we're just trying to get Steve's feet wet here. So, chat, if y'all know Steve, I have way more viewers than Steve. Go over to Steve's chat right now. If y'all know Steve, go over right now. Go to Steve's
We
side.
had a lot, but I had to kick people because I had some stranger jumped in and I had to end the live. So I had a lot. There was like 600 people in here at one point, but whatever. Yeah, but thank you. Come on over. Come on over and hook me up, yo. And you guys remember, like I said, do what Jess told you, or Jess will come looking for you. Thank you for coming from Pickles. I appreciate you guys. You guys are kind. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. You're awesome.
Okay. All right. We started her up.
Let's go.
All right. I'm muting you,
Get her
Steve.
done, friends.
Chat, if you are one of my top 10 contributors, I will be following you back. But let's give Steve a warm welcome, and let's go kind of easy on him. Let's go kind of, but don't, not too easy. Not too easy. Let's get her going. Chat, we still only have 100. We have 100 points, so we can do better than that, guys. Let's make Steve's beard go all gray after this battle. You saw he's got a little coloration here. Let's make it go all gray. All right. Let's get her done. I like Steve. Me too, Kristen. What's up? How are you doing? Let's fix Steve's eyesight and destroy him so hard that he he'll be able to see better. I love this. I love this chat. Chat. Be nice to my husband. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't know Steve. Damn, Steve looks like old Harry Potter. No, chat. Chill. Guys, if you can't choose between me and Steve, go to Steve's side right now. Go, 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 go. But let's not go too easy on him, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's put Steve in some fucking orthopedic shoes. Let's make him remember this battle for the rest of his life. Let's make him remember this for the rest of his life, chat. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. We are right there in the middle, 3,600 to 3,000. Let's fucking go, baby. Steve is known as Facts. Steve is Colonel Sanders. Chill, guys, chill. Steve is actually one of my favorite people in this app, y'all. Let's show him how it's done. Let's give him the love. Guys, we have a gift target of 10. Guys, send me gifts you've never seen before. Send me some fucking weird lion or a teddy bear. 7 out of 10, chat. 8 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Guys, we're about to do double time. We're about to do double time. 3 times points? Holy shit. Guys, go, 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 go. How is he winning? Guys, Steve's new. He's only got like 100 people. We can't let him win. Why the fuck does he have 8,600 fucking points right now? Chill, Steve. Chill. No, Steve, no. Miss Peach, thank you for the donuts. Busy Bee, thank you for the dinosaur. Thank you so much. Guys, if you got boxing gloves, do not let Steve win. Why is he at 26,000 points? What the fuck? Chat, this is not cool. Miss Peach, thank you for more donuts. Jason with Tom's Love. I don't even know what that is. Gregory, the Iron Flame with the Galaxy. Lady M with the fireworks. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy shit. It's still so close. We got 13 seconds, guys. Get a snipe in there. Get a snipe in there. Go, 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 go. Steve is new. I've watched him way before I found you. He's not, he just doesn't know how to do these. He's never done this before. Besides like a few days ago. Oh my God, dude. How is he so fucking far ahead of us? What is going on? Beginner's luck. Beginner's luck. Busy Bee with the Galaxy. Let's go. Pip with the finger hearts. Thank you so much. Hawaii Snowflake with the dolphin. Laura Croft, thank you for the hand hearts. Guys, send him if you got him. Send him if you got him. Do not let Steve win. This is ridiculous, bro. He's got 62,000 points. Guys, we're going to go back to debates after this. Soon after this, guys. Guys, come on. Kristen, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Yeah, he's new to battling, chat. I think he lied to you. He's like, how do you do this? High score, did I break it? I'm coming up, Pickles. Oh my God. Oh my God, we're 13,000 points behind him. I love those little cheeks, those little rosy cheeks. Miss Peaches, thank you so much. Busy Bee with the fireworks, thank you so much. Dolphin, don't you worry your head about it. Don't you worry, you always do so much. Kristen, thank you for the hat and mustaches. Woohoo! It was all a setup, dude. This is so fucked. This is so fucked. Guys, this is what I get. This is what I get for getting Steve on the battle trains. This is so fucked up. 15 seconds left, chat. Don't let him win. Please don't let him win. Nice guys finished last. I blame you. Wow. Wow, guys. 3, 2, 1. Wow. All right. Let me say thank you to everybody. Thank you guys so much. Jason with the 15,000. Oh my God. Jason, thank you so much. I already follow you. Gregory of the Iron Flame giving you a follow. Thank you so much for the second place. Lady Maddie, thank you so much for third place. Jaime giving you a follow too. Appreciate you. Empress giving you a follow. Tyga Fan and Kristen, thank you so much. Doodlebug, Cindy, and Chrissy, I gave y'all all a follow. Thank y'all so much. I'm gonna unmute him real quick.
Up tonight. Gen X showed up tonight, buddy.
Steve, beginner's
Yeah,
luck.
buddy.
Beginner's luck. All right.
I see. I was telling everybody how kind you were, how you would never come up with excuses. I would say Pickles is probably just going to fall on the sword. He's going to say you beat me fair and square. But instead, the first thing that comes out of his mouth is beginner's luck.
Wow.
Come on, man.
Let's go ahead and do a rematch. We're gonna best 2 out of 3. Let's see what happens. All right.
All right. Let's rock and roll. You heard it. Let's do it.
All
I'm
right.
gonna mute you, buddy.
All right. Chat. Don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass me. This could set us straight. There we go, guys. There we go. Just says hater. Just. Facts got me to TikTok. That's okay. Just how dare you? I thought. Remember the Discord times where we had a conversation? What's the ribbon stand for? I'll have to ask him after this. How'd I know you were buddies with this dude? Yo, because we're both awesome. Yeah, maybe. Guys, thank y'all so much. Chat, send him if you got him. If you can't do it, don't do it. Don't do it, guys. Joy, relax. After this, we are going back to debates, but let's get a W under our belt, shall we? Let's show Steve that Papa Pickles went nice on you last time. Went easy on you. Gloves are off, and it's time to go. Maddie, thank you so much for the galaxy. Or Muddy Paws, thank you so much. It's rigged for another. I don't think so. Green Ribbon's mental health awareness, of course. Steve is just one of the best dudes ever. That's what I'm talking about, guys. 2,500 points versus Steve's 751. What a freaking L. Yeah, we're doing a battle, Sarah. For men's mental health, I like that. He's going to snipe. Guys, I see his snipe, but we're going to snipe twice as hard. Thank you, Kristen, for the finger hearts. Thank you so much. Thank you, Christina, for the strawberry moon. I've never seen that before. That's kind of dope. Sue with the gym gun. Let's fucking go. You got to watch out, Pickles. He's got Gen X people on his side. They got money. Wow. All right, guys. Come on, guys. Show the love. Show the love. Do not let Steve win this again. Guys, I can't show my face around these parts if Steve beats me twice in a row on his first try. You're not letting me ask you a question. You've got to give it to me. You got to give me the question in chat. Chat, keep tapping. If you don't got them, just get the taps on the screen. Get Pickles up for sympathy, guys. We can't let Steve do this to us. I'm far too young and beautiful to be destroyed by an old man like Steve. He's gonna let me win? Wow. That's what you gotta say when you know you're about to lose. That's what you gotta say. Oh my gosh. Nancy, I'm so sorry to hear that. Guys, if you can't do it, don't do it. Get Pickles up for sympathy. Thank you for the fish and chips. Birch Barbecue, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. When is double points? We might not get double points. It doesn't look like we're gonna get double points on this one. Usually there's like a goal to unlock the double points. I think sometimes you get boxing gloves, and that could initiate an instant double. Another fucking galaxy. Let's go. Guys, we are so close. We are so close. We are neck and neck. 11,000 to 9,000. He could. Okay, Kristen sent boxing gloves. Does that do it? For just $1 a day, chat, you can help a Pickles win. And down the stretch they come. Guys, we are so neck and neck. If he snipes this for a second time, I'm turning off the stream for the day. You guys don't deserve me. I'm just kidding. But seriously, don't let me lose. Did they send a boxing glove? Makes everything double after that. Guys, get it going, 17,000. What a good cushion. Birch Barbecue with another galaxy. Let's fucking go. Kristen with another fucking galaxy. Margie with the 60 kitten cats. Thank you so much. Monica with the hearts, with the hand hearts. Whoa! Christina with the whale diving. Christina with the fireworks. Guys, oh my God, we are destroying Steve. We are absolutely destroying him. We are absolutely... Empress with the galaxy. Thank you so much, Empress. You beautiful human. Can I be first to debates? Maybe. Maybe, if you ask nicely. Rockabilly, thank you so much. Lady M with the glowing jellyfish. Holy shit. Oh! Let's go, chat. Let's go. All right. You know what? I think we stop here. Monica in first place. User number, credit card number. Thank you so much, Monica. I gave you a follow back. I think I'm your seventh follower. I love that. Birch Barbecue, I'm giving you a follow back too. Thank you so much. And I dare you to send me some real barbecue. I would love that. Doodlebug, thank you so much. Okay, Kristen, thank you for third place. Doodlebug in fourth. Sue Barney in fifth. Muddy Paws, I'm giving you a follow back as well. Empress, thank you for seventh. Kristen, thank you for eighth. Christina, I'm giving you a follow. And Miss Chinandler, thank you so much. Thank you all so much. Let's see how Steve's doing.
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing all right. You know what?
We just realized that we didn't lose. You just won.
That works. I'll take that.
Yep. We just finished second. That's all.
I like that. All right. You know what? I think we should call it at a tie
Me too.
today. And
I agree.
We do this some other time. Yeah.
I agree. Thank you for doing this with me, buddy. I appreciate you very much. Thank
right,
you,
hey,
friends. Thank you for all the people. Thank you for the Pickles Raiders that came over here to support us. I really appreciate you guys. Pitched up a whole bunch of new followers in this. Thank you so very much, brother. I appreciate you.
All right. You have a good day, Steve. I'm going to go back to debates. I'll catch you soon.
Later, buddy. Okay, man. See ya. That was super fun, you guys. That was super fun. Thank you guys for doing that. I appreciate that. That was really cool. I enjoyed myself immensely. That was
What a nice little break. What a nice little palate cleanser, y'all. All right. We're going to get back into debates. Sorry y'all had to witness that, that brutal stomping that we gave Steve. We sure do love him, but we had to show him who's boss. Papa Pickles had to get down and dirty. And you got to do that every once in a while. Got to do that, and you know, it is what it is. What happened to best 2 of 3? Sometimes you just got to know when to call it. You got to know when to call it. Okay. Chat, I love y'all. Thank you so much. And thank you for everybody who went over there and supported Steve. That is awesome. Steve deserves it. He is such an awesome advocate for all of the causes. He puts in a lot of work. Genuinely a good guy. One of the few good ones that after years and years of dealing with people on the internet, you find out that some of them are kind of got a dark side to them. I don't think Steve's one of those guys. I think Steve's a good guy, in and out. All right, let's get back into gear. We're gonna start doing debates here again soon. If y'all want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Why is your brain not good? Jonathan, what's up? Good to see you, dude. That was kind of rude. Of what? Please let me join first. You're not jumping in the box. You don't have permission to jump in the box. You don't have privileges. Do you love it when we call you Big Papa Pickles is an acceptable nickname for me, guys. If Felice is chill as Steve, then he definitely passes the vibe check. Agreed. Actually, him and Felice are my two closest friends, I think, on this app. This lady drinks oat milk. I do drink oat milk. Actually, it's delicious.
Hey, look, man, look, my phone on 4%, so I got like 2 minutes to get my people in here, get them to give me all my gifts and stuff, and just beat you in a debate. So 2 minutes to debate. What you want to debate about, man? We can debate about really anything, real estate. Go down like I ain't just with one topic. I can go down the list and debate anything. So you let me know.
Are you on your roof right now?
No, actually, I'm sitting in front of my car right now. I'm just staring at it because it's so beautiful and I don't have to pay for gas.
You're in front of your what?
My Tesla.
Your Tesla?
Yeah.
Why don't you plug your phone into your Tesla?
I don't have a cord out here, but like my phone on 3%.
Why are
And
you
like
being a scrub, dude? Why are you being a scrub? You get your shit ready, dude.
look at my fans gifting me. Amen.
Dude, are you pointing to your neighbor's car?
Amen. Thank you for my fans gifting me, man. I wouldn't be nothing without y'all. I wouldn't even have that Tesla right there. But yeah, what you want to debate about? I can go down the list. Real estate's the best job you can ever have in your life.
I know. You're in real estate now. You're not doing AI bots, right?
No, I am robotics too. I work with kids. I do a lot. I'm not just, I do a lot. I have a lot of time, so I just do a lot, And like this is one of the things I do. I debate. I just beat people like at their professions,
Yeah.
Trump. So okay. So I understand. Like you can talk about Trump. So like what do you want to talk about with Trump today, man? Like Trump did what he had to do with Iran, and that's just the bottom line.
What do you feel about Trump fucking up our economy?
How many times have our economy been fucked up? I don't like. It's not a good feeling, but okay. You asked me how I feel now. How many times have our economy been fucked up?
Is there amount of times that makes it okay for Trump to do it?
I mean, maybe sure. What do you want to say? Like how many times? What?
Answer's no.
Oh well, how many times have our economy been fucked up? Can you answer my question now?
I don't know. The last 8 out of the last 9 recessions have been under Republican control.
Our economy has been messed up a lot of times. Okay, and name one time that we have not recovered from that.
It'd be nice to not have to recover in the first place, right? If Trump didn't come in and do his silly shit.
Now, what needed to be done with Iran?
After Trump pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal, they started enriching uranium past the point that makes sense. And then he had to go bomb them because he pulled out of that Iran nuclear deal. So I think Trump fixing his own.
Makes sense for who? Makes sense for who?
For Trump to to fix the problem he created.
Hey, do your homework, bro. Do your homework on J-Man, bro. You talk about that it just makes sense, bro. That does not make sense. It does not make sense to me. It makes sense to you. You're a liberal, so if you wanted to get nuked, I understand where you are in our society. Do your homework on Pickles, where he at in our society. He wanted to get nuked by Iran. Exposed. Exposed.
J-Man. Is your phone out of fucking batteries yet, dude? Get out of here.
Yo, hello, thank you so much. Just have a few questions. Okay, so I join a lot of debates so I'm a Kamala fan personally. I join a lot of debates where it's people love Trump. I just need a few tips to help me get them to not love Trump and get to help them love Kamala. So I just need a few tips on because I love debating people who love Trump because I'm a Kamala fan. I just need a few tips to help people change sides from Trump to Kamala because what Trump is doing to our economy is completely terrible.
Bub, are you over 18?
No, but I do a lot of
You're not even allowed on TikTok Live. You're not allowed on TikTok Live. You freaking silly goose. You freaking gooser.
I just want to say that the black dude that was on here like before, that was like just embarrassing, and he does not represent us at all. That's all I want to get on here and say.
We all know J-Man, and he's I don't know. I treat him with as much love and kindness as I know how to. That's fair though. Hello?
Hello.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
What do you like about Trump?
You know, I'm not one of the 18-year-olds who come on here. You know, I've had some life experience. My opinion is based off of the economy, and I'd prefer a strong conservative hand in office versus just ridiculous sums of spending.
Nice. So what you're inferring is that Republicans spend less than Democrats?
What, based off of my experience and the job and the career that I've chosen, which is construction, has been for the last 15 years, it's my experience that my job does better when a Republican's in office. Yes.
Okay. So I would say that's demonstrably false. And first of all, Democrats do things such as pass infrastructure bills. They pass the Chips and Science Act. They passed the Inflation Reduction Act, all of which would have caused spurring in your industry. And I would say that Trump putting in place tariffs on steel and lumber would cause the market of like building homes and doing reconstruct or like remodeling to slow down because it made it more expensive. So I think that is completely incoherent. And I would also show to you the fact that Republicans overwhelmingly fuck up the budget and don't create jobs compared to Democrats. I'll show you some of that right now.
You know, I do want to say this though. I mean, I feel like the last, let's say, just doing like 12 years, I think the parties are completely different than if we were talking about Democrats back in the 90s versus Democrats now, Republicans back in the 90s versus Republicans now. It's a completely different era that we live in. I know that when customers come to me and they want to build something, they want a certain sense of security in the economy. During Trump's first presidency, it was booming. Things were being built everywhere you look. When an economy starts to suffer, the first thing that goes is construction. And I firsthand experienced that when Biden came into office. And
So
you
you're
can
just-
tell me I'm wrong, but the thing is, I lived through it.
Yeah, so anecdotal experience doesn't really mean much. And I would also say that you're conflating Biden's policies with just COVID. The whole world went through the COVID pandemic, and it fucked up all sorts of supply chains. We're part of a $52 trillion supply chain across the world. And when countries outside of the United States like tell people to not work, go home, you're sick, stop spreading like a novel virus, a lot of industries are going to suffer. And for you to point to Biden and say that's his fault, I think it's kind of silly. But historically, Democrats have created 50 jobs for every one job Republicans have made because they're completely worthless, in my opinion. And here's a chart that kind of shows you how Republicans, even since the early 90s, they come in and they fuck up the deficit and they spend. And Democrats come in and they balance it. And Bush came in, fucked it up. And Obama had to come in and bail out all the banks and still reduce the deficit. And Trump came in and fucked it all the way up and increased spending so bad. He spent more. He's now responsible for a quarter of this nation's debt, and he's going to do it again. His new spending bill, is like an absurd amount of. It's like $4.5 trillion worth of spending again in his first 130 days. It's disgusting, and nobody can justify it. And it's going to do nothing but transfer wealth from the bottom of the economy towards the top. We'll take a W. We'll take a W. Gavin, thank you for the $2. Huge fan. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. Yo, thanks, dude. We'll take the W, chat. Hello?
Hi.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Technically no, but I would say that I'm a leftist that has been pulled to the right.
Okay.
And my thing would be about and I hate to be that way, trans issues. You know, I'm not saying like I fully support you know, adults that have cognitive reasoning to be able to go and you know, get have gender modification, whatever, or even like a medical or medication, you know, to you know, reduce their hormones or increase whatever, however they want to do it. But the fact of the matter is, if we cannot say, I'm sorry, I've got some children in the back. If we cannot say that children don't have the ability to like make cognitive decisions before 18, why would we let children say, oh, I'm A, B, or C, so and now I'm going to take medication to
Because
change that.
we do this
12
in
years
every
old.
other aspect of medicine and science. So what we've done is we've used science to discover a way to treat a thing called gender dysphoria, just like people have discovered a way to fix like knee problems. So you guys, I would say, are complete hypocrites when it comes to any other aspect of this, because you would not come out enraged about children seeking knee surgery, although it's completely elective, and there's far more people who regret getting knee surgery. There's a far higher regret rate for this. It's far more invasive and irreversible. And for you guys to be against this just simply because it's icky and not having known any of the science at all to justify your opinion is just a bigoted stance.
No, I once again, I'm not against any of it. Like I do think that it's a partnership between parents, the children, and a doctor.
Yeah,
You know,
that's what you left out the
but
first time.
no, I mean I didn't get there. Like I said, I'm a leftist. But I just have been pulled a little away from like the extreme left of being like, oh, you know, uh let's if my 6-year-old says I'm a boy now, let's get him onto testosterone. You know, like I think there's a point in time. I think that like I think the center is probably going to be a little bit better when it comes down to
I think
deciding
I think you're I think you're
trans rights.
conflating like people who are on the left with people who like push this kind of stuff. I think that the right has nothing useful to offer anybody. So they point at their political party that's their opponent and they say, look at these people, they're chopping off kids' balls. And when we're not really doing or pushing for any of this, but we are now gaslit into defending these minority groups because you're othering them. And we have to look into the science, and it turns out usually we have figured out more than most of the people who oppose it, like what the science is and how to justify this. And again, like you said, it's between a child, their parent, and the doctor. And it's not just a child going to a doctor saying, I feel like a boy or a girl, give me medicine. There is years and years of therapy and counseling and discovery of this child's needs. It's not as simple as that. And we use science to do it. It's not just make believe. And the outcomes that we're seeking are to reduce suicidality in these children. So whether you want them to wait till 18 to make these decisions or not, it's up to the parent and the child and the doctor to decide whether it's so urgent that they might not make it to
disagree.
18. They might.
That's where I disagree with you, because like if you're gonna say that, and like what's the age of consent anywhere? What's the age of consent?
It's somewhere 17, 18 sometimes. But this
Okay,
is
so then there you go. That's where the line is then.
that's different. So
no,
let's-
I disagree 100%.
Would you stop a child from getting chemotherapy because they can't consent?
That's a little different though.
What's different about it?
I mean, because one's a cancerous thing and one's a thing that's benign and could be dealt with a little later in life.
That's not true. What is the outcomes of people who have gender dysphoria? What is the bad outcome?
I mean, suicide.
There you go. That's much more dangerous than something like cancer, right?
I mean, but then again, suicide's preventable via, social interactions and like prevention from a community.
It's crazy. It's crazy because these doctors and these scientists have gone around studying this for years and years, and they've tried to treat it as many different ways as possible. And it's just so crazy when you start giving them gender affirming care, their suicidality goes down drastically.
All I'm saying is, and I hope you know, I love what you're doing. I think you're doing a great job. You're doing not God's work, but anyway, that was a joke on an atheist thing. But anyway, yeah, I think you're doing great stuff here. But I just think that I think that's an issue that the left has gotten wrong.
There's no politicians pushing for this. I think it's just the scientific community that you disagree with. So you just vehemently don't believe in science.
No, it's not. I definitely don't not believe in science. I believe that if you want to be like that, like if you want to say something like that, and like with you're like age of consent is 16, 17, but then how can you say that this 12-year-old is saying something rational where they're not just saying something fictional and make believe? Do you have children?
No.
I do.
Right.
I do.
So
I have a trans child.
Okay. I'd love to hear.
I'll be right back.
So medical consent is a different age than what you're talking about, which is like consent to intimacy. So can we just like stop saying age of consent because these are different things?
Moreover, like the reason why that we have an age of consent is because they say that children aren't able to make those decisions before that age, correct?
Correct, which is why it's not the child on their own making the decision.
Right.
It's parents, it's the doctors, and wait. It's the parents, it's the doctors, and it's therapists. It is years of therapy, years of doctors and the therapists conversing. It takes years for anything to happen that involves either medical or surgical transition. What you typically hear, what Republicans are talking about when they're saying, oh, kids are transitioning, they're talking about kids changing their hairstyle and dressing different, maybe using different pronouns in a name. It's social transition. It has nothing to do with medical.
I'm for that, 100%. You know, like I'd support if my daughter today said, "Hey, I'd like to be called Tom instead." All right, Tom, how's it going? You know, but like once it starts coming down to hormonal replacement stuff, you know, and they have to do that early, and I've heard this, and you can't tell me it's not the case.
Hormone blockers do happen, but hormone blockers also happen for cis children who have precocious puberty.
Right.
So it's not just used for trans children; it is also used for cis children as well.
But
and also it's reversible. When you stop taking the hormone blockers, the hormones go back to normal.
Okay, but that in a time though where they're in their like peak development, you can't tell me that like during these ages that it's not super important for them to be able to grow the way they're supposed to and not be blocked by something.
According to medical science, there isn't much at all in the way of negative consequences when it comes to being on puberty blockers.
No,
Many
I would
people
have
start
to
puberty later.
disagree because I've seen it, and I could pull it up. I'm not going to right now because I have a wife and children and stuff like that. But I have seen studies where, like the reduction of testosterone in a male, in a biological male to female transition, like they still have those higher levels of like, okay, how about I know I'm gonna start throwing out like random ass things like hemoglobin, you know, like a hemoglobin level, like it's not, you can say, oh, there isn't much, but there is a difference. And like,
So you're talking about things all the way down to bone density, how people typically born male have typically higher bone density, but then when you don't have that same level of testosterone, your bone density also decreases like it would for someone who was born female. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a medical complication.
All I could say, and I, like I said, I respect the entire community when it comes down to it. Like I'm full pride.
Question. Then my question for you would be, why would this pull you right? Because when you say you're a leftist, what I hear as a leftist myself is that you would care about the social issues. And from what I'm hearing, this is a social issue where you've decided to take the stance against a marginalized community instead of for them.
No, I'm not against the marginalized community. Once again, like I said, I would fully support like anything like that to a certain age, like an age where you are able to be legally.
Okay, all right. My
Legally,
child started talking about my child first started talking. My oldest child first started talking about things along these lines when they were 6. They obviously didn't have a very large vocabulary to discuss things. We didn't do anything with it. Waited a few years. They would talk here and there from different clothes they wanted to wear. We never really brought it up unless they brought it up. At 10, they said, that name that I told you I liked when I was 6, I want to go by that now, and I want to go by these pronouns. At 10 years old. They are now 12, almost 13. They've been insistent, consistent, and persistent since they were 6 on and off till 10, and then now until almost 13 years old. You do not get help, any kind of medical help or surgical help, unless you have been insistent, consistent, and persistent for years on who you are as a person. They're
Okay,
not
well-
just like Pickles already told you, they're not just taking a child and this child one day says, oh, I'm the opposite gender or I'm non-binary and I want these medical or surgical procedures done. That's not how any of this works.
I have to
And
interject.
I'm in a very blue state. I am in Portland, Oregon.
Can I
I'm in a
please interject real
ridiculously
quick?
blue area and it doesn't even work that way here.
All I'm gonna say is that, like, and I know I'm just like throwing off a left ball or whatever, you know, like it's out in left field. It doesn't even matter. But I wanted to be an astronaut my entire life. You know, like, oh, like as a kid, you know, I wanted to
Okay,
be an astronaut.
please don't do
All
that.
right?
Please
No,
don't
no,
do that.
hold on though. Okay, and then I grew up, you know, and realized, oh, I probably don't actually want to be an astronaut. You know, and that's the point.
So then
Children-
so
no,
here's my question
children-
for you.
children do not
What is the harm?
Can I
What
please
is
finish my sentence? Children do not know what they truly want
really?
in their,
Because I
in their
had my
future
first
lives.
crush. I had my first crush on a girl when I was in first grade. I have never been straight. I have not been straight my entire life. I just figured that out in first grade that I had a crush on a girl.
And
So
that's-
when people tell me that
great.
children don't know, I knew that I was more non-binary, but I didn't have the vocabulary for it when I was a child. I knew I was queer since I was a child. I just didn't have the words for it because my family was extremely conservative
Okay,
and
so how
didn't
about
talk
this,
about
though?
these things. Kids
Then-
do know. I'm 32 now. I'm very aware of who I am. It's never changed.
I think personally that we are kind of pushing the agenda a hair. You know, like, oh, that, you know, it's such a mainstream topic, you know. It's
People having representation is not pushing. Us existing in the world is not pushing.
like, and I understand these are the same issues that we ended up having a decade or two ago when it came down to gay rights, you know. And like, once again, I support all of these things, but
Do you
the
believe
fact of the
that? Do you
matter-
believe that gender dysphoria is real?
I do believe that someone can be confused about something like that. Yes.
No. That's not what I asked. Do you believe that gender dysphoria, having an incongruence in mind and body, having something that you can actually see, there is neurotypical delineations in someone's brain activity showing that their brain sex does not match their body?
Yes,
do you think
of
that's
course I do.
That is a
I
real
do.
thing.
I do.
And what
I
we've
do.
seen through studies is that when we treat this is what we use science for. When we treat this and diagnose this, the best outcomes are for when we give people gender affirming care. There is no studies that say that children can have occupation dysphoria, where they're just dying to be an astronaut so bad that they unalive themselves. If that was a thing, and then there was also a study that showed that we treat them by giving them an astronaut helmet and they stopped unaliving themselves, I would be 100% advocate of that. But that's not the case, and you cannot make that parallel.
All right, but are you going to tell me that there isn't, like, on the opposite side, you know, people that completely were like, no, I shouldn't have done this?
There's a 3%, less than 3% regret rate. The regret rate for transition surgeries and gender affirming care are less than that of nearly every other surgery that is out there. People regret wait, I'm not done. I'm not done. People regret getting a knee replacement more than they regret transitioning.
Once again, it is still a little early into all this to be able to be like, this is the science and it's ironclad, because I guarantee you in a decade, we might be looking at this a little
All
differently.
you're doing is casting
You
doubt
under-
on it. You're casting doubt as a layman person, someone who's not involved in the science whatsoever, who probably has very little education in any of this.
How
So
involved are you in the science? Like, are you like groundbreaking over here, Mr. Pickles?
I'm not over here trying to stop children from getting the medical treatment that they need and saying that I know more than doctors.
No, I just think that, like, okay, once again, though, I'm gonna go back to where the like, children cannot make like good decisions until a certain age. Like we have this like as a bottom line.
That's why we involve their parents and doctors.
Right, and then there's crazy parents and there's crazy doctors too, and you can't tell me there aren't, because I could pull out a fucking handful of each.
But we've seen that the actual the bad outcomes, people who regret this later, are so little, so few, that your outrage against this is completely manufactured by the right, and it is not a thing. Far more people regret having knee surgery than this. There are actually 1.7 million people who are Jehovah's Witnesses in America, and you guys don't fucking care. You don't give a shit about that. You don't give a shit that these people don't even give their children any sort of medical intervention through things
I really
we've
love how you
completely
grew me up with all these people too. It's kind of funny.
So 30,000 people were diagnosed with gender dysphoria last year, and that is so few compared to the 1.7 million people who probably just let their children die if they just need something as simple as like cold medicine.
Right. Like, I'm gonna end all this just saying that, like, once again, I do agree with you guys on the majority of all of this, like on all the topics that you talk about. I just happen to see it a little differently, and that doesn't mean I'm like some demon over here in the left. Like, it just means that like there are views, and like everything's a spectrum when it comes down to it, and I think we could all agree on that.
Rick, I need you to understand something, because you said
My name's not Rick.
You said what Ricky?
You're a lot closer. It's Reese.
Reese. Okay, Reese. Sorry, my bad.
That's all good.
Reese, the one problem that I had with the one of a few, but the one thing that really stood out to me about the last thing you just said is that this is also new. It's really not. There was plenty of medical care, scientific research, and all of that on the trans community, on the queer community, before the Yazis wiped it all out in World War II. We're not new. We're actually thousands of years old. I know that you said you're not a religious person, but one of the things I like to point out is within the Talmud, which is within the Jewish faith, there's 8 different genders in the Talmud. This is a 1,000-year-old document. We're not a new thing. The only thing is that we stopped being as afraid.
I've never once said that there shouldn't be. Like, I support, and I think that it's a great thing, and I think that but I think if it's such a good thing though, that maybe like it takes a little time to build up to that, and I'm not talking about like, oh, we still need 100 years to get trans rights. I'm talking about that maybe we shouldn't jump the gun whenever, like, we can't say that children can make consensual things with adults.
You're conflating consent, and the reason
no, it's not, because the fact of the matter is, like, what is the reason of consent? Can you tell me?
Yes. For the most part, when you're talking about a child consenting to a relationship with an adult, there is an enormous power dynamic. There's a different power dynamic.
It's not about a relationship with an adult. It's about consent to anything. If they don't consent to a hug, if they don't consent to
can a child consent to knee surgery or cancer treatments?
Okay,
are you stopping them?
Okay, then we should just not give it. No, the fact of the matter is that, like, this is something that's a little.
This is something
different.
You're specifically focusing on because it's icky for you?
No, it's not. Once again, it's not icky for me. I just think that if we are going to hold a standard for one thing, that we should try to apply it to the entire thing. So if you like,
exactly,
I
stand on all 10 toes and say then they shouldn't have any sort of medical treatment or intervention at an age below 18
until at least like the age of being able to make medical decisions on their own.
So are you guys only going after gender affirming care or all medical intervention under 18?
No, I think it would be something like if it was an extreme death thing. And once again, like I said, you're like, oh, they the statistics of someone committing, or unaliving themselves, but there are other means for prevention for those types of things. And you can't tell me there aren't. Okay, and there's communities like what
We've tried a
really
lot of
shocks
things, and they just tend to unalive themselves before they're 18. So we're doing what we can to save them
They
from that.
they tried to give us electroshock therapy, lobotomies. They did tons of horrific
and
things to
I'm not
us
saying any
to
of that
try
is
to
correct.
quote unquote fix us when
All right,
we're
I have
not
to go, but I'm
broken.
going to keep listening. I just have children in the back. So, but thank you for taking the time. I really appreciate it. I know I'm not a Trump supporter, but I thought this might be a good thing to talk about.
Okay. Appreciate you coming up.
All right, bye. I don't know how to.
I appreciate you, Pickles.
Anytime. Anytime. Thanks for coming up, Kit. We love you.
Love y'all.
Alrighty. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. If you're friendly, hop out. Guys, we're trying to get the love of the algorithm again. So if you're friendly and trying to get your two cents up, I'm sorry. I'm going to kick you. Don't do that. Hello? Guillermo? I don't think they're here. Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I actually kind of wanted to bring. I mean, are we allowed to talk about what previous people have talked about?
Sure.
Because I don't like that you made the comparison to gender affirming care to cancer treatment.
Okay.
I think that's that is so wildly two different things, and
Okay,
you're kind of
what's the
screaming
symmetry
into
breaker there?
the symmetry breaker. There is one is a cancerous cells, just like was brought up before, and the other has everything to do with the mental. And I'm in full agreement with the gentleman who was on before me that 18 is the age where someone should be able to make the decision whether or not they get hormone blockers or any
So you don't
gender.
think that anybody should get behavioral health before 18?
Of course I do, but I think putting hormone blockers is a lot different than going to therapy.
What's the difference?
You are blocking your hormones.
And what's so bad about that?
You're changing the composition of who you are. And I'm a firm believer that maybe you should take a deep reflection inward and really decide what you want before you start adding different hormones that aren't naturally occurring in your body.
Okay, so I feel I'm not really hearing anything too damning about taking hormone blockers. You can take hormone blockers, and the second that you're off them, you will go through puberty. So what's
That's
the harm
not
there?
true. That's absolutely not true.
Can you tell me what's not
that's
true
like,
about that?
That's like saying bodybuilders who take massive amounts of testosterone, right? And then they stop taking testosterone, that they're just okay and they go back down to normal.
They usually do.
That's so. I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
You're under the impression that people who discontinue testosterone and all that stuff, you think they just stay at the levels that they're at?
No, they radically drop below normal levels.
Okay.
Pull it up.
Yeah,
Pull it
then
up.
that's yeah, I agree with that. So
Go ahead.
what would you suggest to stop that? You would also put them on hormones, right?
To even attempt to go in and try to change around what's naturally there at the age of 12 years old, I think is absolutely ridiculous. And I will stand on 10 toes. And I will say that I think this is absolutely should not happen until the age of 18.
Just because you think it's icky, just because it's not
Icky.
yeah.
You throw out this word icky as if you're calling me a child. No. I'm standing on 10 toes with this. Would I allow my daughter to do anything of that nature before she's 18 years old? No. When you're 18 years old, I will love you.
Would you let your child get knee surgery?
Of course, a knee surgery is a lot different.
You can't just say it's different. You got to tell me how it's different.
If you have to get like knee replacement surgery, right?
Mm-hmm.
your knee is, will stop you walking down the street. It'll cause you, immense physical pain,
Okay.
right? It's a physical ailment.
So you're invalidating people's like mental health because it's not physical?
I'm definitely not invalidating mental health. What I'm saying is I don't think something that drastic should be left to a 12-year-old to decide.
So first of all, most of the time, gender affirming care usually just takes, usually it's just like socially transitioning, like letting them wear certain different clothes, calling them by a certain different name. It's usually something as little as that. And in very severe cases where there's such distress over the course of years of investigating this child's symptoms and seeing that there's an insistent and persistent case of them being depressed, maybe suicidal, which is usually a big indicator, then we do introduce treatments like this. But the thing is, nobody gave a shit about any of this when children were going through, I don't know, they had things such as precocious puberty. Do you know what that is?
I do. And I mean, and obviously there's outliers to everything,
These kids themselves are all outliers. There's so very few of them for y'all to think this is a big thing is silly.
Well, it's. I mean, if to think it's a big thing, I mean, it's all either. I want to take a step back for a second and just tell you, I do like what you're doing here. Okay, I love these debates. I think it's a healthy dialogue for people to have back and forth. But I do feel that both sides, Trump supporters and just let's just say right wingers and left wingers, I think they both scream into their own echo chamber. Right? I've been watching you for a couple weeks now. And I rarely see you, agree with anyone who comes on here on any point that they make. So I think both sides screaming into their echo chamber as loud as they can doesn't leave room for a healthy debate because nothing that you've told me has convinced me to change my opinion. If anything, it's firming me, it's placing me more firmly in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know why that would be the case. So simply what we're doing is we are following the science, right? So we have a consensus of science across the world, mind you, that says here's a condition you can have. It's called gender dysphoria. And it does not discriminate in age. And here are the treatments that we have found. We have tried anxiety medication. We've tried antidepressants. We've tried talking to them. And then we've seen that a lot of these kids unalive themselves even before they get to 18, like you're suggesting we wait. So we're saying, hey, if we introduce this kind of intervention, then these people do live to go past the age of 18, and they do reduce their suicidality by a huge metric. And for you guys to just ignore all of the science and all of the studies that show this is a positive thing, and that we are doing this using science, not just make-believe, not just crazy religious beliefs like you guys do to circumcise children. We're using science.
I do wanna just state for I don't follow any Abrahamic religion, so I just when you say you guys,
I know, but you guys don't blink when other people do it, right? Vehemently in your own community.
What I'm saying is your side, right, has screamed so loud into the ether that this is like a massively important topic and that this is affecting so many people around the world, right? What I'm saying is if a parent, right, what's the medical age of consent? Is it 16 or is it 18?
In my state, it's 14.
Okay, so it varies from state to state. So let's say your state, it's 14 years old, right? I think that if that's something that you want to work out with your doctor, right, and I really don't. I think 14 is too young, so I wish it was 18.
I mean, nobody I don't feel like you have any studies to justify or qualify your opinion. I feel like again, you're just like kind of doing this in your head, and you're like, this is icky, especially when it comes to gender affirming care, because I don't really.
Because the left side has shoved it so far down my
Can
throat.
you tell me a politician that's ran on this?
I can tell you, school systems that are changing the entire way children are taught has shoved this down throats, and I live in a very democratic state.
Okay, so you're saying that communities organically have furthered science and introduced the forefront of science?
No. The public school, that's not organically.
Okay.
That's state run.
Okay, so can you tell me a legislator that has introduced laws to put this into state schools? Go ahead.
Look up Minnesota. Absolutely. You can absolutely look up school districts in Minnesota.
I live in Portland, Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
We are one of the places that y'all think are the most left and crazy and yada yada, and Portland's burning to the ground and whatever. Anyway, we do. Do you know what happens? Do you know what's taught like K through 5? It's taught that family dynamics can be different. It's taught that a kid could have two moms or two dads, or a mom and a dad, or be raised by aunts or another guardian, so that there's less bullying. And studies show that teaching these family dynamics and that they can be different does reduce bullying. Like, we have the studies to back this up. So teaching that people can be different does not mean that it's being shoved on anyone. It means that we are being inclusive to reduce the rates of harm.
But I do feel that telling a 6-year-old, right, who's in first grade, that they can be a different gender, that they can refer to themselves as a they them, as multiple different, it takes away from the fact that, hey, a girl is a girl and a boy is a boy.
That doesn't have to be true.
Th-
But
These
it
are
doesn't have
all
to be true.
these are all social things. These are all things we made up. So like in a country on the other part of the world, depending on what timeline you're talking about, they said there were 6 genders. And for you to go say that shouldn't be done is silly. To think that there's some objective truth here is also silly.
Well, you guys over here are hounding on the science, the science, the science. I mean, in
Yeah.
basic biology, right?
Yeah, and the science says that between the ages of 4 and 7, you can know what gender you are. So that's
And
what
the
we're pointing to.
science says that neurological sex can be different than your phenotypic sex, which is how you physically present. That's also true. But the one thing that I wanted to say to you before I'm actually going to just let Emmy take over here is the fact that my child, when they got comfortable enough to talk to us, because they grew up around all different kinds of people and they understood that like we were going to accept them no matter what, they used to have a lot of violent outbursts. They used to have really big issues with their emotions. They had a very hard time functioning socially, opening up to anyone. After they talked to us, I saw a complete change in my child's personality. The anger dropped, the isolation stopped. They actually wanted to come to all of us, talk to us. They're more honest with us now because we accepted them. And whether or not it's a phase, because I've had so many people ask me that question, my child will always know that no matter what they said about who they are, we accepted them, and we'd accept it if they wanted to go back and forth, whatever they would want to do. Why is that a negative when parents just accept that their children can be different?
I think I mean, I don't think you'll. I mean, I know you're trying to convince me. I'm not mad at anyone for being different. What I'm mad at is that we have politicized.
We didn't politicize. No. Donald Trump spent millions of dollars to put ads out there against a community that's like less than 2% of the population because you guys needed a new boogeyman, because gay people got the right to marry. So now it has to be another one. So now it's trans people.
That's exactly right, Kit. Hi, Pickles. Hi, Kit. How are you
Hello.
guys? Just so you know, I'm a little bit more calm than I was the other night.
You're good.
Hi, user. Do you know how much the Republican Party spent this past election cycle on ads targeting the transgender community?
And I'd like to know how much the left wing spent on, because you guys realize that your community is also used as a pawn by the left,
Yeah,
right?
you'd have to show us that. We don't have
Yeah,
any
you'd have
evidence
to
of
show
that.
us that,
Well,
but
then you have to
but
show
hang
me
on,
your side. No,
let's
you
not
have to
skate
show me
past
your
it.
side. No,
Hang
see,
on.
this is what I'm
Sir,
talking about when it's an echo
sir,
chamber.
okay, but I need you to know this number, okay? The Republican Party spent over $215 million on ads this election cycle targeting the trans community. Have you ever seen an ad from Kamala Harris during this election cycle about trans people?
I know that she is publicly spoken and has
That's
used you
not
guys
true.
as a
How often
token.
during the how many times during the election and during her campaign did she talk about trans people?
Listen, you're acting as
No,
if I have.
I'm going to tell you, you want
Of course
honesty. I'm
you
going
are.
to be
Of course
honest
you
with you.
are.
I'm going to criticize my party here. Okay, I will. I promise you. Do you know how many times she talked about the trans community during her run?
Enlighten me.
Once. She spoke once about the trans community. It was when she was asked in an interview what she would do about the topic that was a really hot button topic for some reason with Donald Trump about immigrants in prison that are trans getting gender affirming care. She was asked what she would do about that, and you know what she said? She said, "I will follow the letter of the law." And I believe she mentioned that it was the same law that was, and this is true. I just can't remember if she mentioned it specifically. That it's the same law that Donald Trump followed during his first term, because it was a law then too. And that's all she said. And then she skated past it. And you know what? As a trans woman, that sucked to watch, because I still stand that Kamala would have been a far better candidate and would have been a far better president that would not have done all the dangerous things that Donald Trump has done already. Okay. It hurt. She hung us out to dry. She knew that Republicans were spending hundreds of millions of dollars to attack us, to villainize us. And she said one thing about us in one interview, barely, and then skated past it and went on with the interview. So if you want me to not be an echo chamber here, yeah, it sucked. And it was not okay. They should have done more. They really should have done more. But the Republican Party is the reason that this is a big deal right now. Prior to 2015, nobody was talking about this. Do you remember, how old are you, user?
33.
33? I'm 37. Okay. So we both remember the time before 2015, right? The biggest topic then was gay marriage. And what did they say about the reasons why gay and lesbian couples should not be allowed to get married? They called them what did they say that would lead to with children?
I know roughly of what you're referring to, and I just want to say out loud to you, and and everybody watching. I have no issue with
I
gay
understand
marriage,
that
anything
your
like
issue is
that.
with kids.
My issue, yeah, that's
Yeah,
exactly
I
it.
know, but I just want to point out that they used the same rhetoric then against gay and lesbian couples that they use against the trans community now. They called them that G word that rhymes with broomers. I won't put Pickles live at risk by saying it. I don't know if TikTok likes that word or not.
I know which word you refer
Yep.
to.
They used that same rhetoric. They said that it would lead to the legalization of adults being able to marry children. They said the same things back then that you're spewing now. And when and when gay and lesbian couples got the right to marry, all of a sudden the right realized they couldn't use that as the boogeyman that they had used for decades prior to fearmonger.
I know, but you're saying that I'm using those same tactics right now. That's what you just said. That I'm saying the same things that were said back
Well,
then.
the same rhetoric that you're spewing goes right along the same lines of that rhetoric that's also being used.
Yeah, but I'll be
Because
honest.
you're claiming that we're harming children. But I just wanted to
I
bring this
think
up first.
I think you're confusing children. I think that children are easily confused. My daughter.
I don't think they are.
Do you
I
have
think
children?
the only people
Do you have children?
I think the only people indoctrinating children are religious people. That's it.
Agreed. Agreed.
Yep.
I'm saying, do either of you have children?
No.
I do not have children.
Okay.
Nor will I
so-
ever. I'm not able to. So
that's my point right there, right? So I have to navigate my life, right, on how can I keep my children as safe as I possibly can. Guess what? I am a conservative and right wing, and I do not follow an Abrahamic religion. I do not go to church because I do not trust.
That's fine.
Christians, okay. I also don't want the left side. Right, I don't want them reading books that over sexualizes things. I don't want my 6-year-old to even be. She should.
That's what I don't want that either. None of us do. This idea that being trans sexualizes kids is so wrong.
It does though. No, but it does.
Because hang on. Because gender is not about having sex. It has nothing to do with that. There's nothing inherently sexual about your gender. Is there something inherently sexual about saying a man is a man?
Yes.
No, it is not. There's nothing sexual. You are confusing. You are confusing the medical, like the medical term and the biological term sex with sexualizing. They're two different things.
Right.
Sexualizing kids means that you are inherently making them an object of sexual desire, right? or introducing them to that at an inappropriate age. That is not the same thing as talking about what it means to be a man. If your whole idea of what it means for a man to be a man has something to do with having sex, you are going to confuse your child way more. I just want you to know, I don't have kids, but I do work with kids. Not on a daily basis, but on a weekly basis, I work with kids in a public setting where anyone is walking into the workplace that I work at. And there are children that come in there and they ask their parents about me because I'm not passing. I started hormones about 9 months ago, but I present as a woman and I'm cocky as hell. Okay, I'm one of those people you look at, I'm trans. It's fine. That's just where I am right now, and passing isn't necessarily the goal for everybody, just to be clear. But they ask questions about me. I remember before I started transitioning and I was just wearing makeup, I had this little girl at work ask me why I was wearing makeup. Okay, I just simply said to her, "I like wearing makeup." She was fine with it. She was like, "Oh, okay." That wasn't confusing for her. What was confusing for her, because I saw the look of confusion on her face, is when her dad gave me a look and tried to prevent me from even saying that, as if it was some crazy thing that I was saying that I right? She looked confused that it would be bad. She was fine with it until he made it look like it was bad that I was wearing makeup. She just was like, okay, this person's wearing makeup. Okay, they like it. Cool. I like wearing makeup too. That's it. That's all she thought. Kids actually don't have a hard time with this. Now, really quickly, when it comes to a child coming to their parents saying that they don't align with the gender that they were assigned at birth, when they go, say it's a little boy is going to their parents saying, I don't feel like I'm a boy. I don't want to be a boy. I hate being a boy. I'm a girl. Like, do you think that that's enough for them to just go and start getting surgeries?
No, I clearly know that that's not enough. We've had this discussion on this live already, that it takes years of therapy and discussions and they watch over the child. The thing is, if I still believe that 18 should be the age. If 18 is the age that someone can sign up to fight for the country, that they can vote for who's in office, that they can be on this live, right? That should be the age that they can then decide they want to transition. But until
Okay,
then,
but what does it look like for a child? Let's say a child, I knew I was different when I was about 5 years old. I did grow up in a very religious home. My grandfather was a Pentecostal pastor. My dad married his daughter, my mom, and my dad became a pastor, and I actually ended up being his youth minister when he had a church. Okay, so I'm a third generation Pentecostal evangelical minister. I grew up in a home where this was not okay at all. I got in trouble for getting caught trying on my sister's clothes or my mom's heels or putting makeup on, and it was bad. It traumatized me for life, and I am still dealing with the fallout of that. Okay, because it was really, really ugly. Now, I knew when I was 5, right? I end up actually, believe it or not, losing it because of that trauma. I don't remember a lot of my childhood other than these very poignant moments because of the trauma of all of that. Now, when you take a child, let's say between the ages of 5 and let's say 12, okay, and they come and they say this, what does transition look like at that age?
are you asking me that question?
Yeah, I'm asking you, what does that look like? Do you think it looks like puberty blockers, anything medical, hormones? What do you think that looks like at that age?
Well, like I said, we've discussed that before, and it's more than likely changing names or wearing
Mhm.
different clothing,
Yep.
things of that nature. Really,
Things
what
that are
I
reversible, right? Hang
yeah,
on, I'm just going to go through the
no,
timeline
no, hold
here
on, hold on,
because I
hold on.
don't know
Let
exactly
me
where you've been
hold
through
on,
this
because
whole
I've
conversation.
been very respectful, and I've been
Yeah.
letting you speak. The only point that I want to get to, okay, the changing of name and wearing different clothes, that's not what I have an issue with, okay? What I have an issue with is medically changing your hormones at such a critical age, right? I don't think it's safe. And it's been said, multiple times on this live. Oh, if you take hormones and you stop taking hormones, you go back down to normal. That's not true. If you take hormones, like let's say you take a massive amount of testosterone and you stop taking the testosterone, your natural levels will go below where they naturally were before you started
Your
taking
natural levels of what?
testosterone.
Okay, so that
Or
you're talking about a
estrogen.
female, you're
Estrogen.
talking
Your
about someone who was
estrogen.
assigned. I just want to clarify so I understand where you're going really quick. I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm just trying to clarify so I understand. Are you talking about someone who was assigned female at birth, transitioning to a male, taking testosterone, going off of testosterone, and then that goes lower?
Than what it was
Even if that's
naturally.
the case, you can take a testosterone replacement,
Yeah,
right? You
with
can take a
doctors.
small supplement that doesn't cost very much just to get it back up to a
Yeah,
normal level,
doing
right?
this
And that's
with the health of like the help of a physician will help people who are maybe trying to undo this could
But
do
if
it
you want to
seamlessly.
talk about the mental health of people, right?
well,
If
hang
you
on. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about the hormones for a minute
no, I
because
know,
that's
but
where we
the
are.
hormones directly, and that's, I mean, it blends into the same thing. If you want to look at a person, right, what mental health, what is it? It's a natural, like, balance and imbalance of certain hormones within your body.
Not
If
true.
you're just going out there with a bat and you're swinging left and right and changing hormones, right,
That's
you
not what
don't
mental health entirely is. That's not that's not a holistic view of mental health because there's far more than just hormones. But I understand where you're going because actually yesterday I spent most of the day on the 988 number, the suicide hotline, okay? Because I realized after that that I've actually felt this way every single Sunday since I switched from taking estrogen orally to injections. And I do it on Sundays, which means that I need to adjust with my doctor's help the amount of estrogen I'm injecting each week to make sure that these things are on level to where I don't experience that. So I know what you're talking about. Yes, there are fluctuations and when you're changing things, but it's not a left and right. Keep in mind, I've been on estrogen and I've been on spironolactone for just shy of 9 months now. Okay, it'll be the sixth. I started the day that Donald Trump won the election was the day I went and started hormones for the first time. And yes, that was scary as fuck going there at 8 a.m. to do that. Okay. I understand fully how these things go. It takes a long time. My appointments are every 3 months. That's how long it takes to make these adjustments. It's not like we're just swinging a bat and each week we're changing something, we're going on something and off of something,
but
right?
it
But you're
is
right. It
swinging
does
a
have an
bat if
impact
it's,
on mental health.
but it is
However,
swinging a bat when you have, let's say, a 13-year-old whose hormones, as we all know, because we've matured and went through puberty, are already changing at rapid rates, right?
yeah. So let's take a look at that then really quick because are you under the impression that a 13-year-old, say a 13-year-old in my case, right, who was assigned male at birth and is transitioning, do you think a 13-year-old is taking estrogen and a testosterone suppressant like spironolactone?
Well, that's my whole point. Is that
No, I'm asking you if you think that that's happening at 13 years old.
is it? Tell me.
It isn't. At 13 years old, we are not putting kids on hormones. They are not going on hormones typically until they're around 17, 18 years old, maybe
Perfect. Then that's
16.
my point of
Okay?
view.
Yeah, and that's what's happening. That
Then
is
my
what's
point of
happening.
view, has been reached, and all is well. That's all
Now,
I want.
what I will say is sometimes at that age and somewhere in there in that range, we'll use puberty blockers to give that child time that are reversible. Now, if they go on too long, or if they're used improperly or dosed improperly, they can cause things like sterilization over time. It's very rare, but it can happen. And that's why you do this under such close scrutiny of a doctor and an endocrinologist. But that is why kids of that age might go on puberty blockers, which just simply pause puberty. And there's a couple good reasons for this. One, it gives that child time to really, at that age that you said, like you said, it's critical, right? That they really make sure that this is right. Now, they've already probably been going through this at this point for a long time, right? And they've been working on this for a long time. And there's three things that we always say it has to be for a child to start receiving anything medical. And it's persistent, consistent, and insistent. Okay, so there's a standard for this. It's called W path. It's the pathway that we take for treating gender dysphoria, especially in children. And it's been medically backed by several health organizations, endocrinologists association, all of that. So at that age, they might go on puberty blockers and which are reversible. and that gives them that time, but it also does something super critical for that trans child that I didn't get to experience. And it means that if I was to have gone on those puberty blockers at that age and then started taking hormones afterwards, my body would not have nearly as much reversal. And there would be things that I would have to go through, or things that needed to change. And I wouldn't have to, and there would be things that were not going to be irreversible. As such, I'm 37, right? My bone structure will never change on estrogen. Okay? That won't happen. I have my follicles for my body hair are very visible right now. There's a lot of skin treatments that I'm going to be doing for that. I have to go through laser hair removal for my facial hair because I've had a beard all of my adult life. Okay. These are things that could have been prevented and led to even better mental health outcomes for someone like me if I had been able to get that care at that age. When you pause that, or when you deny that, and you allow that trans child to go through the puberty that they would have gone through if they weren't trans, right? It actually causes a lot of damage because there's a lot of things that can be irreversible after that. It's actually really,
The
really not
natural,
good.
yeah, irreversible, the natural way your body is supposed to go.
Would have developed, not necessarily supposed to.
No, that's biology. That was the way your body was supposed to go through puberty. That's
I can agree with you on the front that the body would have developed that way based on the phenotypic sex characteristics that developed in the body. But I need you to acknowledge that brain sex and phenotypical sex traits can be different and are different in trans individuals. That our brain sex, our neurology is different than our body is. Do you understand that?
you
This
know,
is this is medically backed.
I understand what you're saying,
Mhm.
but I'm not. I'm not gonna. I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna agree with you. And I'm
Okay,
also
I
not
have
gonna say
studies
that
I can show you about things
I'm
like
also not gonna
neurological
say that I hate
structures.
you, though. I want to make that clear. I'm also not gonna say that I hate you or
Of
that I'm
course,
like
I would hope
afraid of
not.
you.
I would
I
hope
didn't
not.
think you were.
I want to. I want to interject real quick and tell you, I say this all the time, so I don't want it to sound tacky, but I want to point out to you to the definition of bigot. Okay, and I want you to take this offensively, but the definition of bigot is somebody who adheres to principles or ideas without reasoning. So what you're doing is you're hearing all of these things that can be backed by science, and you're still going, nah.
I guess if you want to call me bigot, you can. I mean, that's fine. But if I choose to believe that the body should progress the way that your body naturally wants to progress,
But you don't feel this way for anything else, right? So like if somebody's body is creating cancer, you think we shouldn't let that progress, right?
of course, you keep doing this since I even joined this live. You keep comparing cancer to hormone blockers. They're two completely different
Okay,
things.
what about this then? How's this, right? So, your body is naturally based on your genetics. Let's say your body is designed to have low vision that gets worse and it starts at a young age, right? Your eyesight gets worse. Do you just not wear glasses or wear contacts or get LASIK or something like that to fix that?
Yeah, but you guys are talking about like You guys are this is its own
Okay,
separate
how about
category.
this then? How
You
about
can't
this then?
put this in a category. This is making someone feel better about themselves
How about this
versus
then?
someone actually having a physical ailment. They're two.
Right, but the thing is, mental health care is health care.
Yeah,
If
it's valid.
we have to understand that, okay? Because when you have things like heightened levels of stress and anxiety and cortisol production, that does affect the body and cause even like physical health changes. We have to stop in this country pretending like healthcare only applies to the body and not the mind. They are completely correlated. They are completely attached to each other. And so when like if we took a look at something like, okay, how about a young boy who develops gynecomastia? They develop female breast tissue, right? They're in middle school. They now are going through puberty and they are growing female breast tissue. And that is causing them great distress because they are a young boy who identifies as a boy, has never had a sense of wanting to be a girl in his life, but now he's developing female breast tissue. Do you think that it would be inappropriate for that young boy to get surgery to remove that so that he can have less distress in his life?
I think it's inappropriate for that boy to do anything until he's of the medical age consent, which I don't believe should be 14 because I know it's state by state. I
So
definitely think
this young boy in middle
it's
school, do you remember middle school? Do you remember how absolutely awful middle school boys are?
Of
They are the
course,
worst
of
age.
course, of course I
Yeah.
do. I was an overweight
Do
kid.
do you think
Yeah.
that if there were 1,000 of these children doing the exact going through that exact experiment or that exact experience, do you think that some of them might commit suicide?
Listen, man, my entire life, 3 years ago, I lost, 118 pounds. I turned my body fit. Most of my life, right? I was bullied and I was put down and I was always the fat kid. You brought up middle school. It was a horrible time for me. I
Cool.
get that.
Your anecdote
The
doesn't
thing is,
discount the
though,
fact that the
when
general
I was
person
old
in
enough, right? When I became an adult, I then got to choose who I had in my life. I then didn't have to listen to people. I wasn't put in public spaces like
Okay.
public school. I was forced to listen to these people.
That's not what I
right?
asked you. I asked you if you think that somebody would end their life because of these problems.
I'm sure they would. Just like there's
And do you think
and
that
it does
giving those
happen.
children like giving them surgery would save their lives?
I mean, you're asking a hypothetical.
Well,
Of
no,
course.
think about it though, right? Like you remember being bullied in middle school and it was not pleasant and it was distressful. I remember being bullied in middle school for the same thing you were, okay? I was bullied my entire time through school. Of course, there was also the fact that I was like, giving signs that I was not like the other boys, right? Like I couldn't control that. It's just who I am. I've always been a woman and a girl before that because woman is for adults, right? But like this happens. It is something that happens more than you probably want to recognize. I don't have the statistics on it for gynecomastia specifically, but okay, we got a kick. But really quick, like it does happen. You and I know this, Pickles,
Yeah.
right? Like young boys do unalive themselves because of this bullying, and that surgery saves lives. And we actually see we actually see that the majority of gender affirming surgeries for children under 18 are for boys who identify as boys that have female breast tissue due to gynecomastia. A large portion of the rest of it is young girls who identify as girls, who are born as girls, who develop really large breasts that make it painful and cause back problems, and they get breast reductions in order to to ease that and also to ease the social pressures.
Yep.
These things they save lives, and we got to stop pretending like just because Donald Trump says it's icky that it's got to be icky. I understand it's uncomfortable for a ton of people. It was uncomfortable for me for many years before I came out, and I spewed some of the same rhetoric before I realized who I really was. We got to stop with this whole it's just icky, so I just don't like it, you
Yeah.
know?
They're not
Yeah.
consistent with their ideas. And yes, hypotheticals are meant to test your logic. And if you can't admit that in one case it is true and in one case it isn't true that these people should have medical intervention, then you're a hypocrite. And that's why you could not answer that question. But thank you,
100%.
Emmy. We love you.
Absolutely.
Love you so
Thank
much.
you for letting me up. Have a
Anytime.
good night.
You too. Hello.
Hey, I'm sorry that I'm friendly. I just want to say Emmy, taught me a lot that I didn't even realize. Being a supporter of everything you guys, you support, I never realized how that is for, LGBTQ community. Being a straight white person, I never realized that. So this whole conversation just opened my eyes. I just want to thank.
Yeah, anytime. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, man.
Alrighty. Hello.
Hey, am I on this thing?
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I like the way he handled this Middle East situation, but that's hindsight. Because I was scared the whole time. I just had a question about a previous debate, actually. I'm from Southern Kentucky. We don't have a large transgender community around here, so I just had a couple questions.
Okay.
I wish Amy would have still been on here, but they seemed very knowledgeable. Part of the thing that I don't understand with the transgender thing is like, how is it? How do you justify making a decision for a child? Because you are making it for a child. We don't trust children to make a lot of decisions. How are you making a decision for a child that could make them not have children? How is that right?
You would have to justify that that is the case. So what a lot of people have propagandized the right with is the fact that these medicines that these children may or may not get may cause you to be sterile, but it's the same case like if you drink enough water, you'll die. If you drink a few pints of blood, you'll die. If you take these medicines in large quantities, a much higher dose than is required to do gender affirming care, then yes, you become sterile. But it's the same case in how people justify giving children pain medication when just too much pain medication could also cause them to die after getting their teeth pulled or whatever.
Okay. Okay. See, like down here, we don't get this information. They're not people of this community down here. So when I see it online, I see, you know what the right says. I like to call myself a centrist, a moderate, and it's hard to find people who will have just a discussion with you where you can ask questions. You get into a live like this, you ask those questions, you sound like that people call you a bigot or whatever. And I like to think of myself as a conservative thinking person, but I just don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
For my community down here, it's a lack of information.
Yeah, I get that. And I feel like that's the case in most rural areas and stuff like that, where you don't really bump into people of different walks of life too often.
Right.
So, yeah.
And also keep in mind that there's a reason for that, right? Like in red states, we're not safe. Like red states are not places that we're going to flock to, right? Especially with the laws that are being passed across this country right now. I have a close personal friend who moved from I'm in New York State. They moved from Nashville up here a few years ago. That's when I met them. And then they and their partner decided to move back down to Nashville. And now they are doing everything they can, including looking into programs to help them get money to get out of Tennessee because they have faced violent backlash. So there's that, but also the fact that, like Kit had mentioned earlier, we're less than 2% of the population, right? And so we're just not everywhere. Now up here, I see it a lot more. I mean, the number of trans people I have worked with at my current job over 8 years is pretty surprising. The fact that there's two of us now at my workplace is pretty surprising. The number of people that work in the building that I work at that are trans outside of the company I work for, I'm surprised. But it's also, I live in a city where it's pretty widely accepted. We have, gender symbol statues on certain streets in this city, and we have, a huge pride celebration every summer. And we have had some really big names through civil rights and LGBTQ rights come through here and live here throughout history. So I live in an area where it's a lot more prominent. The thing is, it is 2025, right? We do have the internet. We do have the ability to look these things up. I just think a lot of people, because it's not something that does impact them, especially in the South quite as much, they don't see as many people, they just don't take the time to look.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a very fair statement to make. I'm also a Christian. I want to put that out there too, because that shapes a lot of the values in my community. But I'll say the only take I have with it really is, I guess I just don't want to pay for it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it should be supported by taxpayers, but I also don't think there's a lot of things that should be supported by taxpayers.
So can I ask you about a gender affirming care that you already pay for, that you might be surprised you pay for at a really crazy rate? Like, our government actually spends more money on this than they do on gender affirming care for trans and non-binary individuals.
Okay.
It's called Viagra.
In the military.
Especially for our military.
Yeah.
Right?
I
They
don't
can get
support
that
that either,
stuff like
actually.
they can get that stuff like crazy, and most people just seem to have no problem with it, right? They don't even think about it. They don't even know that we spend so much on it, and yet we do. Are you okay with spending money, your tax dollars, on Viagra for soldiers so that they can have an enjoyable, intimate life?
You know, you raised a really good point. I don't really have the information to answer that, to be honest with you. That's a really good point.
Someone said
Yeah, I
war
mean,
boners. I love that.
oh my God,
I
that's
mean,
amazing.
yeah, I want to say that, yeah, yes, I do. I mean, I would support that for somebody who's like, can't, you know, because I mean, you're going to have the situation where somebody who wants to have children who can't.
Right.
So, I
So
mean,
you're a conservative thinking man. What about mental health services? Should we be would you be okay with your tax dollars paying for mental health services for children, for teachers, for obviously for military, and for just everyday citizens?
I lean on that issue. I lean more towards veterans, of course. I think you do need to take care of the veterans.
Absolutely.
And I do support you. I know you mentioned the 988. I believe that's the number 988, the mental health
Mm-hmm.
hotline. I do support that. That's a public
Okay.
service that you can call. Now, when you start getting into case by case,
I'm talking like Medicare, Medicaid covering mental health care.
I don't know.
Okay.
That's
What
very expensive.
so
It's just
if
very
you're I'm not going to pivot here. I'm not trying to pivot to another topic, but what is the number one thing that conservatives say when we talk about Second Amendment rights and school unalivings and mass? What do they say it is? It's not the pew pews, right? It's a
it's the
matter of
people.
what?
It's the people.
Yep, and we
People
need
kill
more
people.
what? Not just more. I know they say more pew pews, more guards, and things like that, but to fix the people, we need more what?
Education?
Nope, they usually say mental health care, right? We need more, it's a matter of mental health. If these people had the mental health care they need, they wouldn't be doing these things. But I want to point out that every single time Republicans have a chance to vote on increasing or even keeping mental health care services, they vote against it. In fact, we just saw major defunding of the veteran self-unaliving hotline, right? There's going to be lots of veterans that unalive themselves because they are now waiting so long when they call that hotline that they can't get the care that they need. Okay. We are looking at now, Donald Trump just cut entirely funding for the LGBTQ youth part of 988. Okay. He just cut that. So that's gone. So now LGBTQ youth, not even just trans youth, right? We're talking about all everybody that fits under the rainbow umbrella. They don't have that resource anymore. Okay. I mean, they do currently because it's going to take some time. I was offered that yesterday when I called. I didn't use that part of the line because I wasn't sure if I would actually get anyone because I didn't know exactly what was happening yet with all of that. That's gone. That's
Is
going to be
that
gone soon.
are you
Um,
talking about that in the the LGBTQ community specifically? That care
yes,
that was specifically designed for that population is gone.
yes, that part.
Okay.
There's when you call 988, they ask you to press a number for the type of that you need. Now, there's only a couple options, and one of those there's only like pretty much general, and then there's one for LGBTQ youth and young adults. Okay, that one is the one that they're shutting down.
Right.
And the reason that it's so important is because there is such a difference in the type of distress that is caused in LGBTQ youth because of this kind of rhetoric and because of the fact that there are a lot of parents who literally beat their children, kick them out of the house, and make them homeless, and do all of these awful things to them when they come out or when they find out. Because people get really mad about it for some reason. They have such an investment in their child being straight that they freak out and they beat their children if they come out to them. So there is a different type of care, and it does take specialized training and someone that understands it. The person I talked to doesn't understand the trans experience. They were pretty good, but my stuff wasn't around that experience. My stuff was around other things going on in my life. Okay.
Okay.
So they didn't really need to advocate or care for that much. They really didn't know how to, and we talked about that. because they weren't as informed. So we do need that specialized training. What I'm getting at here is we love saying that we want to fund mental health care when it comes to school unalivings because we are so desperate to hold on to these pieces of metal, right? But when we actually get a chance to increase it or even keep it where it's at, conservatives and Republicans, they vote against it every single time. They voted against a bill around this that would actually provide more mental health support to teachers in schools that rely on public funding for their health care, right?
Okay.
Because when it was brought to them as part of the solution for this whole school unaliving thing, right? They voted against that for teachers, adults. Like, mental health is so important, and to say that to say that you simultaneously like think that we need it but that you aren't sure if you want to pay for it, you're cool paying for it for veterans but not for everybody else, like it doesn't track for me. I'm not understanding your logic here.
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
Oh, did you sit on your phone?
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Um, no, I just took some medicine because I'm about 2 hours late on it. Sorry. Yeah, I understand that. I know it can sound pretty hypocritical, and it can. It can sometimes, especially come. But I think that's people in general. I think the left can be very hypocritical too. But speaking on school unalivings, would you not agree? This was always my take on that. I believe that we have a society that rewards fame of any kind, and that is such a important thing to people that they want to be famous. They don't care how they get it. Would you agree to that?
I would say that I agree, but I don't think that that's a fair correlation to what's happening in these cases, especially not in the majority of them. And I also want to point out that even if you have that obsession with fame, if you can't have or you have a harder time getting your hands on that weapon, that it's far less likely for you to gain fame that way and have something like that happen to you
There's also
or
no
to happen to a
legislation.
school.
There's no legislation we can introduce that would stop people from liking becoming famous.
Everybody likes to be liked.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and if we're going to talk about pew pew control, do you want to talk? Is that what we're pivoting to?
Well, no, like I said, I didn't want to pivot to it. I wanted to use it as an analogy because you're talking about mental health here. You're talking about things that you're okay with funding and not funding, that you're not okay with paying for care for LGBTQ youth, specifically the trans and non-binary population. And I wanted to point out that, like, if you're not okay with that, but you're okay with saying, but you would agree that we need more mental health care to prevent school unalivings, that is a hypocritical stance because you don't care if kids unalive in schools. You're okay with voting for a party that votes against mental health care for that. You want you won't pay. You don't want to pay for mental health care that there. So you're okay with those kids unaliving, but you're also saying that you're okay with trans and non-binary kids unaliving themselves because you also don't want to pay for that mental health care. But you're okay with veterans, and yet the party that you vote for takes away that care from everybody. They don't believe, just so you know, your party does not believe in mental health care. So if you think that people need mental health care in any capacity, if you even just like, let's just say veterans, if you believe veterans deserve to have cost-free mental health care, which I believe they do, I have literally seen, look, again, I grew up in church. I'm an atheist now. That's beside the point. I saw a veteran with PTSD on a Sunday morning because someone was playing the drums a little bit louder than usual, have a flashback and go and choke out the pastor.
Oh, wow.
That man needs mental health care. Right? I've seen this. I've seen what PTSD does to soldiers. And what I'm saying is that, like, and it was terrifying for everybody in that church. Okay.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. And he deserves that mental health care. And if you're okay with paying for mental health care for him, why aren't you okay with paying for mental health care for people that would go into a school and unalive children, for trans youth who will unalive themselves? Why are you so okay with voting for a party that does nothing to prevent the deaths of children? How many unalive children Are you okay with seeing before maybe you'll change your mind and go, okay, my party really sucks at this, and I don't want more children to unalive?
Well, one of the biggest things about it is it's very difficult because I know that these hypocrisies exist, but at the same time, you have to be fiscally responsible in this country. And I don't know where the line would be. What do we
Okay,
need to
if
cut
we
out?
want to talk about fiscally responable,
That's my biggest. That's what I'm more of a
let's look at it.
fiscal
You would be
Let's
a
look at,
you
is
would be a
Donald Trump like
you
blowing out the budget? Is that fiscally
yeah.
responsible?
No, it's not.
You would
No.
be a Democrat if you had any inkling of how each party spent money and managed the budget. You would never vote Republican ever again in your life if you knew the actual case. Republicans, they do deficit spending. They blow out the deficit every time they're in power. They even see us through most of the recessions because of their responsible spending and their ending of consumer protections and things of that nature that allow banks and other large industries to do risky business to such a degree that it creates bubbles in the market and creates crashes. So you would now vote for Democrats for the rest of your life if you don't like people who are fiscally irresponsible.
And hell, I don't even care if you identify as a Democrat. You can say that you're still a conservative and you can vote Democrats when it's necessary because of these things. Like you can vote for Democrats and identify however you want. You can do whatever you want there. I don't care if you call yourself a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat. I fucking hate Democrats. They're not far left enough for me. But yeah, I'm one of those. That's fine. We don't need to get into that. But like, if you act like these things that you're saying you care about, if you cared about them, you would not definitely not be voting for the MAGA party, let alone the Republican Party. And that's the hypocrisy that I don't like. It's one thing to sit here on a TikTok live, right, and say that we have to recognize that there's hypocrisy on both sides, right? I do agree with that. There is hypocrisy on both sides, but that's not enough if we just sit back and let hypocrites be hypocrites and continue to vote them into office, ignoring things like what Pickles is about to show you.
Yeah, here's Donald Trump spending his first administration. Here's Biden's. Trump spent double.
Where is this from?
This is from the CRFB, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Net tenure.
Yeah, and notice that it separates non-COVID and COVID spending, and Donald Trump's non-COVID spending outspends Biden's COVID and non-COVID spending combined. And
yeah, and he's online to do this again. Donald Trump is single-handedly responsible for about a quarter of the country's entire debt, and he's pretending like he's fixing it while also doing it again. So I think it's outrageous that he's tricked people, and how many people don't actually check this stuff out when he says it.
Pickles, what is it? Is it Kristi Noem's department that's on track to like completely outspend their entire budget before the fiscal year is even up?
Yeah,
I think
by July,
the DNC is up to do, and that's not a knock against it. That's just a fact. I think the DNC is up to do that too. I think both parties are spending money like it's going out of style.
No, like the DNC is a private organization.
Yeah, but are they not the ones that picked the Democratic primary?
Yeah, they're a private organization. So when we actually get in control, when we're not campaigning, we're actually fiscally responsible every time.
The DNC is not a federally subsidized organization.
They might be I don't think they are allowed to be subsidized.
I thought it existed as a organization that worked within the federal government to campaign for its candidates.
No, and neither. I mean, the Republican, the RNC is not either.
Oh, I mean, really? I thought they both were.
No. Yeah, absolutely. The government
I don't think they can be.
The government can't fund a political party.
Do what?
The government cannot fund a political party.
I thought they were given money every year to fund political campaigns.
No.
People within the government can make private donations, I believe, though, right?
Right, I think so. Of their own private money.
Pickles, if I'm correct, I'm not. This is not my area.
I also want to get back to 1v1s as soon
Oh
as we're
yeah,
done talking about.
I can drop down. Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, I can
It's
drop.
just
I mean,
for some reason, Pickles, every time I come into your live, there's a transphobe up here.
Yeah.
I just like. Well, I hope I haven't come off as a
Well,
transphobe.
maybe not transphobe, but someone talking about it.
I'm just very ignorant of the population. I know my area, we express a lot of strong opinions against it. My family has all my life. I've always wanted to understand it. But can I ask one more question about it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I do not want to be offensive when I ask this question. And if it is, I very much so apologize.
I encourage you, as long as you are not trying to be offensive, like try not to use offensive language. I'm not going to get offended by you asking a question.
Okay. So prior to, I'm not exactly sure when it came out. I know homosexuality was in the diagnostic mental health, the DSM.
DSM-5.
Do what?
Yeah. Okay.
No, homosexuality was removed in 1970. I don't remember exactly when gender dysphoria was removed from the DSM. I know it was in there before.
I don't think it's removed. It's not removed because
No, gender
homosexuality is not
dysphoria
a
is not.
condition. It's not a condition. It's just simply you're either straight or you're gay. There's nothing you could diagnose with this. There's
Well, it used to be.
no
It used to be
disorder.
that you could.
Yeah, I think that brought kind of like a negative bias towards homosexuality. When I think like today, it's just as much worth mentioning that you like the color blue as it is what your sexuality is, or your favorite color is blue. Like I think it means very little. I think it's so irrelevant and is a personal matter, not something you need to go to the doctor for.
Right.
There's a reason that gender dysphoria is in the DSM, and it's because gender dysphoria is not the same as being transgender.
What is the
Right?
difference?
So being some transgender folks and non-binary folks don't experience gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria is the distress caused by an incongruence between your neurological sex and your phenotypical sex traits, right? So for someone like me, I do have gender dysphoria. I do have a distress caused by the fact that my outside appearance and the way I'm treated in the world because of that does not align with who I am, right? So that does cause me a lot of distress that causes, depression and anxiety and panic disorders and things like this. And so gender dysphoria is a mental health condition that can be tied to being transgender, but not everyone who is a transgender experiences gender dysphoria. At the same time, gender dysphoria can also be something that non-trans people or cis people, right, people who are not trans or non-binary, also experience.
In,
Right, like we talked earlier about young boys who have gynecomastia, right? They develop female breast tissue.
yes. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is, and so that distress that they sense because, or that they have because of their body developing something that does not align with their identity is gender dysphoria, an example of gender dysphoria in cisgender boys.
I had a friend that dealt with that actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it
like
cost him a
that's
lot
also
of.
gender dysphoria.
It
And so it
cost him a
does need to
lot of.
remain a mental health diagnosis in the DSM. But being transgender is not a mental health issue.
See, like down here, that's a rhetoric that I hear a lot. That it is a mental health issue. That it, like homosexuality, and this is not me talking, but in my area, like homosexuality, it was incorrectly taken out of the DSM. That's what people say. And that gender dysphoria, transgenderism are the same thing. I always thought they were the same thing, but I've never asked anybody.
Yeah, you can also use Google to look these things up too. That also works. I'm not like getting on you for that. It's just like I've just been in so many lives. I've hosted lives. I've been on panels with these things, and so many people think that they need to wait to ask a transgender person one-on-one or meet someone to be able to ask these questions when Google exists for free.
True. Very true. I have Googled some things before. I found a lot of right-wing and left-wing sites. I didn't know that I was getting accurate information.
Yeah. That's why you can go to things like the DSM. You can go to things like medical studies and you can actually do the research to check and see who's funding it and to see how those results were brought about, like what the methodology was. and all of these things. It does take some work. A lot of us do it for ourselves especially when we're trans, because
Right.
there is like, there's not as much information just publicly out there about it. Because I mean, we could go through the whole history of the schmazzi's burning books, because we had a transgender clinic back then in Germany that was doing all kinds of great works, and they burned all those books. That's what those
Huh?
books you see burning were. Yeah, that's why we don't have the education now. We also have, this whole backlash against anything around anything being mentioned about this in schools right now. So we don't have education on these things. We lost a ton of research in the 30s and 40s that we had then because of that. So like I don't want to go through the whole thing. I know Pickles really wants to get back to like one-on-one 1v1s, and probably wants to talk about something other than trans people on his live. I'm guessing,
Yeah.
like, just because like there's so many people come up here with this kind of stuff, and I know Pickles is so smart on economics and everything else. So like I want to make sure that we can get back to that. I'm not going to go through that, but Pickles and I have a mutual that is really good on education, Lainey, Defennis Trans. If people could like spam, if people know Lainey's if you could just spam it in the chat. Lainey does lives just about every day, and their whole topic is, do you have a question about trans people? It is this. It's about education. This is where, if you want to talk to someone who is even more informed than me and has like the data off the top of their heads to back it up, you need to go follow Lainey. They're spamming the at in the chat, and just go up on their panel and just ask questions. That's what it's there for. It's not a debate space. It's education.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, I will get off of here. Thank you all for speaking with me tonight. You all have a good night.
All right, you too, dude. Thanks for keeping it cool.
No problem.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll see you, Pickles.
Amy, thank you so much. Love you.
Absolutely. See ya.
All right, y'all. Wow, we're almost at 400K likes. Don't forget to follow the stream. Also, if you want to support the stream, there is a Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal in the bio. I also have merch, and you know what? It's been a while since I've shouted myself out for my merch, so we're gonna do it. If you go to my profile and you click on the link, you can go right here to join my Discord, and right underneath it is the merch. And on the merch site, we have a hat called the Soy Boy, the Beta Boy hat. Go get your Beta Boy hat. It's got a sweet design on it with my name, Pickles. And that's as much shouting out as I'll do. Guys, if you're A-friendly, get out of the box. I swear to gosh. But yes, let's go to the next person. Oop, Emmy's still up here. All right, let's get this person. I've seen him chirping in chat. Hello. Hello.
Pickles.
Are you talking through a toaster oven right now? I can't hear what you're saying, bro. You sound like Kenny from South Park.
South Park.
There you go. Hello?
Pickles?
Call me James. Try to come back. Your mic's real bad, bro.
Yeah, I think I'd rather play Russian roulette with myself than listen to that last conversation.
Tight, Glizzler. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I'm ready for Trump to quit messing around and just level out Iran
So you were a warmonger?
and just restart. Oh, you support Iran? You support
You
the way they
want
treat
to kill
women?
90 million people?
You support Iran, the way they treat people?
So you want to kill them?
And you like funding T groups?
Excuse me, hold on. You want to kill people because they're being mistreated there?
No, I didn't say that. We just need
You
to
want to level out
them.
Iran. That's what you just said, dude.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, then that means you want to kill 90 million people. You're
No,
literally
we'll try to
mustache man
evacuate the
times
best.
20.
Hold on. We'll try to evacuate the best to our ability, right? But if they believe in, the propaganda they've been fed, right?
That's what Mustache Man did, right? He told people to evacuate before he started invading. You're literally a Nazi.
We wouldn't evade. We would just drop him level.
It's even worse. Indiscriminately just bombing.
You support Iran?
No, I don't think we should kill everybody that don't do the same culture as we do.
It's not about that.
I think you're one of the worst people I think I've ever heard on my platform.
Yeah, right, bro. Really?
Yeah, you want to kill a whole country of people?
No, we just need to level it out. Like, just
What does that mean?
listen, man. The good ones, right? The good people, right? Which is majority, right? Right?
The
What?
good
You got a problem?
ones?
You got a problem with Muslims or what? Why are you making that face?
You're the one suggesting we kill all of them. What are you
Their
accusing me of
government,
saying?
listen, their government and the way they run their country, right? The way they conduct themselves is evil, flat out. We need to level it, take it all out.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty bad idea. Do you want the rest
You
of the
know?
world to retaliate after we kill a whole country, cold blood?
They wouldn't retaliate. They'd applaud. Who is defending Iran?
I don't know. The same people that gave Donald Trump a jet that's $400 million.
Yeah, nobody's defending Iran, buddy. I think we'd all be okay. We can level it
Russia,
out.
China, they would definitely defend Iran. They would probably just cut off trade entirely with us.
Nope, it's a business opportunity. Level it out and start putting businesses up.
Yeah, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I mean, God,
You're
we're
going to
about to
build
see
a
that in
business on
Gaza.
salted earth?
We're about to see that. Well, this is what he meant when he said drill, baby, drill. You know?
Yeah, you
Mic
could
drop.
be. I mean, I think you just might be the worst person I've ever talked to, bud.
Yeah, once Israel quits messing around, we can actually start refurbishing Gaza as well.
So you hate Palestinians
These are
too?
good things that are happening. I don't understand how you don't see it. Trump is actually trying to stop these wars. It's not. We're not starting nothing.
We're not start even though we go and punch one of these people and say this is for peace. Is that what you do? You go punch
Right.
one of your neighbors and say this is for peace.
Oh, okay. My bad. We should let Iran just do what they do. My bad. I forgot.
Yeah, let them exist.
Yeah, yeah. Let them treat the women how they treat them and unalive gay people and all that stuff because
You guys
they're
don't care about
extremists with
that.
their religion. What?
You guys don't stop pretending you care about that stuff.
I do care about. What are you talking about?
Dude, you want to kill all of them.
I didn't say that.
You said you
Quit
want to
saying
level
that.
it.
I
You
never
keep
said
saying that you want to level the whole place.
Yes, level it out. Restart. Level
Okay,
it out.
what does that mean? Bomb it?
Yeah. We're on our way to doing that anyways, bro. It's a terrible place.
I think
It's a
you've been
terrible
radicalized.
place.
I think you're no better than anybody else who wants to kill us.
Radicalized. Iran is radicalized. The way they treat their people, it's
Yeah,
disgusting.
you're trying to kill them. You're just
No,
as
oh
bad
my
or
goodness.
worse.
I don't understand why you keep saying that, dude. Oh my goodness.
So you're gonna sit here and pretend like leveling it out doesn't mean killing everybody?
I said we get the people out of there, and then we level it out.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll all just leave.
Oh, I mean, they've been brainwashed to think they're gonna get 70 virgins, so I'm sure they'll stay.
Are you Christian?
Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna say yes.
It's funny.
What would God say if you were too scared to tell somebody you were Christian?
What are you talking about?
If you were too embarrassed to admit how
No,
that
it's
you're a
not too
Christian,
embarrassed, too
you think
scared.
wouldn't
We're just not gonna flip. We're not gonna
wouldn't
flip
God
the
be really?
conversation.
You think
Hold
God at the pearly gates is gonna be like, hey, remember that time you wouldn't even admit you're a Christian for the sake of an
Right,
argument?
but you don't even believe. So how are you trying to keep somebody else accountable?
I'm
Next
saying it's
subject.
an internal
Exactly.
critique, right?
Exactly. No, it's not. Like I said, don't worry about it. We're not gonna switch this and pivot.
Okay, so I'm gonna call you a hypocrite for believing in fairy tales and being just as hostile as the people you hate.
A hypocrite?
Yeah.
Oh, well, like I said, we can sum it up to you support Iran and the way they treat women.
No, I don't.
Right? But you'll sit and cry about it in America. Make it make sense.
No, I just think that we like Democrats like Obama did diplomacy and peace deals that were far better than just bombing them and taking us out of those peace deals.
Right, yeah. Okay, well, we'll rub each other's shoulders and we'll try to figure something out. In the meantime, you continue doing what you're doing. Like, what? This is why stuff don't work out, dude. Like, just sit back and watch America be great again, truly. Like he announced and like he promised.
Just sit back and let them fuck up the economy. So he's
Yeah,
fucking
you sit
dumb.
back and keep collecting content on this panel and benefiting off of other people's misery and situations like Gaza, all that.
You're just cheering for the fact that we're gonna start doing something like planning, like start redeveloping in Gaza. Isn't that you?
Oh, well, let me ask you a serious question. You've seen Gaza, right? It's like destroyed completely, right?
Yeah. Thanks, BB.
Do you think it would be a good thing if other countries came in and started refurbishing,
Yeah,
right?
I feel like you guys are so insensitive to the fact that you guys did a G side there, or you enabled it,
We?
that yeah, you just think like the next best thing to do is
We?
go start commoditizing it. So go start
Oh, I
like
didn't know
looking
we
at
were
it as real
Israel.
estate. Let's do it.
I didn't know we were Israel.
Trump's besties with BB.
We're not bombing Gaza.
Trump said that we're just gonna let them do whatever the hell they want and hurry up and get it done, right? Isn't that what happened?
So what should we do then?
I don't know, Glizzler, but I would be extremely embarrassed to be as dumb as you are and be up on a panel like this.
Dumb as I am, dude. You're like I said, all you're doing is just having these hot, juicy topics off of other people's misfortune. That's it. That's it. If
You came
none
up
of
here
this is
saying the
going
most
on,
inflammatory things I've ever heard, and you're accusing me of doing this?
oh my goodness.
Hey.
America's gonna do a great thing by helping out Gaza, refurbishing it.
Hey, Glizzler, I got a
Clifford
question
Rich
for
super
you.
chatted $10. Kick.
Guys, it's $40 to kick, and somebody just did 10. If there's another 30, I'll kick.
There you go. There you guys go. Keep grifting. Lil 40.
Hey, Glizzler,
You're
I got a
welcome.
question for you.
Uh-huh.
Don't talk to me.
Why not?
I'm good.
What, you won't speak to women? You're claiming you want to save all the Iranian
I
women
don't know
from
you.
a woman?
Oh, now you care, right? Now you also care?
I haven't said anything about this. I have questions for you.
Well, you better make it quick for they, grift away on here.
Okay, sure, Glizzler. So you said that you're glad that Trump bombed Iran because it's going to help Iranian women. Is that? I'm sorry. I just want some clarity.
That's not what I said. What?
Well, I'm asking you. You said it's good that the
Glad? Repeat that again.
I'm asking. You said that it's good that we're bombing Iran because of how they treat their women. I'm trying to figure out what the connection is here.
No, I'm glad they bombed their nuclear, right, development sites, right? That's a good thing because they're the number one funders for T groups.
What does that have to do with Iranian women? You brought up Iranian women.
I said that Iran is a terrible place because of how they treat their women, how they conduct themselves, their society.
Okay, so how does bombing? Okay, oh, he's gone. All right.
W cat for the kick, by the way. Brenna, please finish your thought, though. I want to know where you're going with it.
I just have questions. I keep hearing this thing about how we're gonna liberate Iran, or it's because they treat their women so terribly, or whatever. It's the Ayatollah, they're so horrible. Oh, regime change, whatever. I'm hearing a bunch of that today, but I'd love to know if that's what it's about. Why is Trump begging for peace, and why is he celebrating a ceasefire? Because clearly mission not accomplished, right?
Yeah, well, there's no regime change, just the same people in place.
Yeah, same people. Ayatollah still in control. Women, the same laws affecting women in Iran, which I bet you they actually are not very familiar with, are still in place. Yeah, and yet now Trump is demanding peace and a solution to this whole thing. And he's claiming to have a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. So,
and there's no evidence, right? There's no evidence that both countries are saying they haven't received a proposal.
So I believe someone in Tehran confirmed it, but Israel has yet to say anything about it. I've been keeping an eye out, but I haven't seen anything from Israel.
Okay, that's good to know.
Weird.
Brenna, I always enjoy having you up.
Thank you. I always enjoy coming up. One day I'll come up for longer, maybe. Thanks for having me up.
Anytime.
Thank you, Kat, for kicking him. All right. Have fun, Pickles.
Thank you.
Right.
Guys, if you haven't followed Brenna, she's an awesome content creator. Give her all the love. We've got another yapper we're gonna bring up. Chat. Give me a second. Hello.
Yo,
What's up, bro? What do you like about Trump?
he's great. Anyways, just wanted to point out, where did you get that 4.7 trillion from? Because everything I
What?
Googled is nowhere near close to that.
What are you talking
Where
about?
you said that Biden only increased the national debt 4.7 trillion.
It's not true. It's not what I said. So what you're going to do is you're saying that Biden as
So what
the
are you trying
government
to do
spent.
here?
Let me tell you.
So
Let me
Trump
tell you.
added 7.8, and Biden added like 8 point
Yeah,
something.
I know. So
what?
Biden
I don't get what you're trying. You're trying to do that
approved
for every
spending.
guy.
So Biden approved 4.3 trillion. But what you're talking about is the amount of money that the government spent and accrued in debt. So like when you pass a bill in Congress and when you approve spending, does it all get spent that year?
Yeah, well, the government spent 7 point something under
It's not what I
Trump,
asked.
so I don't get what you're trying to
It's not what I
prove here.
asked. So here's
Well, that's what
something
I'm
to
telling
explain
you.
it to you, okay? Here's Trump. Here's
I get
Biden.
what you're saying. It's over a 10-year period of time.
Yeah,
Whenever
exactly.
I found it was over a
So
10-year
during
period
Biden's
of time.
term, so
Yeah.
during Biden's terms, we'll say this is 2021, 2024. This is 2017. Okay. So when Trump spends something, when he spends trillions of dollars, it goes all the way into Biden's presidency. So if you just look at the number of how much the debt changed during Biden's administration, you're going to see it is far more than $4.3 trillion. It includes Trump's spending. So that's why it's not as black and white as Googling it and say how much did the debt increase during those years. That's why. Yellow. Creek.
Yep.
You understand?
Glad you cleared that up. I
understand?
was trying to figure out what the heck you were talking about.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
there anything else you want to talk about?
I told you before you even explained it. Yeah. So why do you not agree with Trump bombing nuclear sites?
We wouldn't be in this mess to begin with if it weren't for Trump. So for him to clean up his mess is not something we give him points for, especially if it
What do you
causes
mean?
tension. Do you know what the Iran nuclear deal was?
So you don't think that letting them have nuclear powers would not cause tension?
Do you know what the Iran nuclear deal was?
I asked you a question. I didn't say nothing about a deal. I asked you a question. Can you answer it?
I do not think that Iran should be trusted with nuclear weapons. No. Do you know what the Iran nuclear deal is?
So then what is wrong? So what is wrong with what Trump done?
Okay. So back when we had a real president, Obama, he said, "Hey, Iran, if you want us to remove all these sanctions, if you want to be able to trade,
27,000 bombs.
excuse me, if you want to be able to trade with the rest of the world, if you want us to take off all these sanctions, you can become part of this coalition where we will monitor your nuclear program and make sure that you don't enrich uranium past a certain percentage that can be weaponized." And they said, "Yeah, sure, let's do it. Let's do it so we can participate in the rest of the world's economy and we can go upon our merry way and we can be somewhat civil to each other." And Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize for it. And what does Trump do when he comes into office? He says, "Hey, I fucking hate Obama. This plan was so bad. Nobody could tell you why it's bad, but I want to get rid of it, and I'm going to put so many sanctions on Iran that we're going to get an even better one because I won a Nobel Peace Prize." And he never was able to negotiate a better nuclear deal with Iran. And now
What do you mean?
here they are.
He's got a deal done in like 2 days, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So now we have to worry about the repercussions of him bombing the fuck out of Iran and just pray that they don't do things to, I don't know, like what they did today, bomb one of our military bases. or shut down the Strait of
Didn't Iran
Hormuz.
send like 200 missiles to Israel first? Did Iran not do that?
No, Israel bombed them first, bro. They killed 200 civilians, and then they retaliated and killed 24 civilians in Israel. This is why you guys can't jerk each other off about Trump bombing them and having a ceasefire. It's like, hey, I fixed a problem I created. Give me props.
I still don't see the problem whenever this stuff got destroyed, bro.
Okay. Well, that's because maybe you don't have a
So
higher
you're
level of
telling
understanding.
me, okay. Sorry, I'm in a phone call. So you're telling me if a guy walked up to you, handed you a case of beer, and said, "Don't crack that case of beer open until I get back." He don't show up for 2 fucking weeks. You expect that guy not to crack open that case of beer?
I don't know what that means, but we were monitoring him. If I handed him a case of beer and
I'm
I had
just saying,
somebody,
it's just like the news. You give the guy nuclear technology, and you expect him not
we
to
didn't
use
give
it.
him anything. None of us went over there and gave him anything. Here's a better
Well,
analogy.
I mean, I'm not. We gave him a deal. What you say, quote unquote deal, that he can do this, this, and this with nuclear power.
What else do they use
And you expect
uranium
him not
for?
to build a weapon with
What else can a country use enriched uranium for? Can you tell me?
power.
And
I don't know.
like
That's all I know is
medical
power.
imaging, MRIs, stuff like that. So if we allow them to have those things, and they do have a nuclear power plant in Iran. So if we want to allow them to industrialize,
Okay, so why are they hiding why are they hiding uranium underground? Why are they hiding so
again,
much?
Trump pulled
Supposedly.
us out of the Iran nuclear deal in 2018. This was years and years ago. Nobody was monitoring their nuclear program since then, or they were compliant up until 2018. And then when they got sanctions put back on, they said, "Fuck you. We're gonna probably build nukes now." And then Trump's going to go in and be like, "Hey, by the way, we're going to bomb you for building nukes."
Yeah, good.
They didn't say they're going to build nukes, but literally they were thought to have 60% enriched uranium, which is not even weapons grade. 90% is. So again, Trump cleaning up the mess that he made and creating even more conflict in the region is not something we should praise. And for you guys to be so easily fooled and see only this much of it and praise him for it is very sad. You fell for it. You were hoodwinked. I'm sorry, dude.
In my eyes, Trump did a good job.
I know.
mean, I don't know what kind of goggles you're looking for.
We all still love you. It's okay.
You're looking through some thick goggles anyways, buddy. You think kids should change their genders.
Okay. Is there anything else I'm going to talk about?
Even though there's a lot of 18-year-olds that go out and get a tattoo and regret it within like the first 5 years, and you think kids should be able to change their genders, bro? You've lost your fucking ticker.
Okay, and you guys think that people were made of clay and there was talking horses and donkeys and snakes.
You've lost your ticker, buddy. I've never said that. I'm quoting what you actually say.
Okay, you guys think the world was made in 7 days?
When did I say that? You can't say you guys. You can't say you guys.
Most of you guys are
What
Christian.
you said is kids should be able to do that, bro.
Yeah, and there's science to back it. Is there any
I
science to
never
back
said
the Abrahamic
what
beliefs?
you're saying right now. I didn't say none of that.
Are you Christian?
Don't worry about what I am.
Would God be proud of you for not admitting you're Christian in front of an audience of 700 people? What's the punishment for that?
Why are you trying to deflect? Why are you?
You're the one who
why are
deflected
you
at
trying to
trans kids. We're
deflect?
talking about Iran and nukes.
Oh, you're trying to deflect. You're literally asking me if I'm Christian. So off topic. So wildly.
Okay. We went from nukes to trans people because you guys are so
Okay,
transphobic.
yeah.
You guys literally
Yeah,
like
and now you're worried if I'm
trans
Christian or
people
not.
out of nowhere.
Now you're worried if I'm Christian.
Yeah, you're Christian, dude.
No, I hadn't even been saved. If you want to know the honest truth.
That's not what I asked you.
I hadn't even been saved.
That's not what I
I
asked
hadn't
you.
been baptized. I hadn't been saved.
Nobody asked you that.
None of that. So I mean, okay.
Yeah, nobody believes
Well,
also
if that
that
answers
if
your
you're just
question,
pointing
that
out
should
the
answer
fact.
your question.
Did you just say that
That
you
should answer your question.
Okay, so do you
That should
think
answer your question.
do you think that if somebody gets dunked underwater, their sins are washed away? That's not weird.
I don't down those beliefs.
Do you think
what
that
I do down is you thinking that it's okay for kids to change their gender?
Do you think that if
That's
you speak into your hands like this, you're speaking to a higher power?
I do down that you think kids should be able to change their genders, buddy. That's
Okay. Greek, I want you to go have a good night and think long and hard about what we talked about, okay?
that's cool, buddy. I'll
All
go
right.
get dropped under some water after this.
All right. Don't let them sins float down creek to me.
Yep. You've seen enough.
Get out of here. Let your dirty sins come down to my fucking part of town. Hello? Professor? That's all right. Not in my Christian Minecraft server. I love that. Hello?
Oh, hi, how are you?
Hello, is this a real life dog?
No, I really wish. I mean, this is my dog, but, no, he talked like an idiot.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I mean, not really. I mean, I guess I kind of am. I mean, I did vote for Trump. There's a lot of things that I don't agree with him on. I don't agree with him on, I guess on LGBTQ, I guess, stances. I mean, but I do agree with him on his war policy. I mean, I think the decisions he's been making, at least over the last couple of months, albeit may seem rash, I think it puts us a little further away from war, really.
Yeah, I think that his foreign policy stance is completely incoherent, and no one can explain it away. They'll say America first. Besides the fact that we send all the money to Israel that they want, by the way, we're also going to take $400 million jets by people who fund Israel's enemies. Yet we're going to bomb them, and then no new wars and stop perpetuating wars. So we're going to stop funding Ukraine. But we're also going to bomb people. I don't get it. And I think that this is also something that Ukraine, we're going to see the aftermath of this long after Trump is gone, and us ignoring it is far worse than anything he's done to date.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't agree with him on, as far as supporting Israel. I think that's the last thing we should be supporting. But as far as stopping Iran from developing anything further than nuclear enrichment, I think that's a positive thing.
Then why did he pull us out of the agreement that made sure of that?
Well, I mean, I haven't seen, honestly, the full agreement. I mean, I can't tell you honestly what it has and what it doesn't, but from what he's been doing right now within the last year, I think, makes sense as far as, everything that's been going on within the last couple of, at least the last 2 years. I mean,
so to give you a gist of it, Obama put us in an agreement called the JCPOA, and there were a bunch of countries involved, and they all promised to not to not use or enrich uranium to a certain degree, and we all agreed that we would have monitors monitoring Iran's programs to make sure that they weren't doing this. And they were not, and Iran was compliant.
Yeah, but at the same time, like it doesn't take 3 years for this to develop a nuclear program like that. This takes 10, this takes 15 years. I mean, this is decades of research and investment that Iran has been making, has been doing.
You would have to show us that they weren't they were compliant all the way up until 2018 when Trump pulled us out, and then he put sanctions on them. So yes, they very well could have enriched uranium to 60% since then.
Well, right, exactly. And I mean, so what's stopping them from going all the way to 90%? I mean,
we could have had the Iran nuclear deal would have stopped them.
I mean, agreements are as good as the paper it's written on. I mean, we can have agreements all we want, but the principle that lies behind the government of Iran is that they don't believe that Americans they believe that the West in general are demons. They believe that we're the enemy, and maybe we are to them, and I don't blame them for that, because of the last 40 years that since the Shah has been taken out of power, it's been that way. So what can you do?
Again, we were able to create peace, and if we were to monitor their nuclear program and make sure that they weren't enriching uranium past a point so they could use for medical purposes or for creating energy, and then they were able also to have a mutually beneficial relationship with the rest of the world, that yielded peace. That yielded a workable situation.
But we're talking about a mutual. I mean, that's where I kind of disagree with you. I don't think there would have ever been a mutual agreement or mutual relationship that really with a tyrannical leader. I mean, if we think about it, the best way I can describe it is like if we had an absolute alt-right Nazi with absolute dictator powers in the United States, not saying Trump isn't one. I mean, he's certainly done a lot that, pretty much, doesn't negate that. But, we have a dictator in Iran that can do whatever he wants if he so chooses to. So there's nothing really stopping him from pulling out of the agreement and, going back with his
sanctions. Sanctions would have stopped him. Sanctions would have stopped him from pulling out of the agreement, and Trump pulled us out and then threw sanctions on.
Yeah, no, I just don't agree with that. I mean,
it's literally, it's like the consensus of every signatory in the agreement that this was a bad idea, a bad move on Trump. The only way he justified it was just saying it was bad. Literally, you're dumber than a box of hair in regards to foreign policy if you don't agree to this. Like, if you're just casting doubt because you simply don't know, that's on you. But is the fact that Trump created this mess, allowed them to enrich uranium, and then bombed them for having it? And I don't give Trump any points for that. We're going to see oil skyrocket because of this, probably because they're going to control the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to control all the 20% of the world's oil coming out of that area.
Yeah, but China's not going to allow that. I mean, if that's going to happen, China's going to have to intervene. I mean, that's just the fact.
China is their friend.
Their friend is as good as nothing. We were friends with Ukraine for the last 15 years, and that just blew up over 3 minutes.
Thanks to Trump.
Well, exactly. I mean, so what's
Trump has fucked up every relationship we've had with most people worldwide. So yeah, you're right. Trump is causing just about every person in every country on earth to not trust the United States. He's doing decades and decades, a generational worth of shit that we're gonna have to undo. And for you guys, just be like, yeah, whatever, we won, is real bad. It's real toxic. And it is Trump's same sentiment. He's so short-sighted and disgusting and toxic, and he's the mentality of a fucking child.
Well, honestly, I think there's only one way to really stop the regime of Iran, and that's to undo all these decades of really
what
bad
happened to America first.
This isn't just Trump. I mean, this isn't just Obama. It's not just Bush. I mean, this is we're talking about the first Bush. We're talking about we're going all the way back to Reagan. The administration, but we're well past that. So what do we do now? I mean, you got to stop Iran before they become another North Korea, and there's already no stopping North Korea because, well, They've already got nuclear weapons, already backed by China. So what do you do there?
Again, so Trump put us in this situation. Now we're more alone on the world stage than we've ever been. And who the fuck would ever trust us to do a nuclear agreement ever again after Trump broke ours with
I don't
Ukraine?
think we're alone on the. You watch. Give it a couple of months. Give it 6 months, and we're going to be back in talks with China. It's going to take a long time, but it'll take at least 6 months.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Ukraine.
About Ukraine, what? I mean, are
Do
we
you know what
talking
the Budapest Memorandum is?
No.
So we the only country in the world's history, the only sovereign country to give up their nukes was Ukraine. We talked them into doing it. They gave them to Belarus. And then we signed an agreement saying we will have your back. If anyone ever threatens you, we got you. And then Trump, seconds he gets into office, he goes and publicly humiliates the president of Ukraine and stops funding them and allows Russia to continue their disgusting aggression on their land.
Well, I mean, if there's one language that speaks to every single world leader, it's that power speaks. And so the fact that Russia and China didn't see the U.S. coming, that's the whole reason why they haven't made any sort of aggressive moves into actually giving Iran the weapons that they're needing for this war, or quote unquote war. I mean, it's really just going to blow over, and at least by next
I'm
week,
just saying the sentiment of us being able to like hash out a deal with anybody is very unlikely now because of the way Trump has behaved, because of the way he's used the United States to fuck over anybody in any sort of meaningful relationship or deal on paper. Trump has done this magnificent act of fucking over everybody, and nobody's going to be like, you know what, United States, let's make a deal. We just know you'll not break our new deal.
Well, I don't really agree with that. I really think the U.S. is the one superpower in the world that everyone needs to do business with. Not wants to, but needs to do business.
Not true.
It's true. I mean,
not true.
We're the top. We have the number one economy in the world. I mean, that's the fact. There's no. I mean, for the next 40 years, maybe it might be China, maybe it might be somebody else, but right now it's the United States. So anything that's going to have to go through,
you're going to have to acknowledge every other country right now that's coming together and making pacts without us. Like all of NATO almost is coming together and going, you know what? How are we going to do all of our defense spending now by not including the United States? That's what we're going to do. They are purposefully not including the United States in their defense spending because of Trump. And that's fucking up our economy. They're also coming together with China and all sorts of other countries, and they're saying, how do we trade without the United States now? Because we can't rely on them. That's what they're doing. They're not doing anything besides that.
Well, I mean, if you look at the actions, if you look behind the scenes at what's actually happening is Iran, if they ever go through with this blockage of Hormuz, which I don't think is going to happen, but if they do, they're going to break a hard relation with China. I mean, China needs that. I mean, you can say that they can get oil from Russia, which may certainly very much be true. They can certainly get that.
Maybe they just let Chinese oil through. How about that?
I mean, you have such a heavy U.S. military presence that it's just going to be a complete blockage. I mean, they're just not going to let anyone through. That was their straight up policy. I believe that's what.
Or they just let Chinese people through. I don't get like.
Well,
there's no. It's so black and white. There's gray there too, right?
Well, exactly. I mean, that's why I'm thinking they can't just block the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, that's. I mean,
okay,
that's.
But they can stop U.S. ships. They could stop anybody like the antithetical to their cause to come through and just let China come through, right? Russia.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, they just can't. They're not going to see something that is going to cause like a total blockage. I mean, I really feel it's not really a real threat.
Okay, I think that's very naive. I think it's very silly for them to enable their friends to trade and then not enable us. Like it would make it, that would empower China even more, right? So if we couldn't get our oil from Saudi Arabia and then all of a sudden we had to go to China to get it, now they have the upper hand and now we're fucked. They have the upper hand in this whole trade ordeal that Trump's doing. Like it's just there's so many repercussions to this that baby back bitch Trump probably did not think of because he is the mindset of a 12-year-old and he's taken 12 military or intelligence briefings since he's been in office, which is a shameful amount. 92 is what Biden did at this time in his presidency. 12.
I mean, you probably have to listen twice into each one of them.
That's funny, but I mean, Biden was far more effective on the world stage than Trump.
I mean, he wasn't as present, but sure. I mean, yeah, same.
I don't know. I think Trump is a belligerent fool. I think for Trump, for you to just be like, oh well, Biden just can't think, he's not there, is silly. It's like a caricature of what Trump wants you to believe. I think Biden obviously was very knowledgeable and had a steady hand in regards to all of these things. Whether or not he had some like fumbles with his word here and there, he was a very effective leader. He was very effective on the world stage, and many countries wrote open letters to Biden when he stepped down, saying that they were grateful for his hand in Ukraine, and they're grateful how he dealt with their relationship on the world stage. They're not going to be doing that for Trump, not even close.
Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, 4 years is a long time. So, I mean, we all felt like, shit was going to go down back in 2017, 2018. And, I mean, we're still here. I mean, so I think we've been in far worse dire straits back in 2011, 2012, when you had rising escalations between, I mean, you name it. I mean, we had the crisis in Libya. We had shit going down in Syria. I mean, and
the thing is, I just have so much more confidence in Barack Obama to communicate effectively to these other world leaders, to do things that weren't rash, to do things more calculated than Trump, who, like, openly we've been able to see that he doesn't even trust his own director of national intelligence. Like, this is like a jackpot for any of our adversaries on the world stage to be like, look at this administration, they're just a fucking complete shit show. The Department of Defense director is Pete Hegseth, who's notoriously drunk all the time, who's cheated on all of his wives. He's been caught blackout drunk at bars screaming death to all Muslims. Like, he's an actual disaster, and he's already openly like shared war plans with a journalist on Signal Chat. You're not even using like official means to communicate sensitive information. Like, it's a fucking jackpot for anybody that knows anything about anything.
yeah, that's the part where I just disagree with the Trump administration. I mean, like, the only things I can agree with is I guess like the actions. I find that, like, that's the only thing that he's been doing right. Because I live in the Southwest, so I mean, you name it, I've been seeing the whole border situation unfold, and I've been born and raised here, so I can definitely see, how different administrations have handled, immigration policy. I mean, quite honestly, I think the Bush administration at least handled it the best compared to, compared to Obama, so I mean, my point is, like, everyone doesn't really have their best strengths, with immigration, with war and everything. But I think his only positive thing in this, in his whole second term, has just been this action. I think this is the first step into bringing us into actual peace talks, into showing that what, first, the U.S. is actually capable of, and second, never being able to do something like that again, because we went completely undetected by Russia. China didn't even see us coming. We flew in and out of Iran, and in a matter of hours. And
yeah, I think it doesn't take anybody with a lot of brain power to know that our military is real good, and that without Trump, they still would have been able to do this. I don't think it's magic. I think Kamala would have done it just as fine if she needed to as well. I just don't think that a drunk man from Fox Television is going to be the best guy for the job.
Well, yeah, but that's not the point. One thing is telling everybody that we're the world power, and another thing's actually showing it. So I think the fact of showing it and actually embarrassing Iran to the rest of their friends, to the rest of their neighbors, actually shows, A, how completely incapable Iran's government is of defending their own people and actually opening Iran's people's eyes to what their government is doing.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, we also are enabling Russia to do just as horrible things, and we have Putin who was just as ready
Well, yeah, because
to.
I mean they have nukes. I mean, you're not
Yeah,
gonna
but can't we show? So you don't think showing the world that we can deal with an adversary with nukes, with
Well, that's exactly how. I mean, showing an adversary with nukes is how you escalate a nuclear situation.
Yeah, but that just shows that, and if you have nukes and you're on the world stage and you have demands, we'll give you whatever you want. That's what Trump's telling the rest of the world.
Well, I mean, if it were any other country, it's the exact same. It's the exact same reason. I mean, if Russia, which would have no reason to invade into Mongolia, if they were to ever do that, I mean, you'd have China backing up on that doorstep and making sure that they're not trying to get through. But you're not going to see them stopping them because. Well,
I think for any like nobody
I mean,
is
that's a
proud of
hypothetical.
Trump for stepping on somebody. Nobody's like, look how powerful the United States is. They squashed Iran. Like they would say, look how powerful Joe Biden is. He stopped Russia by getting 50 countries to rally behind Ukraine. That's a powerful leader. For Trump to be like, look how big of a man I am, and like be so easily talked into doing ballistic warfare is I don't know, shows weakness, shows less calculation. I just don't think this is the win you think it is.
Well, I mean, only time's going to tell. I mean, right now, Iran is finally into talks with stopping the barrage of missiles. So is Israel, and I think honestly, Israel needs to quit it as far as their communications. I mean, nobody wants to hear from Netanyahu. Honestly, I mean, every time he opens his mouth, it's just like, I agree with you. I mean, like it's shit to defend the little petulant child, but like our real enemy is Iran here. I mean, Israel's another situation. I mean, that's a whole other shit show right there.
I don't think Iran's worth mentioning. I think that they would be even less worth mentioning if Trump was never president.
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, Iran has
they
done
were just so easily stomped on, right?
Over the last
by a
40
man
years.
who paints his face orange.
Well, I mean, I don't care if he gets his dick sucked by 40 prostitutes. He probably does. I mean, can he get the job done? Sure. I mean, I don't care what Joe Biden did. I don't care what Obama did. I mean, if he paints his face orange, I mean, shit. All right. We have people that call themselves, we have men that call themselves women. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, those are weird equivalencies, but I just don't think that people respect a man who is so easily triggered, so emotionally unintelligent. I just don't. For glazing him for wins that really shouldn't be counted as wins is real sad, and is so easily visible from the left. I think we just see it as a joke.
Well, I don't know. I just wouldn't fall into all the propaganda of being afraid, constantly being under fear of war going on and things like that. I mean, that's exactly how they're going to get you. I mean, just
like the invasion that we were experiencing.
I mean, I don't know what that means, but all right.
Trump is literally invoking wartime law because we're being invaded by people who want to come work.
Oh, we're talking about immigration. All right. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, as far as immigration, I mean, it's been shit. I mean, over here at the border, I mean, nobody can find jobs anymore, and yeah, it's hard.
So
as
you're
shit.
telling me that us going from 11.7 million undocumented migrants to like 12 has been a noticeable thing you can tell in the job market, which is like 2% of our population? Are you down there in like the low skill labor?
No. I mean, I see it like here at the border. I mean, we're here at a border town, so everyone here can definitely feel the difference. I mean, right now, I mean, I think it was like the last 2 years we saw a lot less border presence. Now we finally actually have border presence and border control, but
Yeah, we have so much border patrol that we have 11% dip in tourism because Trump is literally stomping on people's rights.
Yeah, but I mean, compare it to 22, 23. I mean, we had border crisis, day and night. We had towns like McAllen, towns like Brownsville with people being overrun, migrants literally coming out of sewers. I mean, is that?
Yeah, because of COVID, because the whole world was experiencing migration patterns
No,
during
that's
then.
2022. This was 2 years after COVID.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
how
it takes
much longer
the
until we can
fallout
keep
from
blaming
COVID. The fallout from
I mean,
COVID was years long, and when poverty happens, crime happens, and sometimes it's a slow burn in these countries, and you can see it on a satellite imagery. You can see that the whole world, not just us, was affected by this, and Trump fooled y'all to think it was Biden's fault, and to think that even when he was in office, he didn't have one of the worst border invasions since 50 years prior.
Well, I mean that's really what was happening. You had people coming out of potholes and sewer lines in residential neighborhoods bordering Mexico.
Yeah, and he blamed Biden, and I think it's silly. Yeah.
No. I mean that's just what was happening. I mean, if it happens under Trump's administration, then yeah, I mean, shit, that's his fault.
He had a border crisis in 2019, unlike ones we've seen since 50 years.
Yeah, and so what do you do to fix it? You
become a terrorist state.
No, you increase border presence. We
tried to do that. Trump called his friends in Congress to stop us from increasing border presence. It's called the James Langford bill.
I don't know about that, but
yeah, it was a bill that was drawn up by one of the most conservative senators we have, probably the second most conservative senator we have, James Langford.
All I can speak out of is what was actually happening here between the border towns. Like, you name it, everywhere from Corpus Christi, Brownsville, McAllen, Tornillo, El Paso, going all the way out to New Mexico. I mean, you didn't really see it as much in New Mexico, but you saw it a lot in Texas. I mean, you saw it all across those border towns. And why was that? Because you have towns like Monterrey, you have towns like Juarez that actually house and allow, the Mexican government was allowing all these people to cross, and there was not tough policy.
Yeah, so do you think that we should be sending people to prison for the rest of their lives for crossing the border illegally?
Well, I don't think they should be coming here unfairly.
That's not what I asked.
But, I mean, that's the answer.
Okay, but do you think we should be doing that? Because that's what Trump's doing. Like, I don't think that people should be stealing cars, but
because Biden has one, just because we have Alcatraz open doesn't mean, or Guantanamo Bay, just because we have certain things around doesn't mean, we have the entire world going down there. I mean, you had the Guatemalans? Was that the situation?
No, he's sending people to El Salvador to prison in Secot.
Yeah, well, I mean,
for something that is usually a $250 fine. That's why we don't have anybody coming, because he's being an authoritarian, crazy person.
Well, you have that, and you have, I think you're still seeing a lot more people come. You're just not seeing South Americans come. I mean, we still have a lot more Mexican migration that's actually coming in to the border towns, but you actually have people that have been on the wait list for years actually being serviced, and we saw that
illegal migration does not do anything to the wait list. Illegal migration does not do anything to the wait list.
Yeah, but what is illegal migration doing for our country? I mean,
it's helping our economy.
But how? How is it helping?
It's going to increase our GDP by $1.3 trillion over the next 10 years.
Okay. And how much do we lose in tax revenue? How much do we lose in dollars lost in school infrastructure? How much do we lose?
You'd have to substantiate that that's the case. They paid $97 billion in taxes last year. So you'd have to substantiate that they're getting benefits from taxpayer dollars, which I don't know of any programs at all that you can apply for without a social security number, and B, that they're not paying taxes, which they are, because they pay sales tax, property tax.
They use our governments, they use our schools, they use all of our services here that are funded by U.S. dollars, that are funded by
those are funded by local tax dollars and property taxes.
Yeah, exactly. Local tax dollars, that's our people.
So you'd have to substantiate the fact that if they're in order to go to a school, you have to have proof that you're a resident of that area, right? So if you're a resident of that area, even if you're a renter, you're paying property tax, which then funds those schools. So they're in fact paying the same tax dollars that anybody else is paying to go to those schools.
I mean, the truth is renters don't pay property tax. That's just a myth.
That's not true.
In commercial real estate, the only people that pay property taxes are the commercial businesses, commercial users. Those are the only people.
And how many of them would be paying property tax if they had no tenants?
I mean, you're missing the point. I mean, landlords, if it's not a migrant, they're gonna hire somebody else. They're gonna find somebody else. I mean, they're gonna find another tenant. That's not.
But you're talking about like roughly 2% of our population, and even fewer of them going to our schools. And again, this is for every person that goes and attends to school, whether documented or not. There is, in Texas at least, something like $8,000 a head that gets appropriated to that school. And if you're worried about defunding of schools, you should look at Trump, who defunded the Department of Education by $286 billion because he wanted that money to go towards the big, beautiful bill for his rich friends to get tax breaks. You should be looking at Trump, not immigrants. They don't have your money. He does.
Well, the truth of what I've really been seeing out of these migrants is that they're not spending here.
Yes,
especially in border cities, especially like Juarez and El Paso. Most of the migrants that I see and I witness here, they don't stay here. They don't pay property tax here because, I mean, Juarez is twice as large as El Paso. I mean, that's the fact. They come here for the work because it's good pay, and they go back there because it's cheaper living.
Do you think that people who aren't homeowners shouldn't have children go to the schools in their community? Do you think they have less of a right to send their kids to school in that community because they're renters?
No.
Then why are you talking about migrants the same way?
Juarez, no, but I mean, Juarez is in El Paso. Juarez is across in Mexico, and you have El Paso in Texas. These are sister towns, and you have people who actually live in Juarez come directly over here. They either get some amount of our services. They come here to our schools, but they don't pay property tax. They don't pay social security.
You can't attend the schools unless you have a property and proof of living, and proof of residency in the area.
Well, I'm telling you, it happens.
How do you know that?
I mean, I grew up here. I mean, I was born and raised here.
If you grew up there, you'd stop complaining about the migrants that literally make your city one of the safest cities in the United States. It's top 3. For you to be complaining about migrants is silly.
I mean, I don't agree with that. I mean, the migrants have been making it worse over the last 15 years. That's the truth. What's been happening.
You guys have literally still maintained third place.
The undocumented, illegal migrants is what's been deteriorating a lot of our systems. It's
it's unchanged. You have to prove that it's migrants. You guys have literally remained in the top 10 most safest cities in the United States, even with the glaring migrant problem you say they have. It literally, the proof's in the pudding. You guys are still migrants do not create crime. They do not create violent crime. They just simply add to the economy. And for you to be upset that maybe some people take that money back across the border to Mexico is silly. It makes our economy even stronger.
Well, I mean, the truth was that you had gangs, literal Venezuelan gangs, staying within a few of the hotels that were literally within the border town. Within, I want to say it was like 2 miles from the border, and it was in the downtown area. And how I know that is because most of downtown is vacant. So you have all of the, and that's how El Paso has been for the last 15, 20 years. It's been depressed. It's been a depressed downtown area. The rest of El Paso, however, has been booming. You've been seeing huge swaths of investment from other towns inside the United States that have been investing into the region. But everyone else that comes from Mexico, that comes from El Salvador, they haven't been adding into the economy. If anything, they're taking away.
It's literally a Congressional Budget Office study that shows that migration has a net positive for the economy in every sense of the word.
I mean, I just don't see it.
Yeah, I know you can't see these things. You just,
here.
if you don't look for data, you can't see it. You can just look at a brown person and say they're a gang member or something. But
I mean, I'm brown. I don't give a shit. I mean, that's not the point.
I don't care.
The
You can
point is,
still be prejudiced and be a person of that community.
I mean, it's not their skin color. It's the fact that they're coming here illegally and
That doesn't do anything.
they're not paying to our services.
That's
I
not
mean,
true.
what's going to happen if I go into Russia and I try to go in there and I try to use their services, I try to use their school, and I don't pay for any property taxes? I mean, shit, they're going to kick me the fuck out. They don't want me there.
Yeah, there's countries that usually have pretty much the same laws that we do, and for you to make this weird equivalency is nonsense. And again, if they're staying here as a renter, they're paying property tax, so they're paying for the
They're
schools
not
they're
paying
residing
property
in.
tax. Let me just reiterate that.
Ugh.
Renters do not pay property tax. That's just
They do.
simple. How? Who pays the central appraisal district? Is it the
So
landlord
the
or is it
property
the tenant?
owner pays it, and they collect that revenue through the renter.
So the landlord is paying it.
Correct,
That's
and
the
they
point.
collect that revenue through the renter. Do you think that renters should not be able to send their kids to school?
I mean, you're just wrong on the property taxes point. I mean,
Okay,
whether
but you're complaining about
whether
something that
renters are in it or
majority
not,
of
I
the
mean,
United
but
States
here's
is
the point.
doing. You're
No, but
complaining
here's the
about the
point.
majority of U.S. citizens. If you're complaining about this,
No, but the point. I mean, I'm just trying to get you to agree that renters do not pay property taxes. Commercial renters maybe, but residential
no.
renters they do not.
If you're a
If you're
property
saying
owner,
if you're saying they pay it through a function, that's a different
okay, well then there you go. They
conversation.
pay it through a function. Okay, so if
Yeah.
you have a problem with people who rent properties and sending their kids to school, you have a problem with all of them, not just the migrants. Otherwise, I'm going to call you a bigot for somehow only worrying about the migrants.
Well, yeah. Everyone's worrying about the migrants. I mean, they're the only ones that don't pay into Social Security. They're not paying
That's
into
not true.
medical insurance.
That's
I mean,
not true.
that's the truth.
That's not true.
If they don't have Social Security, they can't pay into our
That's a
social
lie.
services. All right, how?
Okay, have you ever heard of an ITIN number?
Yeah, and all the time, undocumented migrants. You know what they do? They earn and they pay everything in cash. They don't use Social Security.
That's
They
a
don't
lie.
use ITIN. I mean, that's
Okay.
just not the truth.
Well, you would have to argue with the IRS, who claims they've paid $35 billion last year strictly through ITINs.
Yeah, of the ones that actually did. I mean, we're talking about
how do they pull from Social Security?
We're talking about tens of millions of people that could potentially earn up to $35,000 a year if we're talking about
It's
low
about
minimum
13
wage
million.
work.
It's about 13 million. And also, again, they can't pull anything out of Social Security, so they're paying into it and not pulling a single dime. So they're like double winners in Social Security.
I mean, that's just not double winning. That's double dipping, honestly. And the American
How do they pull
system
from Social Security?
No, I mean, the American system, we're not seeing anything. We're not seeing any benefits from that directly. We
No,
may be
they're
getting
paying into a
indirect-
system that they're not seeing any benefits from it. That's what I'm telling you. I don't think you have this like worked out in your head.
I mean, who at the end of the day is going to be paying into Social Security?
Every person who wants to work for an employer that has an accountant. If you're an employee, do you own a business?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Do you guys you have an accountant?
Yeah, but I mean, the point is, not everybody pays. Not everybody that earns over $50,000 annually is going to be going directly to accountant. They're going to use their services like H&R Block. They're going to go to a local bookkeeper who's going to do the services for them. And just at the end of the day, most of them, they can't even afford to use that. So
But
what
you're
are they
talking
doing?
about businesses are so small that it doesn't matter. I'm talking about like if you have a business of
I
your
mean,
size.
that's the majority. That's the majority of
Okay,
businesses.
hold on.
Businesses that earn under 100,000 a year. That's
Okay.
like over.
Okay.
I mean, at least 50%.
Okay.
That's at least
Let me help
50%.
you out. So if you're a business and you pull out cash and you go to H&R Block and the H&R Block idiot says, "Hey, what's this cash for?" You're going to go, "I don't know." They're going to go, "Well, we're going to have to say this is personal income if you can't tell me what it's for." And then that personal income gets taxed at 35% and then they pay taxes on it. Problem solved.
What do you mean problem solved?
They paid taxes on it. That dollar, that
So
movement of money gets
who's paying the
taxed.
taxes? It's either the employer or is it the is it the worker?
Both. If you want to skirt the system and pull out cash and pay somebody under the table, you're still getting that tax money and sending it to the government, and you think it's somehow being avoided, and it's not. It's impossible. I'm sorry. It's not true.
It's done. I mean that's what it is. It is being avoided. You see it every day. This is why we have audits at the IRS. I mean, they're trying to catch up to people. And
You can't just say you see it every day. You're gonna have to tell me a scenario where somebody can skirt taxes.
It's done every day. I mean, they can skirt taxes. Yeah. I mean, can they avoid it perpetually? Absolutely not. I mean, the IRS will get you. It takes time, but how much longer are we going to keep going this back and forth of finding these people, hunting them down, trying to get them to
I
pay
think it's
property?
dumb. I think it's politicized, and they've made you care about it more than you should. I think it is so dumb and is so is so unconstructive. Like I say this all the time. People speed by my house all the time. They speed by my house all the time. People die because people speed. 48,000 people die in car wrecks every year, and you guys don't give a fuck about that. You want to care about the migrants who don't have like a check mark next to their immigration status on a piece of paper. That's what you're so worried about. They have no bad outcomes. You're so worried about enforcing that.
About one situation doesn't mean that they don't care about other situations. I mean, we see rampant crime with alcoholics, with drug addicts.
And you guys only care. You're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on this shit. It's fucking dumb.
I mean, I don't know who's we. I mean, I'm not spending. You know, if anything, we're all spending into all of these problems. But it's not the only problem. I mean, we have other systematic issues. I agree with you there. I mean, we have rampant underage alcohol, being passed through every single day. We have.
You're right. You're right. And what are the negative outcomes of people coming over here illegally?
Well, I mean, where can I start?
I've been begging people to tell me. Go ahead.
Well, all these people, they're not going to permanently stay into the U.S. That's about half of them end up going back. They go back into Mexico. They go back into El Salvador.
So we don't even need to worry about deportation?
The only people that actually do stay are the actual documented migrants, the ones that get their papers, that come here legally. These are the people that
Where's
actually.
the problem again? If they're deporting themselves?
I don't understand your point. I mean, who's deporting themselves? I mean, that's the question.
If you're saying they're taking money back over across the border.
Well, yeah, I mean, because the U.S. it is more expensive to live here. That is the fact. So if they're earning more money here and taking it back, I mean, we're not seeing anything from that. We're not seeing functions of property tax being paid into here. We're not seeing actual hard economic growth into our cities.
Trump paid $0 in taxes a few years in the recent years. Like, if you're so worried about that, look at the billionaires who skirt taxes, not somebody making 30 grand. You should also have a problem with Trump firing all sorts of people in the IRS so that we can further exacerbate this problem. I guess it's so dumb. None of this tracks. I don't believe you.
I mean, what's easier, to get a few billionaires to pay a couple $1 million in taxes, or is it to actually get tens of thousands of people to pay property taxes? Or
I think it's much easier to go after one dude and do some forensic auditing and get a few $1 billion than to go after tens of thousands of people.
What is that going to do with a $1 trillion deficit? I mean, it's nothing.
A lot.
I mean,
in fact, if we would literally see our deficit and our social security insolvency resolved, if we literally just had billionaires pay their taxes, that's literally the answer that I will give you.
What's going to happen? They're going to end up leaving our country. They're going to
good. If you don't want to pay taxes, get the fuck out.
Then what's going to happen? They're going to take all their companies. They're going to
good. I'll start the next Amazon.
I mean, good luck. I mean, you want to start it? Be my guest. Everyone else wants to try to start it, and you don't see them doing it.
You don't get it, do you? Like, if you don't want to pay taxes, get the fuck out.
Well, I mean, we can agree on that. If migrants don't want to pay taxes, same situation.
They have no choice to. They go to the store, they buy a sandwich, they have to pay sales tax. They go rent an apartment. No matter who you are, whatever your migration status is, that apartment pays property tax.
No,
And then they
but
go
that's if
pay.
they spend here, and they don't spend here.
They absolutely do. You're just gonna have to show me a metric to prove that they don't spend here, because you're just gonna sit here and tell me that you just see it.
I mean, I want you to visit border towns. I want you
Again,
to visit
anecdote.
towns like I mean, no,
I
no.
live
I
in
mean,
Texas.
I want you. Okay, where do you live?
In Dallas.
I mean, give me a fucking break. I mean, you
You
guys
think
in
we
Dallas.
don't have migrants here?
Yeah, because we've been sending them there. We want you guys to see it.
So
You
you're
guys
wrong.
need to see. Actually, you guys need to see how Brownsville is. You need to see how El Paso is. You need to see how San Diego and Tijuana
Yeah,
is.
I would love to live in El Paso. Again, one of the safest cities in the United States. Thank
No,
God.
but
More
we've been
migrants,
seeing-
please.
But lately, I mean, we've been seeing, I mean, property values, property taxes go up over the last few years. El Paso has one of the highest property tax rates in the United States.
Gee, I
That's-
wonder if Trump cutting the DOE and fucking up school funding to the tune of 20% has anything to do with raising property taxes in Texas. Gee.
that has nothing to do with that. I mean, property taxes in El Paso have been rising over the last 15 years.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
because
one
Greg
one
Abbott is
person
too
isn't-
much of a pussy to tax corporations. That's why. And you guys don't see it.
I mean, I don't agree with that. I mean, literally every single. The reason why is El Paso has one of the highest property taxes in the whole United States. And it's not because of any single person. It's not because of any president. It's because of our own local governments. And that's where you make true changes within each local government.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
So
like-
you think you think that we should just, like, someone out there is dumb and they forgot how to turn down property taxes, or do you think it's a problem created by not having maybe like a state income tax, or having any sort of like strong person to say, hey, we're gonna have to start taxing these corporations if they want to live here and enjoy the state of
No, what
Texas?
they do is
You can
they-
start
they
paying some
increase-
taxes.
The truth is, what they do is they increase the property values. That's what you see happening.
Because more people move to cities, and it's
No,
yes.
El Paso has. Look at the growth in El Paso.
You don't like that.
I want you to really look at it and tell me if it's grown in population. If anything, it's been stagnant for the last 10 years.
Okay. Okay, so then your complaint about migrants flooding your town is completely false?
No, I'm saying there's a litany of issues that need to be solved first, and one of them is the migrant crisis.
Megan, thank you for $10. This guy has previously said the U.S. is the world's best economy. Net gain, 2,900 people. So literally your migrant crisis is not existent because they're barely growing at all.
I mean, how is population really counted? It's counted through the census. And if people don't stay in El Paso and if they migrate elsewhere, I mean, we've been seeing a net loss in El Paso just because of people that come to through our city, they use it as a pass through, and they go through different towns. So we've been losing more people, and you'll see the
tourism. Do you hate tourism?
You'll see it in Corpus Christi. I mean, that's just the fact.
Do you think that tourism's bad for economies?
No, if anything, tourism's great. But why are
Then
people going to?
what's the difference between tourism and immigration?
I mean, what's the difference? Is a few months. I mean, that's the difference. Immigration is as soon as somebody decides they're going to start working somewhere, they're going to start settling somewhere. That's the difference between migration.
Okay, so you can't substantiate how tourism's good and immigration and
I'm saying illegal
temporary
immigration.
staying. Yeah. Again, how does that change? How does it? Do you think that tourists are paying Social Security while they're here?
No, I mean, they're actually using our services. They're actually paying into things like, I mean, tourism. I mean, you're going to see it in larger cities. So you'll see it, you'll see it in Dallas. You'll see it in Austin. You'll see it in New York. You'll see it in Miami. You'll see it in Chicago. That's where you'll see true tourism tax dollars. Everywhere else, you're never going to see that.
Yes, someone paid $10 already. Yeah, I just don't think. First of all, do you have any statistics that show that most people are there temporarily and taking their money back to Mexico, or are you just making that up?
Just
look at it.
Just look at the population numbers in El Paso. If we've had such a terrible migration time between 2020 and 2025. It's been terrible. We've only been seeing in the first quarter of 2025 migration actually stop, like illegal migration actually stop.
Do you think that people maybe just like travel through that town to get to places further into the country than El Paso?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. El Paso means the past. That's what it is. But you don't want people just passing through towns. You want the whole benefit is to have people stay there and to grow an economy. So if they're just going through from one town to another, they're not using our services. In fact, they're abusing our services, and they're.
Thank you, Taylor, for the $30. Guys, if you have a problem with people passing through your town and buying a sandwich and adding to the economy, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Please come stay in El Paso, even though we hate you. What? Yeah, like nobody MAGA has no idea what their actual problem is with migrants. They really don't. It's so sad. So disappointed in you. Why, Fish? What's up, Kafifi? You have no idea until you live on the border. I know plenty of people live on the border who have no care in the world that migrants come and pass through. I live in Dallas. I see different people all the time. I don't get upset about like them and like "Oh, who are these people? I don't know who these people are. They better be staying here with that money." The fuck does that? What? Who are these people up in here? What? Guys, I think it's time to meet a game. It's the law, but we elected a president with 34 felonies. But it's the law. But they're persecuting our president because everybody breaks that law. But now we're upset that everybody's breaking the law. But ignore what the president's being charged with because everybody breaks that law. But everybody's breaking this law, and we're a country of law and order. But we can't just have people walking around doing tax fraud. I mean, migration. All right, chat, is it time for us to it time for us to game? I'd send you Sudan. Of course you would. You have been radicalized by Trump's politics, and you would be willing to do harmful things to your political opponents. The same thing that you condemn Iran doing to women and gay people. Increase taxes on lifted trucks. I am all about that, dude. We're going to play The Last of Us 2. Carhartt just lost $40 billion because you. Good. Didn't you guys hate Carhartt because they enforced COVID shots? That's why I support them. I'd still send you Sudan, of course. Oh, God. Chat, all of these hateful comments are just making me feel a certain type of way. I just want to play a dirty, dirty game called The Last of Us. Just want to play a dirty, dirty game of The Last of Us. Chat, don't forget to follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. But we're going to get so dirty and play some dirty little games here soon. All right, chat. I love yous. And we're going to get out of here. I'm going to take a little tiny break and take my dog for a walk. And then we'll be back. We'll play some Last of Us 2. And kill some dirty little zombies. And then we're going to go and do it. I love you guys. I'll see y'all soon.